Chapter 1. In the cold winter, snowflakes fell all over the sky, like goose feathers. Footprints were imprinted on the snow-covered dirt road, and Kiritani Sento raised his calloused hands to catch a snowflake. The boy had short silver hair, which contrasted with the white snow on the ground, and a silver crescent lay quietly in his red pupils. "It's snowing." The boy exhaled a long breath, and the white breath drifted with the wind. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for 11 years. When he learned that it was during the Meiji period, Kiritani Sento was so excited that he didn't sleep all night, but Kiritani Kaoru thought his brother was stupid. Is the legend about ghosts told by the neighbor lady funny? Kiritani Sento couldn't explain it either. After all, he was from another world, but he didn't have any nostalgia for his previous life. He was an orphan, but now he has a lovely sister, and there is a high probability that he has traveled to the world of Demon Slayer. Both parents are dead, no car but a house, and a white-haired sister, a typical plot of a certain Sora. Kiritani Sento immediately slapped himself in the face. "Pfft, don't think about it, be a human being, Kiritani Sento." The worn cotton shoes rubbed against the broken snow and made a crunching sound, and Kiritani Sento unconsciously hummed a little song. The little boy who chopped firewood, carrying a small bamboo basket. Wearing big cotton shoes in the early morning, walking through the forest and hills. He chopped the most firewood, and earned a little money to buy candied haws for his sister. Coming to the trap that had been set long ago, Kiritani Sento pulled away the weeds, and a fat rabbit was lying tiredly on the snow. Facing Kiritani Sento's hungry wolf-like eyes, the tired rabbit struggled again. Kiritani Sento grabbed the rabbit's neck and said with a smile, "What should we do if the little rabbit is injured?" "Twist the neck to the right and take it home for treatment." After packing up the rabbit, Kiritani Sento packed up the wire. This technique was also learned from the adults in the village in his previous life. The mountain was closed due to heavy snow, so we caught rabbits and prepared some game. Kiritani Sento carried the lucky rabbit towards the village at the foot of the mountain. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the snow red. He liked this last warm sun very much. The curling smoke added a bit of vitality to the village at the foot of the mountain. The afterglow also enveloped the village like a guardian. As soon as he entered the village, a bearded uncle talked to Kiritani Sento. "Rabbit, you caught one of your own and ate it again." Kiritani Sento responded with a smile, "Uncle Yamamoto, I've been waiting for this one of your own for a whole month, after all, Kaoru is still growing." While talking and laughing, Uncle Yamamoto had already taken away the bundle of firewood behind Kiritani Sento, and then handed him a small bag of food. The amount of food made his eyes wet. This was too much. Kiritani Sento and his sister Kiritani Kaoru have been dependent on each other since childhood. He doesn't know who his parents are, but the fact is that they grew up eating at other people's homes. However, the villagers of this era were very simple. If any of them had more surplus food, they would exchange firewood with Kiritani Sento. He had never felt the feeling of living under someone else's roof. Uncle Yamamoto patted Kiritani's shoulder and said with a smile, "Rabbit, stop being in a daze and go home." Kiritani bowed and said very seriously, "Thank you, Uncle." Yamamoto showed a kind smile and signaled Kiritani to go home quickly. Recently, the nights have been uneasy and 2 people have disappeared in the village. "Rabbit, don't go out at night." Kiritani turned around and waved, shouting, "Uncle, you should go home soon too. Winter nights always come quickly, the afterglow of the sunset disappears completely, and without the warm sun, the sleeping evil spirits will revive. The moonlight shines down, and the gourd hanging under the eaves emits a soft light. It is the gourd chandelier made by Kiritani. In front of the wooden fence, the little girl stares closely at the distance. Kiritani Kaoru is like a porcelain doll, with long silver hair accompanied by moonlight, and watery blue-purple eyes like lavender in the wind, beautiful and holy. Looking at the cute sister who was looking forward to it, the white-haired lover expressed his extraordinariness. Kiritani Sento's eyes were like spring water, revealing tenderness. He waved his hand and shouted distressedly, "Xiaosuan, it's so cold, you should go back quickly." Kiritani Xin threw himself into his brother's arms like the wind, and his voice like a silver bell swept away Kiritani Sento's fatigue of the day. "Brother, you have worked hard." Kiritani Sento showed the rabbit who came to his house for treatment at the first time. His nose was about to turn up. It was a proud thing for his sister to eat meat. "Go back to the house quickly, Xiaosuan, be careful of catching a cold." Kiritani Xin nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and followed his brother back to the wooden house. It is said that children of poor people grow up early. At the age of 8, Kiritani Xin has already unlocked various housework skill, and a very skilled one at that. Kiritani Sento was treating the rabbit. The fire therapy was very good, and a salt bath was perfect. A few rice balls and a roasted wild rabbit were the most sumptuous dinner the brother and sister had ever had since they were young. Kiritani Sento gave all 4 legs to Kaoru. Kaoru pouted like a little hamster, and immediately gave 2 rabbit legs to his brother. From childhood to adulthood, his brother always kept the best for himself. "Brother, I want to watch you finish eating, otherwise I won't eat." Kiritani Sento took a bite of the rice ball, smiled, and said, "Sister, you are growing up." Kiritani Kaoru immediately retorted, "Brother is growing up too. I have been making excuses since I was a child, If you don't eat, I won't eat either." Kiritani Sento couldn't persuade Kaoru, so he had to eat it. He originally wanted to store it so that Kaoru could eat it for a few more days. After watching his brother finish a rabbit leg, Kiritani Kaoru started to eat. Rabbit said he learned a lot. The wind outside was freezing, but the cold wind and snow could not break the warmth and laughter inside. After dinner, Sun went to bed. After all, there were no mobile phones in this era. Kiritani Zanto came outside with a hatchet. He routinely checked the alarm he set. Since he heard the story of the man-eating evil ghost, he has never let go of the hatchet in the past 2.5 years, and even put it next to his pillow when he slept. The so-called alarm is to use hemp rope to surround the wooden house several times. Whether something opens the door or the window, or even a creature passes by the fence, the abandoned iron products tied to the rope will clang. After the inspection, Kiritani Zanto returned to the wooden house. I have to say that it was still Bear Grylls. Thanks to my love for watching wilderness survival. After patrolling the house again, Kiritani Zanto returned to the room to sleep. He slept very lightly and would wake up at the slightest noise. Evil ghosts eating people are not just legends. They are cursed monsters that hide during the day and come out at night. In the white snow, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened, and the hoarse voice dissipated in the whistling wind, and it showed a strange smile. "It's time for dinner, what should I eat today?" He he he. The strange voice was suffocating, and the evil ghost was about to hunt. Chapter 2. Clank. Clank. The sound of the abandoned ironware crashing overwhelmed the sound of the wind, and Kiritani Sento suddenly woke up, but he didn't dare to breathe, and his eyes were narrowed into a slit. Because just outside his room, just across the wall, a creature walked past, and judging from the sound, that thing must be big. Kiritani Sento secretly reached out to the hatchet. Maybe it was a wild wolf, he wouldn't be so unlucky, he would meet a ghost. But Kiritani Sento was very calm. This calmness came from his crescent pupil. Maybe it was the benefit of the time traveler. His eyes had strong dynamic vision, and he could even release small illusions, and the strangest thing was that he also had healing ability. Except for not being able to open Susanoo, Kiritani Sento felt that this eye was not bad. Except for Kaoru, he had never shown it in front of outsiders. This world is not that simple. Powerful ghosts can release blood ghost arts, breathing swordsman can practice fighting spirit, and he also needs a way to save his life. Clank. Clank. He he he. The sound of the alarm was accompanied by a strange hee-hee-hee laugh, and the sound was getting louder and louder, which gave Kiritani Xanto goosebumps. This was too creepy. He held the hatchet tightly and came to the door. If possible, he hoped that he would never have to use the hatchet in his life. "Brother, I'm scared." Kiritani Keiru's voice was filled with sobs and worry. She seemed to have guessed what her brother was going to do. "Keiru, hide in the hole that your brother dug for you. No matter what happens, don't come out." There was a hole in his room and in Keiru's room. Although it was not big, it was just enough to hide a child. However, it was not a long-term solution. He wanted to lead the monster away. "Brother, you hide too. Brother, you have to be obedient." Kiritani Keiru hid in the hole after repeated instructions. When the floor was closed, the hole seemed to be non-existent. Creak. The door of the wooden house was pushed open, and the wind and snow poured in all at once. Then, Kiritani Sento heard the sound of the sliding door being opened, but the sound came from the next door, from Keiru's room. "Damn it," Kiritani Sento cursed in his heart, "how could the wolf open the door carefully? It must have met a cannibal. Damn! Damn! Damn!" Kiritani Sento took a deep breath and then shouted, "Damn, I don't care what you are, come and fight, trash." The evil ghost that smelled of prey in Keiru's room suddenly looked up, and Keiru was hiding under the floor under its feet. She covered her mouth tightly, trying not to make a sound, but tears could not stop falling. She knew that her brother would definitely lead the monster away, that was her only relative. With a bang, there was a big hole in the wooden wall between the two rooms, and a short man about 1.4 meters tall walked out. The blood vessels around Kiritani Sento's eyes bulged, and the silver crescent moons were particularly shining, like stars. At the same time, he also saw the ghost clearly. It was not even as tall as himself, with a pair of black rabbit ears on its head and two sharp front teeth exposed. "Oh my God, rabbit spirit!" Kiritani Sento exclaimed. He had just eaten a rabbit tonight, and it came to take revenge so soon. The rabbit ghost's face was livid. "What the hell is a rabbit spirit? I am an evil ghost. Don't compare me with a trash rabbit. I admire your courage. You didn't wet your pants." The rabbit ghost looked up and down at Kiritani Sento. The last time he ate that kid, he peed his pants. The smell was fishy. Kiritani Sento ran out of the door frantically, and at the same time, he taunted loudly, "The rabbit I ate tonight is much stronger, and it's a big black rat. Come on, come and bite me." Kiritani Sento's voice was mean, and he had the urge to hit someone. The rabbit ghost stomped his feet in anger. This was the first time the ghost had seen such a fearless prey. Soon, Kiritani Sento ran out of the gate, but he found that the rabbit ghost did not chase him. So he increased the intensity of his ridicule. "You dead rabbit, you are scared." Kiritani Sento's hand holding the hatchet kept shaking. It was bragging to say that he was not afraid, but he had reasons to face it. The rabbit ghost in the house did not care. Instead, he gathered strength in his legs and kicked hard, breaking through two walls in succession and coming to Kiritani Sento. Kiritani Sento had already run dozens of meters away, and it caught up in just a moment. The rabbit ghost stared at Kiritani Sento with a playful look on his face, and Kiritani Sento also stared at it. The man and the ghost looked at each other, and after confirming that they were the right person, the crescent moon eyes illusion was activated, and a pair of crescents appeared in the rabbit ghost's eyes. The rabbit ghost swung a claw at Kiritani Sento. He was confident that he could cut this dead kid into pieces, but as he thought, the kid fell in a pool of blood. He pulled off Kiritani Sento's arm, and blood splattered. And Kiritani Battle Rabbit has already run 100 meters far away, the rabbit ghost was still digging the snow. Kiritani Sento knew that with his current strength, the illusion could not last for a few seconds, and this thing really consumed his physical strength, and he began to breathe heavily. If he hadn't eaten the rabbit tonight, he would have died. Kiritani Sento glanced at the village and then at the woods in front of him. He had two choices. One was to lead the ghost into the village. With Crescent Moon Hitomi's ability, he could run away, but others would suffer. The other was to step into the woods alone. Kiritani Sento smiled at the village. Suin was still waiting for him. Finally, he resolutely ran into the woods. If he diverted the trouble to others, wouldn't he be an ungrateful villain? Suin, believe me, I will never let you be alone. The rabbit ghost spit out the snow in his mouth and kept stamping his feet. Damn it, that kid has a problem with his eyes, how dare he lie to me? I'm going to tear you into pieces. The rabbit ghost gathered his strength again, and with just one jump he caught up with more than half the distance, but he was also far away from the village. Kiritani Sento's pace was getting slower and slower, but the rabbit ghost was getting closer and closer. His thin body was gradually buried by the wind and snow, and he was really too weak. Under the obstruction of the wind and snow, it was even more difficult. Even if he practiced Tai Chi seriously for 2.5 years, he was still too weak. Tai Chi is a good thing for strengthening the body, passed down by our ancestors. Running all the time was not a solution, so Kiritani Sento simply stopped. He planned to take a gamble with the help of Crescent Moon Eyes, but the bet was his own life. Kiritani Sento breathed a sigh of relief, because the village was no longer visible, and Kaoru and everyone were safe. Why don't you run away, brat? Today I'm going to tear you apart alive. I'm going to make you feel the pleasure of having your limbs separated from your torso. He he he. The creepy laughter of the rabbit ghost echoed in the forest, but he was surprised that this kid wasn't afraid. Why was he laughing? The crescent pupils of Kiritani Sento lit up again, and the rabbit ghost immediately closed his eyes. It was because of the eye contact with this kid that he fell into an illusion just now. If it weren't for the human smell on him, it would have thought it had met its own kind. The moment the rabbit ghost closed his eyes, he rushed towards Kiritani Sento. He didn't expect the other party to be so fast, and he wanted to sneak attack the moment it closed its eyes. Don't forget, rabbits have very sensitive ears. Kiritani Sento knew that he couldn't hide this time, so he had to bite the bullet. Chapter 3. With the help of Crescent Moon Hitomi's extremely strong dynamic vision, the rabbit ghost's attack seemed to slow down a lot. Kiritani Sento turned his thin body and chopped at the opponent's neck with a knife. With a ding, the hatchet was split into two, and Kiritani Sento's knuckles were shocked and hurt. He suddenly felt bad. Sure enough, he couldn't do it without the Sunwheel sword. The rabbit ghost was a little surprised. How could he dodge his attack? But it didn't matter. The opponent actually wanted to chop off his neck. Little ghost, do you think I'm firewood? Fantasy. The rabbit ghost immediately launched a second attack, but was dodged by Kiritani Sento again. Tisk, damn little ghost, let's see how many times you can dodge. Kiritani Sento was trying to get out of trouble, otherwise with his current small body, he would definitely not last until dawn. Crescent Moon Hitomi consumed too much energy, and he was malnourished. Kiritani Kaoru hid in the cave, his eyes were red and swollen from crying, and his voice was gone. His brother must have run into the woods. Kaoru Kiritani climbed out of the cellar and looked at the shocking hole on her house. She felt even more uneasy. It was definitely not a beast that could crash through the house. Thinking of this, Kaoru Kiritani ran into the snow barefoot. She looked around in fear. The night with wind and snow was as silent as death. Just then, a black crow flew across the sky. The crow glanced at Kaoru Kiritani and then made a human voice, which scared the young Kaoru. Master Flame Pillar, there are survivors. Master Flame Pillar, there is a smell of ghosts. Kaoru looked puzzled and exclaimed, Crow. Crow is talking. But the next second, Kaoru felt as if there was another person behind her. Looking back, she saw an uncle smiling at her. The man's smile was as dazzling as the sun, and even the wind and snow could not erode it. This person was a man with extremely strong genes, Rengoku Makijiro, who was also the current flame pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Makijiro patted the trembling shoulders of the little girl in front of him. He probably guessed that the little girl's family was attacked by a ghost, and her relatives probably led away the evil ghost to protect her. "Child, don't be afraid, leave your family to me." When she heard the word family, Kaoru knelt down directly, her voice trembling, full of pleading, "Please save my brother, please." Rengoku Makijiro pulled up Kiritani Kaoru, gently wiped the tears on the girl's cheeks, and said with a smile, "It's cold outside, leave your family to me, I'll keep my word." The next second, Rengoku Makijiro's feet actually ignited flames, and he disappeared from Kiritani Kaoru's sight in a moment. Even the crows flying in the sky couldn't catch up with him running on the ground. Kiritani Kaoru felt that this was not the world she knew. Is that an action that humans can do? But all she can do now is to believe in her brother and the enthusiastic uncle. Just as Rengoku Makijiro was moving forward at full speed, Kiritani Sento was also desperately dodging in the woods. A man and a ghost were playing a cat and mouse game. A large area of trees had fallen around him. He had a reason to lead the rabbit ghost here. Because of years of cutting wood, he had already memorized the terrain. The rabbit ghost stomped his feet in anger and punched, cutting the bole-thick tree in half. "Since that little ghost likes to hide, I will leave him nowhere to hide. How can he survive if a human little ghost plays with him like this?" Kiritani Sento leaned against a tree, his clothes were already soaked with sweat, his limbs were weak, and his vision was a little blurred. He didn't expect the side effects of excessive use of pupil techniques to come so quickly. Indeed, even though Kiritani Sento's physical fitness has long surpassed many of his peers, not being full is a flaw. If you are not full, your body cannot provide enough energy. Both breathing methods and pupil techniques cannot be separated from physical support. Kiritani Sento could only catch his breath for a minute before the tree behind him fell down, and the rabbit ghost jumped in front of him with a triumphant smile on his face. Kiritani Sento also smiled, because there was a snow pit under the rabbit ghost's feet, and he had fallen into it once before. Before the rabbit ghost could react, the whole ghost sank. Kiritani Sento ran in the opposite direction of the snow pit with a half-broken hatchet in his hand, but his feet were like lead, and it was difficult to move. "Move for me. Kaoru is still waiting for me, and I still have to save Shinobu, thief god. Are you asking me to die?" In fact, the moment he met the rabbit ghost, Kiritani Sento was more excited and surprised. The presence of a ghost meant that he was in the right place. The angry roar of the rabbit ghost came from the snow pit in the distance. He was deceived by humans more than 10 times in one night. Where did so many traps come from in the wilderness? Damn it, I'm going to cut the guy who dug the trap into pieces. The rabbit ghost bent his legs, his well-developed muscles were visible, and in an instant he rushed out of the snow cave and came to the back of Kiritani Sento. The rabbit ghost's pupils were congested, his eyeballs were bulging, and his veins were bulging. He was obviously furious. "Die, die." The rabbit ghost stabbed at the back of Kiritani Sento's head with a knife, and its ferocious face seemed to have foreseen the scene of brain bursting. "Die, die, ha ha ha." At this critical moment, a burning arc slash cut off the rabbit ghost's arm, and it retreated in pain. It hurts so much. Ah! The rabbit ghost's whole face was squeezed into a ball, and Rengoku Makijiro held up Kiritani Sento, who was about to fall, and he was relieved that he finally caught up, otherwise he would be a person who did not keep his promise. "Boy, you are very strong. I admire your courage and determination. Leave the rest to me." Breath of Flame 1 Type Shiranui. The rabbit demon hated the ghost hunters to the extreme. They were like flies, constantly chasing ghosts. Damn the ghost hunters! But the next moment, the blazing flame swept across the rabbit demon's neck. The neck that was enough to break a hatchet was like thin paper in front of the flame and broke with one chop. The rabbit demon just wanted to say something, and his head rolled to the ground, turning into ashes bit by bit from the cross-section. Pillar, how is it possible? You are the pillar. The rabbit demon regretted it. If it knew it was the pillar, it should have run away, although it might not be able to run away. At this moment, Kiritani Zanta's mouth was open enough to fit a whole egg. Although the man in front of him looked like his eldest brother, he was undoubtedly his eldest brother's father. At the same time, the other party did not look dejected, which meant that this was at least 9 years before the little angel Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps, which meant that everything was still in time. Kiritani Sento laughed. He had never been so happy before. Not only did he survive the disaster, but he still had time to save the crocodile. Kiritani Sento calmed down and immediately knelt down to worship his master. Uncle, you are so strong, will you accept me as your apprentice? Kiritani Sento knew that this was his only chance to contact the Demon Slayer Corps. This sudden change really made Rengoku Makijiro unable to deal with it. This kid. Chapter 4. The Demon Slayer Corps is an organization whose purpose is to kill the ancestor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. Its purpose is to protect, and the sun under the dark night is the best complement to them. But the Demon Slayer Corps fights against man-eating demons. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps is tantamount to stepping half a foot into the gates of hell. Rengoku Makijiro doesn't want others to die, so just leave this matter to himself. He looked at the boy's eyes again, and his ruby-like eyes revealed determination and expectation, which made it impossible to refuse. However, the boy must have something extraordinary to be able to fight a strange ghost alone for so long. What's your name? Kiritani Sento smiled, and the flame pillar uncle asked for his name. Maybe he agreed, and he replied, "My name is Kiritani Sento." Rengoku Makijiro picked up Kiritani Sento, just like a little rabbit. A great name. I am the flame pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Rengoku Makijiro. As you can see, the monster that wanted to eat you just now is an evil demon. If you want to become my disciple, you will fight it for the rest of your life. Rengoku Makijiro deliberately acted scary, but with a warm and cheerful personality like the Rengoku family, no matter how he pretends, he will not be scary. Kiritani Sento answered without hesitation and with a bit of a middle school mentality, I wish to kill all the evil demons in the world with the blade in my hand. Maybe it sounds very middle school mentality to ordinary people, but for every member of the Demon Slayer Corps, this is the goal they have been pursuing for thousands of years, and countless people have turned into dry bones for this without regrets. You may die at any time if you take this road. You still have a lovely sister, right? I hope to learn swordsmanship from you to better protect my sister. Rengoku Makijiro still planned to ask his parents, so he asked, Rabbit, will your parents agree? I am an orphan, and my sister is my only relative. Listening to Kiritani Sento's calm voice, Rengoku Makijiro realized the boy's inner determination, and at the same time felt guilty for bringing up a sad topic. I'm sorry for mentioning your sad story. Rengoku Makijiro bowed slightly. Knowing mistakes and correcting them, and daring to do and take responsibility are the traditional virtues of the Rengoku family. Kiritani Sento doesn't care much about his life experience. Everyone has his own script when he comes to this world. Maybe his own script is salvation. If you decide, I will train you personally. Meeting is fate. But before that, I have to fulfill my promise. Rengoku Makijiro explained. Kiritani asked with a question mark on his face, promise. Before he could react, he was carried on the shoulders of the uncle. The next second, Kiritani experienced a speed comparable to that of a car. When Kiritani reacted, he had returned to the village entrance. Rengoku Kyojuro gently put Kiritani Sento down and shouted to the house, Child, your brother is back. As soon as Makijiro finished speaking, Kiritani Kaoru ran out of the house and threw himself into his brother's arms. Kaoru cried with tears in her eyes. She prayed countless times, hoping that the gods could protect her brother. "Oh, don't leave Kaoru, Wivuwu. Kaoru never wants to be separated from you again." Kiritani Sento gently patted Kaoru's back and replied apologetically, "Kaoru, I'm sorry. I won't do it next time." Kiritani Kaoru's petite body was still trembling from the cold wind and from the softest place deep in her heart. Rengoku Makijiro took off his haori and put it on Kaoru. "This little girl is so adorable." Thinking about the two boys in his family, Makijiro said he also wanted a little cotton-padded jacket. Unfortunately, Ruka's health is getting worse and worse. He has been slaying demons for many years, but his wife is bedridden. What a fate! Kiritani Sento suddenly squatted down and wrapped his sister's cold jade feet with his tender palms, trying to warm her with his body temperature. He was so distressed. Why didn't this little girl wear shoes? Don't go barefoot in the future, you will catch a cold. Kiritani Sento felt more and more uncomfortable the more he thought about it. He was such a waste. However, with Uncle Makijiro around, Kiritani Sento's tense spirit was relaxed, and the side effects of excessive use of pupil techniques also came up. Kiritani Sento fainted with a black eye in front of his eyes, which scared Kaoru. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" As an old senior, Makijiro saw it at a glance, and he told Suin, "He is just too tired. It snowed too much today. I will stay with you all night." After that, Rengoku Makijiro carried Kiritani Zanto into the house. Suin found a room without holes and brought all the quilts. Makijiro was responsible for making a fire. He is the flame pillar and the father of 2 children. This brother and sister are so sympathetic. Suin is a very sensible girl. She first thanked him solemnly and then asked, "Uncle, won't we affect your work?" Makijiro laughed and replied, "Of course it's okay, that's the 50th demon I killed this year, and the last one for this mission." If Kiritani Sento was still awake, he would have spurted out blood. 50 is the standard for an ordinary team member to become a pillar. The reassuring sun arrived as promised, and the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Kiritani Sento's face. He slowly opened his eyes, and Kaoru fell asleep beside him. Makijiro pushed open the door and walked in, holding the porridge he cooked himself and half a rabbit he found outside. Makijiro smiled and said, "Hey! You're awake, brave boy." Kiritani Sento said with both emotion and surprise, "You didn't leave." Makijiro put down the food, then patted his chest and said, "I promise to teach you." Kiritani Sento knelt in front of Makijiro with his weak body and kowtowed 3 times. Makijiro was confused. What was he doing? Makijiro hurried forward to help Kiritani Sento up. "Hurry up, you are still very weak." But Kiritani Sento's next words shocked Makijiro. "Once a teacher, always a father. I am grateful for your teaching." As a good boy born under the red flag, the etiquette of respecting teachers and respecting the way should not be forgotten. "You kid." Makijiro admired the child in front of him even more. Maybe he really saw a treasure this time. Okay, I, Makijiro, will accept you as my disciple, but I will have to see your ability in the future. I can't let you die." "Thank you, Master." Kiritani Sento has already made his next plan, which is to get his master to recognize him, so that he can have the opportunity to wield a knife to kill demons. "Then I will call you Rabbit from now on." Makijiro felt that it would be very intimate and increase the relationship between master and apprentice. Kiritani Sento was a little confused. Rabbit is also good. Anyway, he used to be a rabbit grower. "Rabbit, Kaoru. Are you okay? Why are there so many holes in the house?" Outside the wooden house came the worried calls of Uncle Yamamoto and many villagers. Chapter 5. Kiritani Sento covered Kaoru with a blanket and ran out in a hurry. If Makijiro hadn't helped him, he would have almost fallen. As soon as Kiritani Sento opened the door, he ran into Uncle Yamamoto and several young men in the village, who were holding sickles, hoes, and other farm tools in their hands. Recently, 2 living people have disappeared in the village for no reason. Even the police have not investigated it. The elders in the village said that it was a ghost. However, seeing the rabbit walk out safely, the big stone in everyone's heart fell, but they soon became alert again. After all, there was a man with a knife standing behind Kiritani Sento. The government's ban on knives has been issued for many years. In addition to the government's propaganda, people generally don't have a good impression of people holding knives. Uncle Yamamoto took a deep breath, then raised his hoe and confronted Makijiro. It was obvious that he had made a great determination. You stay away from the rabbit. What do you want to do with the knife? The other few people immediately pulled Kiritani Zanto to their side. Makijiro and Kiritani Zanto looked at each other, and he smiled helplessly. After all, this kind of thing has happened many times. But Makijiro has always had a question: does he look like a bad guy? Uncle Yamamoto, everyone, listen to my explanation. That is my new master. He is not a bad guy. Then Kiritani Zanto explained to everyone what happened last night very seriously. The villagers sighed, and they didn't expect that the legendary monster like ghosts existed. Knowing that it was Makijiro who saved the rabbit, Uncle Yamamoto was the first to bow to express his apology, and other young people followed suit. Mr. Rengoku, I'm sorry, we didn't understand the situation. Rengoku Makijiro smiled and his hearty laughter quickly melted the misunderstandings among everyone. Afterwards, Kiritani Sento took Kiritani Kaoru to the door of each villager to bow and thank them. There were only more than 100 households in this village, but everyone had helped the brother and sister more or less. Now that it was time to say goodbye, the 2 were still reluctant to leave. After saying goodbye one by one, Kiritani Sento carried Kaoru to the village entrance. Uncle Yamamoto cried and watched the brother and sister leave. He watched them grow up. Rabbit, you have to take good care of your sister. Remember to find a wife and start a family. Come back more often when you have time. Yes, this will always be your home. The villagers stood at the entrance of the village and watched the 3 leave, with heartfelt exhortations in their mouths. Everyone go back, the monster has been destroyed, and everyone doesn't have to live in fear anymore. Kiritani Sento said goodbye in tears. He felt the warmth of family members in the village, but he had to leave. On the way to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Rengoku Makijiro had already started training Kiritani Sento. The training method was very simple, asking him to keep up with his pace as much as possible, while Kaoru was enjoying the uncle's strong back. Makijiro was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Rabbit had such good physical strength and followed him closely all morning. Kaoru lay on Makijiro's back and shouted, "Come on," her little hands clenched tightly, as if she was running too. Gradually, Kiritani Sento couldn't keep up with Makijiro. After all, the opponent was a pillar-level swordsman, and even if he deliberately slowed down his speed, he was still very fast. If Kiritani Sento hadn't practiced Tai Chi every morning and evening, and had been chopping wood in the mountains for a long time, his physical strength would have been exhausted long ago. But he was also very grateful that God had given him a hard life, otherwise he might have died in the hands of Rabbit Demon. Just when Kiritani Sento was panting and exhausted, Kaoru spoke. "Unii-chan, come on, Kaoru will always support you." Kaoru's voice made people feel like eating honey, just like a long drought and a sweet rain. Kiritani Sento shouted, "The energy is full again, go." Kiritani Sento felt that if Kaoru was around at that time, he could give Rabbit Ghost 2 big slaps in the face. On the self-cultivation of sister control. Kaoru's words of encouragement are comparable to 95 full. Nearing the evening, the few people barely rushed to a hotel. With a place to rest, Makijiro took the brother and sister to eat ramen. MMM. 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 The praise continued to spread around with the sound of eating noodles, and passers-by walked into Rakuichi Ramen curiously. The bowls of noodles were piled up in front of the three people like a stack of monks, and soon reached an astonishing 50, of which 25 were in front of Kiritani Sento and 15 in front of Makijiro. Of course, this was not the most shocking thing for the noodle shop chef. Even in front of the seemingly small Kaoru, there were 10 bowls standing up. Kiritani Sento picked up the 26th bowl and said to the boss, "Another bowl." The boss happily handed it to the boss, said directly and generously, "All the noodles after the 50th bowl today are free." "I am so touched." Kiritani said with a smile, "Boss, why don't you change Rakuichi ramen to Ichiraku ramen? After all, the 7th generation said that Ichiraku ramen is good." However, Kiritani soon looked at his master a little embarrassed. Although he was thick-skinned, he would not despise him after eating so much. After all, this was the first full meal for the brother and sister in these years, but the appetite of these two people is really not affordable for ordinary people. Makijiro seemed to see Kiritani's embarrassment, waved his hand and said with a smile, "Even if you two eat another 100 bowls, I can provide it, eat as much as you want. It's a blessing to be able to eat." Kiritani smiled and ate another 4 bowls. In the end, the master and his apprentice finished 45 bowls of ramen, and Kaoru ate 10 bowls. Kiritani Sento had broken the record of Rakuichi ramen. The boss stared at Kiritani Sento with an expectant look, as if he had met a soulmate. It was the first time that someone had eaten so much of his food, which was the greatest compliment for a ramen chef. Kiritani Sento gave a thumbs up and praised, "Rakuichi ramen, everyone says it's good. I'm optimistic about you, boss." "Boss, another bowl." "Boss, I want one too." After Kiritani Sento's live advertisement, people who came to eat ramen unconsciously ordered one more bowl. In the end, the boss sent the 3 people away with tears in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't take the food away, the boss really wanted to send a few more people and bowls. Welcome to visit next time. It has to be said that the salary of the Demon Slayer Corps is really high. With the accommodation fee plus the noodles, Makijiro didn't even frown. This is also one of the reasons why Kiritani Sento wants to join the Demon Slayer Corps. The salary is really high. It is said that the lowest salary of GUI rank members is 200,000 yen. The pillars are completely financially independent. In this way, I can buy a lot of whatever Kaoru wants to eat in the future. My sister is meant to be spoiled. She must eat the best and wear the most beautiful clothes. Chapter 6. Since Kiritani Sento lived far from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, it took more than 10 days to get there even if he took a steam train. During this period, Makijiro was always training Kiritani Sento. However, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was indeed hidden enough, and Kiritani Sento did not remember the route, which was quite like the philosophical mountain road with 18 bends. However, in this snow-covered mountain, the silence was soothing. After passing the 50th bend, Kiritani Sento finally saw the boundary marker. There were some bare trees scattered among the green pines and cypresses, which were obviously man-made. Kiritani Sento probably guessed that they should be wisteria trees. Passing through the pine forest, wooden courtyards are located in the valley, and the scale is comparable to that of a small village. This is the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The headquarters was built naturally and completely integrated with the surrounding environment. Coupled with the complex terrain, it is difficult to be discovered. The quiet headquarters has a sense of paradise, and Kiritani Sento feels relaxed physically and mentally. On the mottled boundary monument covered with moss, the 4 characters Evil Demon Slayer are written in red. These 4 short characters are the soul of the Demon Slayer Corps. Makijiro proudly said to Kiritani Sento, "Rabbit, this place is beautiful, isn't it? This will be your new home in the future." Kiritani Sento was still immersed in the beautiful scenery. He was stunned for a while before answering, "That's still very happy. Kaoru likes the way it looks here, and my heart is very quiet." Makijiro laughed, "Worthy of being my apprentice, with taste." Their Purgatory clan has lived here for generations, and is also the only family that has inherited the breathing method. Just as the three of them were standing at the door of the headquarters, a man's voice came. The voice was steady and powerful but with a slight tremor. "Senior Rengoku, you're back with a child again, Amitabha." Kiritani Sento knew who was behind him just by the sound of his voice. It was the elder brother of the Long Pillar, the Rock Pillar, Gyumei Minjayu. He was a monk-like giant who often burst into tears. There was a very long scar on his forehead and he was completely blind. He wore a brown cassock with the words Namo Amitabha written on it over his Demon Slayer Corps uniform. However, compared to his master, he was also a junior. The current Flame Pillar was the only active pillar of the previous generation. Kiritani Sento turned around and wanted to say hello to Gyumei Minjayu, but he was stunned and forgot to say hello to him for a moment. Kiritani Sento's heart was filled with surprise, excitement, and happiness. He now believed very much in what was destined by God. Kiritani Sento even shed tears of excitement. Happiness came too suddenly. Because there were two little girls with Minjayu Xingmei, one of them looked older than him, and the other was younger than him. However, the two girls had red and swollen eyes, the younger sister was still sobbing, and the older sister was holding her sister's hand tightly. Judging from the tattered clothes and scratches on their faces, they had experienced the same thing as Kiritani Sento, but they were much more pitiful than Kiritani Sento. The two sisters were the Butterfly Sisters, and the sobbing sister was Butterfly Shinobu, the girl who touched Kiritani Sento's heart. Kiritani Sento knew that the two were saved by Minjayu Xingmei. They were born in a medical family and should have lived a happy life with 3 or 4 people, but their parents died tragically at the hands of evil spirits, which completely changed their lives. Minjayu Xingmei clasped his hands together, looking at Kiritani Sento with a look of pity. The child was crying, so it must be that her relatives also died tragically at the hands of evil spirits. "Young man, don't be sad, live strong, Amitabha." There was still a trace of subtle disgust in the eyes of Minjayu Xingmei, because he didn't want to believe in children anymore because of the past, but he would still lend a hand. Who doesn't have a tragic past when joining the Demon Slayer Corps? Kiritani Sento walked to Koko Shinobu in a few steps. He smiled and stretched out his hand, and then the crescent moon pupil was activated. A soft silver light enveloped his palm, and the crescent moon mark appeared on the back of his hand. The scratches on Koko Shinobu's face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the girl was surprised by the boy's behavior. It's not good to have scratches on your face. If you encounter anything, please live with a smile, your family must hope so too. The boy's face was covered with a smile as soft as moonlight, his eyes were full of tenderness, and the white moonlight sprinkled on the girl's traumatized heart. Kiritani Sento, you can call me Rabbit, but am I cute? Not at all. Kiritani Sento introduced himself confidently. Makijiro had no idea that his new disciple would be unable to walk when he saw the little girl, but the silver light just now was what really surprised him, and that light also surprised Minjayu Xingmei. The two they looked at each other at the same time. All they could think of was blood demon art, but the boy was really a human being. The world was really magical. Then, Kiritani Sento took out 3 candied haws. The hawthorn and sugar were bought by his master. He perfectly reproduced the traditional food. I give it to you. It's sour and sweet. It's delicious. It washes away the unhappiness. Kiritani Sento gave the candied haws to the Butterfly Sisters who were still in surprise. Butterfly Kane was extremely surprised. The boy looked at Shinobu with only tenderness and worry. That feeling was definitely not the first time they met. I am Butterfly Kane, she is Shinobu, thank you for your comfort. Kane responded politely. Just a dozen days ago, they lost their parents forever. As the elder sister, they must be strong. In order to avenge, the two asked the rock pillar to let them join the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu Koko stared at Sento Kiritani's eyes and asked, "Excuse me, is this our first meeting? Sento Kiritani hesitated for a second and responded with a smile, maybe we knew each other in our last life. What Shinobu Koko didn't know was that the boy in front of him had fallen in love with the girl since the first moment he saw her, but at that time she was just an imaginary person to him. He was sad for her loss of her sister and grieved for her hiding poison in her body. At that moment, he wanted to reach out and help her. Although Kaoru Kiritani was still young, she had the delicacy that only girls can have. She knew that her brother must have fallen in love with the girl. This seems to be called love at first sight in the picture book. The future sister-in-law is undoubtedly. Kaoru Kiritani tugged at the corner of the uncle's clothes and whispered, "Master Uncle, my brother fell in love at first sight, absolutely." Makijiro looked at Kaoru with a suspicious face. Where did the little girl learn it? Kaoru walked up to Kiritani Sento, showing a healing smile, and said, "Sister Kane, Sister Shinobu, my brother has caused you trouble." Trouble? Kaoru, who was a head shorter than Kiritani Sento, pulled her brother to apologize. Kane and Shinobu waved their hands quickly. Kiritani Sento was indeed comforting them. They also knew that they came to the Demon Slayer Corps because their relatives were attacked by evil spirits. There was a sense of identity that they were connected by the same fate. Even so, the boy was still comforting them. Kiritani Kaoru took the reluctant Kiritani Sento away, and Kiritani Sento even gave a sweet that was only available in this family to Gyume Hime. At this moment, Rengoku Makijiro and Gyume Haime's crows flew out from the headquarters together. Chapter 7. The rock pilla's crow looked like his master, a muscle crow. Kiritani Sento's complaint scared the crow so much that it flew 5 meters high. The muscles look very tight, they should taste good when roasted. Rock pillar, the master wants to see you. Flame pillar, the master wants to see you too. After delivering the message, Gyume's crow left at the speed of light, and even complained, "What a scary little ghost, he wants to eat me. Rengoku, take Rabbit and Kaoru back to my house." After saying that, Makijiro looked at the butterfly sisters. Gyume walked so fast that he forgot about the 2 children. Where are they going? Kane immediately saw Makijiro's doubts and took the initiative to say, "Uncle, let's go to the butterfly house." Makijiro turned to the crow and said, "By the way, take the 2 girls to the butterfly house." After giving instructions, Makijiro went to chase after Baiminjiu Xingmei. He knew very well that Xingmei didn't like children. Kiritani Xanta turned his head, and the smile on his face never disappeared. He said, "Let's go together. Please take care of me in the future." Kane said politely, "Please take care of me." Shinobu was still shocked by Kiritani Xanta's performance. It was the feeling that the other party was very familiar with you but you had never seen the other party. It was very strange. However, she was more serious and serious since she was a child, so she didn't say anything. Kiritani Kaoru pulled her brother away, and her eyes were about to fall on Shinobu. It was too rude. Kaoru whispered, "Brother, don't keep staring at girls." "Sorry. Shinobu is so pretty." Kane smiled as if she knew everything. Kiritani Sento probably liked Shinobu, and he called her so intimately right away. Kane Kaoru held his forehead helplessly. His brother was usually very smart. He called her by her name even though he had only met her once. Kirei Sento realized that he would not call someone he was not familiar with by name, so his previous speech was just a hooligan. "Rabbit, don't panic. I am a thick-skinned rabbit." Ahem, a bit rude, but the butterfly is really pretty. Kane joked, "Is it Shinobu or me?" Even though Kane was very sad, Kiritani Sento was right. He had to live bravely. His parents definitely didn't want to see him and Shinobu sad and depressed all day. Kiritani said confidently, "They are all beautiful and have their own characteristics." After a brief exchange, the 4 followed the crow into the headquarters. Rengoku led the way in the sky, and the 3 girls followed behind it, and Kiritani stood alone at the end. Because they were all girls, the three of them still had many common topics, and Kiritani could only drool at the crow in the sky. After a while, everyone arrived in front of the courtyard of the Rengoku family. The Rengoku family was also the closest to the entrance. The butterfly house was still inside, but not very far away. In just over 10 minutes, Kiritani Kaoru became familiar with the butterfly sisters. This was also her first time to get along with girls of similar age. Kaoru, rabbit, come to the butterfly house when you have time. Kaoru, goodbye. The butterfly sisters waved goodbye, and Kiritani Kaoru looked confused. What about me? What happened? Why did Shinobu ignore me? Damn. Suddenly I felt that my life had lost its direction. The autistic Kiritani Sento did not notice that Koko Shinobu would glance at him from time to time. The Koko sisters said goodbye to the Kiritani brothers and sisters and headed towards the Koko house. They were proficient in medicine, so Bai Minjiahu Xingming recommended Koko house to them. Follow me closely, the Koko house is just ahead. The crow flew very slowly, obviously it was taking care of the girls. Kane looked at her sister who was silent on the side, and Koko Shinobu's eyes subconsciously dodged. The two were born in a medical family. Shinobu liked to study medicinal materials the most and almost never left the house, so she had never been with her peers, let alone boys. Rabbit seems to like Shinobu. Kane smiled wickedly. Koko Shinobu turned her head and pretended to be a little angry and said, "Little hooligan, you called my name without my consent." As for why she turned her head, Koko Shinobu's fair cheeks were hung with two sunset-like blushes. After all, she had never been praised by boys since she was a child. The candied haws are delicious, his eyes are so gentle, and why should I comfort myself? Kane saw through it but didn't say it. The way Kiritani Sento looked at others was different from the way he looked at Shinobu, and Shinobu was a straightforward person. How could she not refute when someone called her name directly? At this moment, at the door of Rengoku's house, Kiritani Sento lowered his head, and Suin was preaching like an old mother, "Brother, even if you like a girl, you can't keep staring at her. It will leave a bad impression on people." As thick-skinned as Kiritani Sento, he had to admit his sister's preaching. "Kaoru, I was wrong. Forget it, brother, you just need to be careful in the future. Kaoru will definitely help you, but Sister Shinobu looks so serious." Kiritani Sento knows Koko Shinobu's personality better than anyone else. Before her sister died, she was a girl who was serious, straightforward, kind, competitive, and even a little irritable. However, after Kane's death, her personality was only left with the gentleness of her sister, and she has been suppressing herself. But thinking about Shinobu now, Kiritani Sento feels that she is so cute. After all, no one is perfect, and Shinobu now is the real her. Kiritani Sento looked at his brother and smiled foolishly, and didn't know what to say for a while. Suddenly, the door of the Rengoku family was pushed open, and a young man rushed out in a hurry, just bumping into Kiritani Sento. When Kiritani Sento reacted, he found that the person in front of him was his eldest brother, Rengoku Kyojuro. However, it must be said that the genes of the Rengoku family are simply ridiculously strong. The eldest brother is simply a smaller version of the master. The difference is that the eldest brother still has the immaturity of a boy. Rengoku Kyojuro has long yellow hair, part of the edge of his hair is red, and thick black sword eyebrows. However, at this moment, the boy's eyes were filled with tears and he was about to cry, but he still helped Kiritani Sento up, apologized hurriedly, and ran towards the direction of the butterfly house. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Kiritani Sento suddenly felt bad. The master's wife was not in good health. Wouldn't something happen? "Suin, let's go to the master's house to see, maybe something happened to the master's wife." "Yeah." The brother and sister hurriedly ran into the Rengoku family, crossed the front yard, and Kiritani Sento ran into the house with his sister, but the two overlooked a problem. they didn't know the way. "Brother, how to get there?" Sun asked anxiously. She heard the uncle mention things at home, and it happened that both of them had the ability to heal others. The two were anxious like ants on a hot pot, especially Kiritani Sento. Saving his master's wife was the first regret he wanted to change. They got lost at such a critical moment. At this moment, a child's cry came from the house. Chapter 8. "Mom, don't die. Mom, my brother went to find a doctor." Kiritani Sento followed the crying sound and finally found Rengoku Ruka and Rengoku Chihiro, who was crying in a room. Chihiro can be said to be the smallest master. Kiritani Sento immediately thought of using the same clothes L, XL, XXL to describe the three Rengoku father and son. It's just that Chihiro's eyebrows have a little more tenderness inherited from his mother. Looking at the two people who suddenly broke in, Chihiro was stunned for a moment, and then continued to cry helplessly. Kiritani Sento suddenly realized that Chihiro is now just a 5 or 6-year-old child, his mother is seriously ill, and his father and brother are not around. "Kaoru, take care of Chihiro." "Yes." Kiritani Sento immediately ran to Rengoku Ruka. Because of the torture of the disease, Mrs. Ruka has long lost her former spirit. Rengoku Ruka opened her eyes with difficulty, and what she saw was not her beloved husband, but a strange child. "Master's wife, I am Kiritani Sento, you can't die, please believe me." Rengoku Ruka knew that Makijiro had sent a letter a few days ago, and it was Kyojuro who read it to her. Rengoku Ruka felt a little ashamed. After all, this was the first disciple her husband accepted. "It's Rabbit, sorry, master's wife can't welcome you." Kiritani Sento was stunned. Why did master's wife apologize? She did nothing wrong, just because she couldn't welcome herself. Kiritani Sento immediately activated the crescent moon eye technique. A ball of soft light rose, and then enveloped Rengoku Ruka, and found that one hand was not enough. He immediately used both hands. Yes, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps has a different personality, but they are all gentle in their bones. Because I have been caught in the rain, I want to hold an umbrella for others. Maybe in real life, good people are often rewarded with good things, which is often a joke. It is often a disaster that lasts for thousands of years. After all, good people choose to let others live, while bad people choose to live themselves. The master's family inherited the tradition of slaying demons and protecting ordinary people, but the result was the loss of his wife and son in middle age. Perhaps he is the so-called God's kind feedback to this family. If people's hearts are good, good will follow. Kiritani Sento increased the coverage of the healing light ball, but his physical strength was also rapidly lost. He was sweating profusely in just a few minutes. The effect of the healing technique was obvious. Rengoku Ruka's pale cheeks gradually became rosy, and the breath of death faded away little by little. As a patient, Rengoku Ruka was amazed. The silver light ball was very warm, like bathing in the warm sun of early spring, very comfortable. And the limbs gradually became strong. Is this child a messenger of God? In fact, Rengoku Ruka has always been very scared, but she is not afraid of death. She is afraid that her husband will lose his fighting spirit and that no one will take care of her young son. "Senjiro, don't cry, your mother will be fine." Sun was still comforting Senjiro. She gently stroked Senjiro's head, and he soon stopped crying because he felt his mother's tenderness. "Big sister, will mom really be okay?" Sun nodded seriously. She believed her brother, Aunt Ruka is so good, she will definitely not die. Kiritani Sento is still outputting steadily, but he found that the healing technique really consumes physical strength. If he hadn't eaten enough recently, he would have fainted by now. About 10 minutes later, Kiritani Sento's body kept shaking. Consuming physical strength is one aspect, and the master's wife's disease is indeed very serious. He can feel something that conflicts with the healing technique. He doesn't know what it is, but that thing is dying little by little. Kiritani Sento knows that he will succeed when that thing completely disappears. Suddenly, Kiritani Sento fell down without holding his balance. He stood up without taking a breath and performed healing. Rengoku Ruka was very distressed. Why did this child risk his life for a stranger? Child, I'm much better. You take a rest. You've exhausted yourself. Kiritani Sento chuckled and said, Master saved my life. This is what I should do. I'm fine. Child, be obedient. Master's wife is really fine. Suddenly Rengoku Kyojuro ran in, followed by the Butterfly Sisters and the current head of Butterfly House, the former Flower Column, Suzuki Haruko. They are all people who know medical skills. What happened? What is the child doing? Suzuki Haruko was a little surprised. She had never seen such a treatment method. Koko Shinobu was the first to stand up. Master, his ability is a special ability that cannot be explained by medicine. Let's not disturb him. Others also listened to Koko Shinobu's advice and stood quietly aside to watch this miracle. The treatment was still going on, and the Lord released Makijiro early. He even used his sword skills to rush back to the house. A flame flew on the avenue of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and the team members were shocked, especially the swordsman who learned the breath of flame. Is this the strength of the pillar? After nearly half an hour of treatment, Kiritani Sento completely eliminated the disease in Rengoku Ruka's body, and his physical strength was seriously overdrawn. After all, this body was too weak. Kiritani Sento turned around with a confident and gratified smile on his face, and gave everyone a thumbs up. I will definitely have no problem doing things, ha ha ha. Master's wife is fine, and she needs to rest next. Please show it to everyone in the Butterfly House. Look. Before he finished speaking, Kiritani Sento fell down, and Kiritani Kaoru, Butterfly Shinobu, and Rengoku Kyojuro ran over at the same time. Finally, Kiritani Sento fell into Kyojuro's arms. Big brother. In his previous life, Rengoku Kyojuro had harvested many of his tears, and he was always his big brother. Kyojuro was a little confused. What was Rabbit regretting? Rabbit, your kindness will be remembered forever by Big Brother. The optimistic Kyojuro cried for the second time. The last time was when his mother was critically ill, and this time his mother was safe and sound. Kiritani Sento fell asleep in Kyojuro's arms. Suzuki Haruko went to check on Rengoku Ruka's body, and the Butterfly Sisters checked on Kiritani Sento. In fact, Suzuki Haruko still had some doubts at first, but seeing the boy risking his life to save people, she, as a doctor, recognized it very much. Suzuki Haruko smiled and said, Ruka's body is really fine, and the pulse is normal. She was very shocked. It was simply a miracle. How is my brother? Kiritani Kaoru said anxiously. Kane touched Sun's little head and said gently, he just overdrawn his physical strength, it's okay. Hearing Kane's words, Kyojuro was really relieved. It was great that he was okay. If something happened, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. Makijiro pushed the door open anxiously, and he found that his wife was smiling at him. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming. After all, just now, the eagle said that his wife was critically ill. At that moment, he was ashamed. Makijiro, Ruka is fine, you have accepted an incredible apprentice. Suzuki Haruko said. Makijiro cried with joy. This big man who killed countless ghosts cried for the first time. Yes, he accepted an incredible apprentice. Chapter 9. Kiritani Sento sat up in a daze, hunger sweeping his body. He felt that he could swallow a cow now. As expected, healing consumes the most mana. Before Kiritani Sento could react, Rengoku Kyojuro gave him a bear hug. Because he had practiced swordsmanship since he was a child, Kyojuro was very strong. Oh my god, big brother, I'm going to be strangled to death. Rengoku Kyojuro realized that he was too strong, but he was very happy. Since the moment Kiritani Sento saved his mother, Kyojuro vowed to treat the Kiritani brothers and sisters as relatives for the rest of his life. Rengoku Kyojuro laughed, "Rabbit, thank you so much." Kiritani Sento scratched the back of his head and said nonchalantly, it's okay, it's my duty, Master's wife is a good person, she shouldn't die so early. From now on, Rabbit, you are my real brother, Big Brother will go through fire and water without hesitation. Kyojuro said meticulously. Kiritani Sento waved his hands repeatedly, saying that it was not the case, he just consumed too much energy and did not pay any price. Gurgle. Kiritani Sento's stomach suddenly growled, indicating that he was very eager for food, otherwise he would go on strike. Kiritani Sento was not polite to his elder brother and said, "Brother, do you have food? I may need a lot of food. It's ready a long time ago, come with me." Rengoku Kyojuro picked up the weaker Kiritani Sento, and in this way, his elder brother became the first man in the Demon Slayer Corps to hold a rabbit like a princess. Kiritani Sento felt something was wrong, this was not reasonable. "Brother, I can walk by myself. No need to hold me." Kyojuro did not feel that there was anything wrong with this, and he would take care of the rabbit until it recovered. This was the Rengoku family's repayment. Kyojuro carried Kiritani Sento to the yard in a hurry, and shouted excitedly, "Rabbit wakes up!" 7 pairs of eyes in the front hall looked at the two of them. Except for the woman who was holding her belly and laughing, Kiritani Sento knew everyone else. "Little Rabbit Princess, we're roasting a whole pig today." Kiritani Sento. "Who is this auntie?" Kiritani Sento really didn't have any impression of this person. At first, he thought she was just an ordinary medical staff in the butterfly house. Suzuki Haruko's laughter stopped abruptly. "Auntie? I'm only 25 years old this year. This guy just doesn't want to live anymore." Makijiro hurriedly grabbed Suzuki Haruko, who was about to run away. This person hated being called old the most in her life. The bad memories were still fresh. Makijiro persuaded earnestly, "Haruko, put the knife back, don't bother with a junior. Since you cured Sister Ruka, I'll give you a chance to reform." Suzuki Haruko rolled her eyes at Kiritani Sento. Rengoku Kyojuro leaned close to Kiritani Sento's ear and whispered, "Sister Haruko hates people calling her aunt the most, she really will cut people." Listening to Kyojuro's certain and affirmative tone, Kiritani Sento swallowed a mouthful of saliva and immediately changed his words, "Sister Haruko is so gentle and considerate, how could she bother with a junior like me?" With sincere eyes and sincere tone, Kyojuro couldn't help but give a thumbs up, worthy of being a rabbit. Suzuki Haruko sheathed the knife completely, and then rolled her eyes at Kiritani Sento again. "This little guy is quite talkative. Forget it, sister forgives you, this won't happen again." Everyone gathered in front of the fragrant roast suckling pig, which was caught by Makijiro for Kiritani Sento. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is located in the mountains, and there are all kinds of wild game. Suzuki Haruko simply brought the Butterfly Sisters here to eat, and Rengoku Ruka, who had been bedridden for a long time, naturally didn't want to miss such a scene. As the head of the family, Makijiro cut meat while taking care of the children below. Kiritani Sento was a little surprised that his master could kill demons outside and cook inside. Kiritani Sento still kept his previous habits, and Kaoru ate first before he started eating. "Brother, you don't have to give in to me all the time. Uncle said that we will always have enough food." Kaoru looked at his brother with a distressed face. "Yes, in the future, no matter how much you two want to eat, Master will give you enough." Kiritani Sento realized that he had found his home. He was very happy now, eating roasted pig with the person in his dream. So Kiritani's next performance surprised those who had never seen him eat. A whole pig leg disappeared in his hands in a short while, and Kiritani's stomach didn't even swell. Such a big eater, it seems that ability really consumes physical strength. Suzuki Haruko sighed. If Kiritani could join the butterfly house, many people would definitely not have to sacrifice, but she shook her head and left. What if it hurt her body? Kiritani glanced at Suzuki from time to time. Haruko, although he was watching Koko Shinobu most of the time, for him as a time traveler, Suzuki Haruko was a variable and an unexpected person. Suzuki Haruko had short pink hair, but it was much longer than men's. There was a faint scar on her neck. Unlike the gentleness of others, she gave people a heroic feeling. But he thought about it and felt that this was reasonable. Before Kane became the flower pillar, there must be a person in charge of the butterfly house, and someone must have taught the butterfly sisters. Maybe Suzuki Haruko died later. After all, this was 9 years ago and many things had not happened yet. The appearance of Suzuki Haruko also made Kiritani Sento more deeply realize that this is a real world, the kind that can really die. Why do you always stare at me, kid? Suzuki Haruko pointed at Kiritani Sento with her big pig's hoof, and Kiritani Sento's mouth twitched. This sister is not at all a lady. Kiritani Sento acted well behaved and said with a smile, "Sister, you look handsome." Suzuki Haruko nodded with satisfaction. She was indeed handsome. What the boy said was right. Kiritani Sento was suddenly confused. This sister liked others to praise her for being handsome. She had a unique personality. Also, don't stare at my little Shinobu all the time, little pervert. As soon as the butterfly sisters arrived, Suzuki Haruko accepted them as apprentices. She really needed someone to inherit the butterfly house. The two happened to be born in a medical family. Everyone else looked like they knew everything, only Suzuki Haruko pointed it out, which made Shinobu Koko blush a little. Kiritani Sento ate roasted pig as if nothing had happened, and the whole yard was surrounded by laughter. Warmth is also reassuring. Smiles are the best medicine to cure sadness. The butterfly sisters also smiled from the bottom of their hearts. They lost a home, and God gave them another home. Around the bonfire, eating roasted pigs, listening to whispers, and tasting happiness. For the first time, Kiritani Sento felt the peace of mind of a family sitting together as shown in TV dramas. The smile was like a seed, quietly buried in everyone's heart. Chapter 10. The bonfire party ended soon. Suzuki Haruko was ready to take the butterfly sisters back to the butterfly house. Shinobu Butterfly took a few steps and turned back. She looked at Kiritani Sento and was a little speechless. Shinobu Butterfly, you want to say goodbye? Where is your straightforwardness? Shinobu kept persuading herself. Kiritani Sento looked at Shinobu happily. What should I do? It's so cute. The two stood there blankly. Kaoru was so anxious that she took the tableware from Kiritani Sento and pushed her brother over. Kiritani Sento smiled and said, "Miss Butterfly, what's the matter?" Shinobu Butterfly kept circling her 2 index fingers around each other. She took a deep breath and said slowly, "Thank you for comforting me yesterday. And you can just call me Shinobu. Goodbye, Rabbit." After Shinobu thanked her, she trotted away from the Rengoku family. Rengoku Ruka showed a motherly smile. Rabbits are very popular with girls. In this era, people generally get married very early, especially girls who have delicate hearts and know about feelings earlier. Kiritani Sento was stunned for a long time. Shinobu finally agreed to talk to me. He always thought that Shinobu was disgusted by his behavior yesterday. After all, the two had just met, and he was like a pervert, but he really wanted to talk to Shinobu. Rabbit, it seems that you have a great chance. Go to the butterfly house more often when you have time. Rengoku Makijiro patted Kiritani Sento on the shoulder. Men should take the initiative and chase after the girls they like. Kiritani Sento looked at his master with a serious face. He decided to start learning sword skills tomorrow. Only by becoming stronger as soon as possible can he protect scenes like today. Master, I will start learning sword skills tomorrow, okay? Makijiro was a little surprised. He actually wanted Rabbit to rest for a few more days and take it slowly. Rest for a few more days, your health is important. I'm in good health, I just didn't eat enough before. I want to get stronger, I want to protect the people in my heart. I'm still young, I have to hurry up to learn sword skills, whether it's my elder brother, Shinobu, or Kane, they are all talented swordsmen. Shinobu created his own breathing, and my elder brother reached the level of the pillar with only 3 incomplete books. Now with his father's personal guidance, my elder brother will only be stronger. The next day, just at dawn, Kiritani Battle Rabbit got up. He came to the yard, and the cold air continued to erode his body. But he had a new cotton coat, and it wasn't that cold, at least much better than before. Kiritani Battle Rabbit stood in the front yard. The front yard of the Rengoku family was very large. In addition to some necessary flowers and plants, there were wooden stakes for training. Kiritani Battle Rabbit closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, so that he could reach a state of physical relaxation as quickly as possible. I saw Kiritani Sento first stand upright with his feet together, then his arms drooped, his fingers slightly bent, his jaw lifted, his chin slightly retracted, his tongue against the upper palate, and his eyes looking straight ahead. All the movements were done in one go, without any delay. After practicing for 2.5 years, Kiritani Sento had already engraved every move in his mind. He practiced simplified Tai Chi, after all, even the old man in the park knows it, and he had no chance to learn Tai Chi, which is called martial arts, in his previous life. Tai Chi is one of the traditional Chinese martial arts, and it is also the memory of Kiritani Sento in his previous life. In the past, he certainly could not get up early every day to practice this thing, but now he knows that Tai Chi is really amazing. The waist is no longer painful, and the legs are no longer sore. After practicing, the whole person feels refreshed. Tai Chi originated in China. It is a combination of various martial arts from past dynasties, combined with ancient Dayan and breathing techniques, and absorbed classical philosophy and traditional Chinese medicine theory to form a kind of internal and external training, soft, slow, and light martial arts. But now I have to thank the old man for this set, your uncle is still your uncle. Kiritani Sento sighed, the preparatory form ended, and the main course began. Starting position, the wild horse splits its mane to the left and right, the white crane spreads its wings, cross hands, closing position. A total of 24 forms. After a set, the body is also a lot warmer, and the next step is physical training, running around the house, although simple and crude but very effective. Because Kiritani Sento was fully engaged, he didn't notice the Rengoku father and son watching on the side. In their eyes, the rabbit was playing something very new. As a warrior, Rengoku Makijiro guessed that it was probably a kind of martial arts, but he really had never heard of it or seen it. Kyojuro looked at Makijiro like a curious baby and asked, "Father, is the rabbit dancing?" Makijiro shook his head and replied, "I don't know either. You should ask the rabbit. His stuff is very new and complicated. It should be a kind of martial arts." Kyojuro, who was a curious baby and a learner, immediately ran towards Kiritani Zantu. "Rabbit, what is the name of the dance you just danced? I want to learn it too." Kiritani Sento then noticed his elder brother and master. He should have thought of it earlier. Every swordsman is training hard. Kiritani Sento greeted him and explained, "Brother, this is called Tai Chi. It is a martial art that strengthens the body and prolongs life. How about I teach you?" Rengoku Makijiro immediately reacted. No wonder Rabbit's physical fitness is so much better than that of ordinary children. It turns out that it is because of this magical martial art. If all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps learn it, the overall strength will definitely be improved a lot. "Rabbit, can you teach us?" Makijiro didn't want to order Rabbit as an elder. As the saying goes, in the way of martial arts, the master is the master. Makijiro didn't care about the red tape, and there was nothing wrong with learning from his apprentice. But such a precious thing can't be taught to others casually. Kiritani Sento agreed without hesitation. He smiled and said that letting the ancestors' things flourish outside was also a remembrance and respect for the ancestors. Makijiro found that he was overthinking. Rabbit might not think so at all. Being able to sacrifice himself to save his wife already showed Rabbit's clear mind. Makijiro said with emotion, "The gods treat me well. It is a great honor to meet a disciple like Rabbit. Master, today I will teach you some basic hand movements." Kiritani Sento started to demonstrate as he spoke: palm down, palm up, fist, hook, push palm, palm together, hammer down, fist up. Kiritani Sento's movements were slow, but Rengoku and his son remembered them almost in one go. Speaking of talent in martial arts, these two father and son are really strong. With talent, you can really do whatever you want. Kyojuro seemed to have opened the door to a new world, his face full of excitement. The rabbit's tai chi was very special. The three of them practiced, and the sun rose. The first wisp of smoke from the Rengoku family floated above the blue sky. Kaoru helped Rengoku Ruka in the kitchen. Originally, Rengoku and his son would not allow it, but Rengoku Ruka refused on the grounds of recovery. Rengoku Ruka knew that only by moving again would her body recover as before. Besides, now she had a well-behaved and sensible daughter. She was so happy. She had wanted a daughter for a long time. Chapter 11. After breakfast, Sun accompanied Rengoku Ruka for a walk. She had just recovered from a serious illness and needed to recover her physical strength. Rengoku Makijiro took his apprentice and son to train their physical strength. Senjiro watched from the side and found it fun to watch them train. Run 100 laps around the yard first. Kiritani Sento seemed to see the youth of Emperor Kai in his master. Go forward. Kyojuro ran out first, followed by Kiritani Sento. If you want to learn breathing techniques, you must have a strong body. After one lap, Kiritani Sento felt that one lap of the house was about the equivalent of a 400-meter runway, and 100 laps was 40 kilometers. If it were in the past, 1,000 meters would cost him half his life, which was simply the pain of a college student, but now it is different. About 3 hours later, Kyojuro finished his physical training, which was too easy for him who had been training since he was a child. Kiritani Sento was far behind. He was still running. When he passed the door again, he was surprised that his elder brother was not red in the face or out of breath, and was still greeting him. Kyojuro shouted, and clenched his fists, "Rabbit, come on, burn yourself." Kyojuro sighed, is his elder brother still a human? The distance just now was equivalent to a marathon, how could he be fine? About 2 hours later, Kiritani Sento returned to the gate panting, and it took him about 5 hours. Kiritani Sento was a little surprised at his result. He was still a child, but his physical fitness was already better than that of an ordinary adult. Makijiro patted his apprentice on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. Kyojuro took longer at your age. Kyojuro was still swinging the sword. The so-called swinging the sword is swinging up and down, and the main feature of this action is boredom and dullness. But this is the foundation. 1,000-mile platform starts with piling up earth. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the strength in the later stage. Just this one action, Kyojuro has been doing it for 2 years, and it is impossible to complete it without enough perseverance. The first morning training of Kiritani Sento ended with running. He was so tired that his lungs were about to explode. This was really a painful thing. Take a break at noon. I will teach Kyojuro the breath of fire in the afternoon. Rabbit, you just watch from the side, but you have to start with swinging the sword. Makijiro gave a few instructions and went back to the house. Kyojuro hugged Kiritani Sento's shoulders and said, Rabbit, come on, I have been swinging the wooden sword for 2 years. Kiritani Sento glanced at his elder brother. If the master's wife had not died, perhaps his elder brother could have learned all the true teachings of the breath of fire. The current path is the path that the elder brother should experience, and he will get the personal guidance of the flame pillar. Brother, you should also try your best. Be careful that I will surpass you. Kyojuro smiled even more brightly when he heard what Kiritani Sento said. He had always wanted to have a peer to train with. Kyojuro stretched out his fist and said with a smile, "Then let's become stronger together, strong enough to share the responsibility on our father's shoulders. Strong enough to protect everyone around you." Kirotani Sento trembled inwardly, smiled and stretched out his fist to touch his brother's. In the cold wind, the sun stretched the shadows of the two teenagers very long, and the two of them reached a common dream, a dream called protection. "Me, I want to touch fists too." A childish voice sounded. The two turned their heads together. Chihiro held the candied hawse in one hand and raised his fist with the other hand, but his two brothers were too tall and he couldn't reach it. "Ha ha ha, of course. Chihiro should also work hard." The two bent down and touched their childish fists together. This is the tacit understanding between men. Suin looked at the scene, and a rose-like smile bloomed. It was great that his brother made friends. "Everyone, let's eat, hurry up." "Got it, Suin." "Sister Suin, that's great, Senjiro can also swing the sword with the brothers." Senjiro jumped into Suin's arms. Because of that day, Senjiro was very close to this sister. "Well, everyone, come on." Rengoku Ryuhuo snuggled in Makijuro's arms and said softly, "We are very lucky." "I agree with my wife." The happy lunch time is over, and the next step is to learn the breathing method. Makijuro held a wooden sword in his hand, and he planned to demonstrate the complete flame breathing to the two of them first. "Kyojuro, Rabbit, you guys watch carefully. I'm going to start." As soon as Makijuro finished speaking, the crescent moon between Kiritani Sento's red eyes lit up, and the bulging blood vessels surrounded his eyes. In his eyes, Makijuro's movements slowed down a lot, and Kiritani Sento didn't even know the movements of his master's swordsmanship's name, but he is confident that he can reproduce the complete version of Breath of Flame. Extremely strong dynamic vision is the least energy-consuming of the three pupil techniques of Kiritani Sento. Dynamic vision and strong memory give Kiritani Sento the ability to learn all sword techniques, and he can get the form after seeing it once. Crescent Moon Eye makes up for the basic defects of Kiritani Sento. Breath of Flame 1 form Shiranui. Breath of Flame 2 form Rising Flame Sky. Breath of Flame Secret 9 form Purgatory. Makijuro deliberately slowed down his movements, otherwise he only needed 1 minute to perform these sword techniques engraved in his bones. After finishing the fight and putting away the sword, Makijuro looked at the two people who were concentrating and asked, "How much have you learned?" Kyojuro said, "Father, I remember all the sword techniques of Breath of Flame." "Master, I feel like I have also learned the 9 styles of Breath of Flame." Makijuro looked at his apprentice in disbelief. Kyojuro had been influenced by him since he was a child, and with his amazing talent, he performed it once just to give him a new experience. But Rabbit had never been exposed to sword techniques since he was a child. How could he learn it in one go? However, Makijuro soon noticed Kiritani Sento's eyes, and with his magical healing ability, Makijuro suddenly felt that nothing was impossible. With doubts, Makijuro gave each of them a wooden sword. He knew that Rabbit was not the kind of person who exaggerates. "Then let's demonstrate Breath of Flame next." Kiritani Sento held the sword, and he felt very familiar with it for the first time. The figure of the master was replayed in his mind bit by bit like a movie. One type Shiranui. Kiritani Sento and Kyojuro swung their swords at the same time. Their movements were unexpectedly synchronized. From the side, only one person could be seen. Makijuro pretended to be calm, but in fact, he was already in a state of shock. He was very surprised that he had found a genius. Rabbit could replicate the move of Breath of Flame after only watching it once. Kiritani Sento and Kyojuro put away their swords together. Kyojuro was shocked, but he couldn't hide his smile. "Rabbit, you are so amazing. We can practice swords together in the future." "Ha ha ha ha, that's great." Kyojuro did not show any jealousy, but was extremely happy. Makijuro ran to 20 and hugged them. He was very excited. Rabbit was a genius and his son's strength would definitely surpass his own. There is hope for the next generation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Maybe the evil spirits will come to an end. Rengoku Makijuro ran excitedly to the Lord's house. He had to tell the Lord about this good news immediately. Chapter 12. Makijuro came home very late. He talked a lot with his master. Yabayashiki Yoya was very moved. Makijuro has always been thinking about the Demon Slayer Corps. He is the pillar of his father's generation and the strongest one at present. For him, Makijuro is a respected predecessor. After listening to Makijuro's words, Yabayashiki Yoya finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Demon Slayer Corps has become too weak when it came to his generation. There are only 3 pillar-level swordsmen at present. Yabayashiki Yoya hopes that the Demon Slayer Corps can reach the level of the Warring States period, so that they can have the capital to fight a tragic battle with Muzan Kibutsuji. The next day, Makijuro planned to teach Kiritani Zanto the full concentration breathing method. He originally wanted to wait until the rabbit's physical fitness came up before starting to teach, but now he has all the sword skills, so he must teach the full concentration breathing method. Geniuses always take different paths, which is also beyond Makijuro's expectations. Rengoku Kyojuro was practicing sword skills. He had already mastered the full concentration breathing and Chongzhong, which was why he was far ahead of Kiritani Sento in running, and his sword had been upgraded from a wooden sword to an iron sword. As long as he was proficient in sword skills, Kyojuro would be able to participate in this year's final selection. Kiritani Sento was very familiar with the full concentration breathing method. The sword skills he displayed were just a form. Only by mastering the full concentration breathing method could he become a real swordsman. The full concentration breathing method can speed up the blood circulation and heartbeat in the body, expand the lungs, and allow a large amount of air to enter the blood. When the blood is stimulated, the bones and muscles will tighten, and the body temperature will rise, thus gaining the power to compete with the demons. Kiritani Sento had tried it before, but he failed. This thing is really not something that can be realized. Makijuro first explained to Kiritani Sento what the full concentration breathing method was. Kiritani Sento listened very carefully and asked questions from time to time. In his opinion, "Kyojuro, come here first, show the rabbit how to blow the gourd." After that, Makijuro took out 2 large yellow gourds from behind. Kiria Sento's eyes lit up. It appeared. Demon Slayer legendary props, gourds. However, the gourd that Makijuro took out seemed to be a little beyond Kiria Sento's cognition. The gourd was as long as his arm. Is this something a human can do? Kyojuro took the big gourd and took a deep breath. His chest also expanded a lot, and then blew into the gourd mouth. After a while, there was a bang, and the nearly 60-centimeter big gourd turned into pieces on the ground. Kiria Sento exclaimed, "Oh my god, Big Brother is awesome." Kyojuro was very happy. It felt good to be admired by his younger brother. However, he immediately shared his thoughts. "Rabbit, you should pay attention to expanding your lungs, that is, breathe in as much as possible. Although it is uncomfortable at first, you will be fine after adapting. Come on, Big Brother believes in you, because you are a genius." After that, Kyojuro went to practice sword skills, and Makijuro handed the big gourd to Kiritani Sento. He didn't let the rabbit master it immediately. If you want to strengthen the power of the lungs, you must first go to a place with scarce oxygen to train. Kiritani Sento stared at the gourd in his hand. Is this a legendary item? Should I try it first? The sun shines on the gourd, and the gourd reflects the light into Kiritani Sento's eyes. It seems to say, if you are a brother, come and blow me. Don't look at the size of the gourd. If you smash it, you are one step closer to success. Kiritani Sento also took a deep breath, and then blew at the gourd with all his strength. After a while, the gourd was safe and sound, and the rabbit's face flushed. He let go of the gourd and breathed in fresh air. This tricky gourd wants to harm me, and Kiritani Sento is very helpless. Makijiro grabbed Kiritani Sento in front of him and ran outside. He said as he ran, "Don't be anxious, and don't be depressed. Master will take you to a place." Kiritani Sento felt that the wind was very noisy. It kept hitting his face. Master's speed was too fast. After an unknown amount of time, Makijiro put down the somewhat confused Kiritani Sento. Kiritani Sento looked up and saw a hillside that stretched as far as the eye could see. The slope of the hillside was not steep, and it was completely possible to run up. Makijiro explained, "The higher you go in this place, the less air there is. Rabbit, you just need to run to the top of the mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, Makijiro rushed up first, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from Kiritani Sento's sight. But the bold voice still echoed on the hillside, "My dear disciple, I'll wait for you on the top of the mountain. By the way, Haruko said that they will also come here to train." "Hey! Aren't these the butterfly sisters? Hello." When Kiritani Sento heard this, he was very excited. "I was so excited. Shinobu was right in front of me. What are you waiting for? Let's go." Kiritani Zanto carried the gourd on his back and stepped on the gas pedal. He was full of energy when he thought about seeing Shinobu. Soon, two beautiful figures appeared in Kiritani Zanta's field of vision. He waved and greeted them from a distance. "Sister Kane, Shinobu, hello." The butterfly sisters were resting against a big rock. There were two bamboo backpacks in front of them. Kane tilted her head and looked at her sister with ill intentions. She couldn't help but want to make a joke. "Xiao Shinobu, your little rabbit is here." Butterfly Shinobu's mouth immediately bulged, like a little squirrel storing winter food in autumn. She said angrily, "Sister, if you do this again, I will ignore you. It will be bad if others hear it." Kane laughed even happier now. This was the only person who could make Xiao Shinobu shy. "Hello, rabbit. By the way, after training we still have to collect herbs. I have something to do. Can you accompany Xiao Shinobu for a while?" Kane blinked at Kiritani Zantu, who understood immediately and smiled even more. "No problem, of course I have no problem. Sister, you will be my sister in the future." Shinobu Koko looked at her sister blankly. "What's the matter? How come I don't know?" At this moment, Shinobu's little head had many question marks. "Sister, you can't be in trouble, right?" Kane pretended to be stupid. She was sure about Rabbit and Xiao Shinobu, and said, "I'm still a little unskilled about flower breathing. I need to ask Sister Haruko." Shinobu Koko looked at her with disdain. Didn't Sister Haruko say that it was just a demonstration? She obviously had to blow the gourd first. Kane immediately said, "Isn't it someone who wants to stop?" Before Kane finished speaking, Shinobu Koko covered her sister's mouth. "This can't be said." Kiritani Sento didn't know what happened, but the angry Shinobu was also very cute. "So what happened?" Shinobu Koko turned her head and stared at Kiritani Sento, saying, "Rabbit, let's keep running, the teachers are waiting." "And you didn't hear anything?" Kiritani Sento swallowed his saliva, his desire to survive was full, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, "Understood." Chapter 13. Shinobu Koko let go of her sister and ran out first. Kiritani Sento gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Thank you for your support, sister." Kane showed her little fangs and said earnestly, "I'm calling you sister, but you have to make sure you don't make Shinobu cry." After that, Kane chased after her. She had a reason for doing so. Is there anything more important than Shinobu's happiness? Killing ghosts or taking revenge, just do it yourself. Kiritani Sento was stunned for a long time before catching up, but he soon caught up with the butterfly sisters, but as the altitude increased, the air became thinner and thinner. For some reason, the air in this mountain is less than other places. Of course, swordsmen who train at the headquarters usually come to this mountain for training. However, no matter which trainer, the place where the disciples are trained is a big mountain, such as Sagurayama for water breathing, Momoyama for thunder breathing, etc. Breathing requires swordsmen to have strong lungs, and the low oxygen environment at high altitude is the perfect choice. Kiritani Sento felt like his lungs were about to explode, and an endless feeling of suffocation swept through his body. He covered his chest with a painful look on his face. It was so uncomfortable. Dizziness, shortness of breath, and vomiting are all symptoms of altitude sickness. Kiritani Sento didn't expect that his first altitude sickness in his life would be experienced in a different world. It was really fate. The physical fitness of the butterfly sisters was not as good as that of Kiritani Sento. They lay on the ground, breathing in the limited air. Kiritani Sento endured the discomfort and ran over. He wanted to help the two of them up, but Koko Shinobu suddenly turned her head and said stubbornly, "Rabbit, don't help me, I can do what others can do." Kiritani Sento did what Koko Shinobu said. He knew that this little girl was very strong, and not helping was the right choice. Although he thought so, Kiritani Sento's body was not under the control of the brain at the moment, so he still helped Koko Shinobu up. Due to the uncomfortable body and her own incompetence when her parents died, Koko Shinobu pushed Kiritani Sento away. But she regretted it the next second. Rabbit was obviously helping her. Why? "Shinobu Koko, what are you doing?" Shinobu Koko kept questioning herself. Now is not the time to lose her temper. But when she turned around, her eyes were full of surprise. Although it was painful, Kiritani Sento still managed to smile. He tilted his head and looked at Shinobu Koko. "It's okay, no matter what happens, I will help Shinobu." "Oh. I'm falling down too." Kane's voice broke the silence, and Kiritani Sento hurried to help Kane up. "Besides relatives, who else can unconditionally tolerate you?" It seems that Rabbit really likes Shinobu. After the episode, the three of them still endured the pain and ran to the top of the mountain. The physical pain was not even 1/10,000th of the loss of their relatives. Their goal is the same, which is to become stronger, so that the tragedy that happened to them will not happen to others. However, the last few hundred meters were extremely painful. Makijiro and Suzuki Haruko sat on the top of the mountain and watched the three people struggling. They will not help their apprentices, nor can they help their apprentices, because their opponents are evil spirits, and the current help will be the poisonous hand in the future. Under the gaze of the two, Kiritani Sento and the other two came to the top of the mountain, and Makijiro and Suzuki Haruko quickly supported their respective apprentices. Makijiro praised without concealing, "Well done, you are very powerful." Suzuki Haruko gave each of the butterfly sisters a bottle of medicine, which can relieve pain, but Butterfly Shinobu got up alone and walked towards Kiritani Sento. Suzuki Haruko grabbed her apprentice, and then said helplessly, "This is yours, and the little rabbit princess also has a share." Little rabbit princess? He can accept the rabbit, but the little rabbit is reluctant, and calling her a princess is too much. "Stinky woman, what do you mean? I am a man, absolutely, absolutely not a princess." Kiritani Sento pointed at Suzuki Haruko, as if he would die in pain and die on the mountain without drinking a single sip of your medicine. Suzuki Haruko looked at Kiritani Sento with a smirk on her face. What can you do to me, little rabbit?" "Damn, even rabbits bite when they are angry." Kiritani Sento, who thought he was thick-skinned enough, was broken for the first time, and the pain in his lungs became much worse. Suzuki Haruko walked to Kiritani Sento and quietly put the hand holding the medicine in front of Kiritani Sento. Kiritani Sento sighed and drank the potion. It must be said that this thing really works, and his lungs feel much better. The burning pain like a raging fire has also become much less. Ah! It smells so good. The buddy surnamed Wang participated in the rabbit's action guidance. After drinking the medicine, 2 adults and 3 children sat on the top of the mountain. Makijiro spoke of his experience in detail, and Suzuki Haruko simply listened on the side. On the other side of the mountain is a sea of green forests. The strong wind blows through the lush pine forests, bringing the breath of snow. The wind blows through the pine trees, and the friction between the branches makes a rustling sound. The vast pine forest is refreshing, and the pain seems to disappear. It was not until the 3 of Kiritani Zanto had a complete rest that they finished today's training and went down the mountain. When they were halfway up the mountain, Kane followed the master. She turned back and reminded him as she walked, "Rabbit, take good care of Zayashi, remember to come back before dark." "Okay." Kiritani Zanto waved goodbye, and he still had a knife on his waist, although it was a wooden sword for training. After Kane and the other 2 left, Kiritani Zanto turned his head to look at Koko Shinobu. Although he was picking herbs, he didn't understand it at all. Especially now that he is alone with Shinobu, although he always looks cheerful on the surface, the premise is that he has never been alone with Shinobu. In his previous life, he had never even held a girl's hand. He was waiting online, and he was very anxious. "Shinobu, what kind of medicine do you want to pick?" "I'll help you." Shinobu Koko kept her head down. She was just angry at Rabbit. Why wasn't he angry at all? Shinobu Koko felt more and more ashamed, so she immediately bowed 90 degrees to apologize. "Rabbit, I was wrong just now, I'm sorry." Kiritani Sento helped Shinobu Koko up, still smiling like the warm sun, and his voice was very loud. "It's okay, I know Shinobu didn't mean it." Seeing that Kiritani Sento was not angry, Shinobu Koko smiled with relief. Then she began to explain the medicinal materials she was looking for today. "The medicine we are looking for today is Panax noto ginseng, which is a perennial upright herbaceous plant of the genus Panax, which can reach 60 centimeters in height. The main root is fleshy and spindle-shaped. The stem is dark green, with finger-like compound leaves and whorled stem tops. When it comes to medicine, Shinobu Koko is too professional, so that Sento Kiritani feels like he is listening to a math class." "Sento Kiritani." "Pfft! Haha." Looking at Sento Kiritani's confused look, Shinobu Koko covered her mouth and laughed. She thought the rabbit knew everything. "Sento Kiritani." But Shinobu's laughing look is too cute. Sento Kiritani took off the big gourd behind him and handed it to Shinobu Koko, saying, "Sugar water, do you want to drink it? Replenish your energy." Shinobu Koko seemed a little surprised. It turned out that there was something in the gourd. Chapter 14. Shinobu Koko asked tentatively, "Is it really possible?" She knew that Rabbit's physical strength was consumed very quickly due to some special reasons, and carrying sugar water with her was probably to replenish her physical strength. After all, the main function of sugar is to provide heat energy. Each gram of glucose is oxidized in the human body to produce 4 kilocalories of energy, and about 70% of the energy needed by the human body is provided by sugar. Although Shinobu Koko didn't know this knowledge, she knew that sugar water was very important to Rabbit. Sento Kiritani smiled and replied, "Of course, as long as you don't use the pupil technique, your physical strength won't be consumed very quickly." Sento Kiritani directly stuffed the gourd to Shinobu Koko. After all, because of training, Shinobu didn't eat much. Rabbit repeatedly asked Shinobu Koko and it was hard to refuse, so she drank some sugar water. Sento Kiritani took the gourd and drank a big sip directly. He was also helpless. Others' gourds were filled with wine, and they were swordsmen and sword immortals, while his was a sugar gourd. Real gourd, real sugar, 0 additives. The moment the mouth of the gourd touched the mouth of Kiritani Zanto, Shinobu Koko's white and tender face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like a ripe apple on a branch, it was red and beautiful. Then a white mist rose from Shinobu Koko's hair. He drank it directly? This is an indirect kiss. Ah, what did you do, Shinobu Koko? Kiritani Zanto carried the gourd again, but she noticed that Shinobu Koko's face was so red. She wouldn't catch a cold. It was winter, and the wind was blowing. It was easy to catch a cold. He remembered that Kaoru once caught a cold and her face was red. Kiritani Zanto suddenly came to Shinobu Koko. He first warmed his hands with his body temperature, and then put his hands on Shinobu Koko's forehead. Shinobu Koko's brain was blank in an instant. This was the first time she had physical contact with a man other than her father since she was a child. Plop, plop. Shinobu Koko's heart was beating like a deer. What should she do now? Ah! It's so hot. Shinobu, you won't catch a cold or have a fever, right? Why don't you go pick herbs tomorrow? Sento Kiritani decided to go home immediately. If you have a fever, you will go crazy. Shinobu Koko was like a frightened kitten. She took several steps back and said incoherently, I'm really fine. Maybe it's too cold. As soon as Shinobu Koko finished speaking, Sento Kiritani began to take off her clothes. Shinobu immediately stopped her. She would really catch a cold if she took off her cotton-padded jacket. In desperation, Shinobu Koko had to change the subject immediately. Go find Tianqi. Master told me there are a lot of them in one place. Okay, just distribute them in a concentrated manner, otherwise I really don't know what that thing looks like. Shinobu Koko walked in front, and Sento Kiritani followed behind. It was not very cold halfway up the mountain. After all, the climate of Sakura country is a temperate marine monsoon climate, which is different from the rabbit's hometown. Otherwise, where can you go to pick herbs in the winter? Not long after, Shinobu Koko stopped. There was a purple ribbon tied to a tree not far away, with a butterfly pattern on it. The ribbon moved with the wind, like a butterfly in midsummer, but now it was an elf in the snow. Shinobu Koko pointed at the ribbon excitedly and shouted, "Rabbit, I found it, Tianqi is near the tree." After that, she took out a small hoe from the bamboo building, and Kiritani Zanto also took out the hoe like her. Shinobu Koko went to the tree near the ribbon and started digging. After a while, she had a spindle-shaped yellow-brown plant tuber in her hand. Shinobu Koko brought Tiankai to Kiritani Sento and explained, "This is Tiankai, but this should be called winter Tiankai. Maybe it's because it's wild, it's much better than the ones cultivated by humans. Is this the thing? Tiankai is very powerful, it can stop bleeding, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. It's a rare treasure for the Demon Slayer Corps who fight evil spirits all year round. Master said that sufficient medicinal resources are also one of the conditions for the Lord to consider when choosing a location." Kiritani Sento looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He didn't expect Yubayashiki Yoya to be so careful and even consider such a small detail. He wanted to see this strange man even more. He still admired Yubayashiki Yoya and Kiritani Sento very much. He used his life as bait to lure Muzan. What a man! Since he found the place, Kiritani Sento helped Shinobu Koko to collect herbs, but he really couldn't do the careful work of a girl. "Shinobu, do you want to hear a story? I'm called 1001 Nights, and I can tell stories for 1001 nights. Digging herbs like this is too boring." Shinobu Koko looked at Kirigaya Battle Rabbit in disbelief. "Can he tell stories?" "Yes. I want to hear it." Shinobu Koko nodded. "Then the first story is called Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf." Shinobu Koko was very curious. "I have never heard of such a story. How can Little Red Riding Hood and Big Bad Wolf go together?" But he likes the boy in front of him more and more, so gentle. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful little girl, Her grandmother gave her a red hat. The little girl liked to wear it every day, and people around her called her a Little Red Riding Hood. She met the big bad wolf. Just as Kiritani Xanta was about to continue, Koko Shinobu tugged at the corner of Kiritani Xanta's clothes with a trembling hand. "Rabbit, rabbit, it's the big bad wolf." Kiritani Xanta raised his head and found that in the bushes not far from the two of them, the wolf who always looked thin was grinning at them, and drooling. Kiritani Xanta exclaimed, "Fuck! Big bad wolf!" Kiritani Xanta hurriedly got up and pulled out the wooden sword at his waist, and he tightly protected Koko Shinobu behind him. "It's so unlucky, I just told a story, and there really is a big bad wolf, damn crow mouth." Shinobu Koko whispered, "Rabbit, run first." "What are you talking about? A rabbit can also defeat the big bad wolf. It's impossible to abandon Shinobu, not in this life." At this moment, in the girl's eyes, the boy's figure is so majestic, and the seeds planted when the two met for the first time began to sprout. Kiritani Sento told himself not to panic. He had seen the evil ghosts. Isn't it just a skinny wolf? Fuck him. The green light flashed like a firefly. This was the wolf's eyes flashing with a fierce light. It lowered its body, which was the action of a wild beast hunting. After being hungry for a few days, it thought it could finally have a full meal. The hungry wolf jumped high, like an arrow from a bow. Kiritani Sento opened his crescent pupil, and the speed of the beast slowed down a lot. He could even see the hairs arranged one by one. Kiritani Sento took a deep breath, held the knife and rushed forward. He didn't expect that the sword skills he had just learned for less than a few days would be used to deal with wild beasts for the first time. In the eyes of the hungry wolves, this is just a human cub. As all wolves know, human cubs have no fighting power. Chapter 15. The confrontation between the man and the wolf happened in an instant. A slash from top to bottom hit the wolf's cervical vertebrae heavily. It was the flame-breathing Type 3 air flame myriad. Ouch! The wolf screamed in pain. It thought it would tear the opponent's neck immediately, but the fact was that the opponent broke its neck. The wooden sword broke with a sound. Looking at the fallen wolf, Kiritani Xanta was stunned. When did my strength become so strong? This is unscientific. Koko Shinobu covered her mouth with surprise in her eyes. Everyone had just arrived not long ago, but the rabbit had already learned the breathing method. Seeing the wolf fall to the ground, Kiritani Xanta retreated at the speed of light. It was impossible for him to make up for it with his broken sword. He ran away at the speed of light. Kiritani Xanta grabbed the bamboo building and then grabbed Koko Shinobu's hand. The soft touch swept over his body. Marshmallows, so soft. It was the first time for Kiritani Sento to touch a girl's hand. He was a relatively traditional person, and holding hands and kissing were both very exciting things for him. However, pride still surged in the boy's heart. Kiritani Sento looked at Koko Shinobu with expectation. "Shinobu, I'm awesome. Every boy wants to show himself in front of the girl he likes. If it were someone else, Kiritani Sento probably wouldn't do that." In response to Kiritani Sento, he smiled smartly, like a snow lotus blooming on a snowy peak, which was particularly dazzling. "Very awesome, Rabbit is a genius. A compliment from a girl you like is better than 1,000 words from others." Ha ha ha. Kiritani Sento's loud laughter echoed in the mountains. The two returned to the headquarters with a lot of harvest. He personally sent her to the butterfly house before he felt relieved. Suzuki Haruko stood at the door with a smile on her face. For some reason, she liked to tease the little guy. "Little bunny, are you having fun with my apprentice?" Kiritani Sento was not to be outdone. He turned around and made a face. "Stinky woman, lol lol." Although Suzuki Haruko no longer called herself a princess, she kept calling her a little bunny. Kane Koko and Shinobu Koko each held one of their master's arms, and she yelled, "Don't run, I'll spank you. Respect your elders, Do you know? Damn it, I'm so pissed. It was dark when Kiritani Sento rushed back to the Purgatory House, and the beautiful day ended just like that. In the days that followed, Kiritani Sento conducted physical training in the morning and performed the 9 styles of breathing of flame with his elder brother. In the afternoon, he followed the Butterfly Sisters to conduct hypoxia training. As time passed, Kiritani Sento's physical fitness was on par with his elder brother, and he was fully adapted to running in the mountains. When Makijiro has no mission, he will personally correct the two of them. When Makijiro has a mission, the elder brother and Kiritani Sento will correct each other together. At the same time, Kyojuro is also responsible for helping Kiritani Sento train full concentration Chongzhong. Full concentration Chongzhong is the minimum condition for approaching the pillar level, and the elder brother has already mastered it. The so-called full concentration Chongzhong is an advanced version of the full concentration breathing method. It seems simple, but it is not easy, because it requires the swordsman to ensure that he is in a full concentration breathing state all the time in a day. Of course, including when sleeping, but people are most relaxed when sleeping, which is difficult. But fortunately, there is a good elder brother, who always gives Kiritani Sento a heavy blow. It was another sunny night, and Kiritani Sento was lying on the tatami and sleeping soundly, and full concentration Chongzhong had long been thrown out of the sky. However, a pair of bright eyes were still shining, and Makijiro raised the weapon made of straw in his hand and hit Kiritani Sento's abdomen. Rabbit, rabbit, your breathing is disordered. Your breathing is disordered. Fuck, it's haunted. Kiritani Sento sat up suddenly and looked at his elder brother with sleepy eyes. These shining eyes, my god, they are blinding me. After a while, he realized that it was his elder brother who was correcting his breathing. Kyojuro patted Kiritani Sento's shoulder to comfort him. Bunny, don't be discouraged, you have made progress, I only called you 20 times today. Kiritani Sento smiled bitterly. 20 times, it is indeed an improvement. At the beginning of training, I hardly slept all night, and it was thanks to my elder brother that he could accompany me. Kyojuro patted his chest, saying that everything is on me, and I will never let your breathing be disordered. Just like that, the hearty laughter and someone's screams echoed in Rengoku's house. The team members who returned from the mission thought that the Flame Pilla's house was haunted. It was too cruel, too cruel. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed through Kiritani Sento's fingertips, and he had blown up countless gourds. Kiritani Sento had already mastered the complete set of common in the middle, plus the bug-level eyes. His strength has surpassed everyone. Even the eldest brother who has been training for a long time. After all, in his eyes, the speed of others is equivalent to slowing down a lot. In less than a year, 2 swordsmen who are infinitely close to the pillar level have been trained. Makijiro is very pleased. God treats me well. Kiritani Sento's original thin figure has disappeared. After all, he has a master in swordsmanship and a master's wife at home. Kiritani Sento's food is simply ridiculous. However, it is impossible to get a huge improvement by training at home all the time. If you want to go one step further, you have to fight in actual combat. It happens that there is one more final selection today. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps has lost talents in recent years, so the final selection is the second time this year. Butterfly House. Koko Shinobu waved the sword alone in the yard. Her sister, Kyojuro's elder brother and Rabbit all went to participate in the final selection. It's just that the Nichiren sword that others can easily hold seems a little heavy in Koko Shinobu's hand. This is her weakest point and an irreparable broken board. No matter how you train, your strength is always small. This caused her to be unable to cut what Kane and the others could easily cut. Shinobu Koko chopped at the big stone in front of her with her sword, but only left a few marks on the stone. Maybe she was a genius compared to ordinary people, but compared to Rabbit and the others, she was so far behind that her master did not allow her to participate in the final selection. Suzuki Haruko sat under the eaves not far away. She sighed distressfully. Shinobu was too strong. She had advised him many times, but it was completely useless. She had the same idea as Kane. Shinobu should just be a good medical staff in the butterfly house. Shinobu also quarreled with them because of this matter. Shinobu Koko knew better than anyone that her sister and master were concerned about her, but she would not allow herself to be so bad. Shinobu Koko had no idea how many times she had swung her sword. Even if she was tired and sweating, she did not want to stop. If she cut off the boulder, her master would agree to let her participate in the final selection. Shinobu, long time no see. You can't force yourself. Eat when you need to, drink when you need to, be happy. The boy's clear voice broke the girl's pretending to be strong. Chapter 16. Kiritani Xantas sat on the wall of the butterfly house, carrying a big gourd on his back and holding a candied hawse in his hand. Suzuki Haruko was a little strange. Shouldn't the little rabbit go to the final selection? Facing the sudden appearance of Kiritani Xantu, Koko Shinobu's sword was shocked and he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Kiritani Xantu smiled and jumped down from the wall. He walked quickly towards Koko Shinobu and grabbed the other's wrist. Koko Shinobu's hands were covered with blood blisters, which made Kiritani Xantu feel distressed. He suddenly regretted that he had been obsessed with training. He thought Koko Shinobu discovered his advantages by himself. Maybe that was the case, but maybe it was not the right time. Because of his appearance, his elder brother participated in the final selection in advance, and he remembered that Shinobu became a pillar after Kane died. Kiritani Sento immediately used the healing technique to heal Shinobu Koko's hand. He said with some self-blame, "Take a break first, Shinobu." Shinobu Koko raised her stubborn little head, she glanced at Kiritani Sento and picked up the knife that fell on the ground. She knew very well that her sister told Rabbit about her own affairs, so Rabbit gave up participating in the final selection and chose to stay. After a year of getting along, Shinobu Koko and Kiritani Sento were already familiar with each other. Both of them knew each other's feelings but neither of them said it. After all, it was very unfortunate that both of them were a little stubborn. "Shinobu, listen to me, take a break." Kiritani Sento stopped Shinobu Koko, who was stunned for a moment but still chose to swing the knife at the boulder. The more Kiritani Sento did this, the more she blamed herself. She didn't participate in the final selection for herself, and it was all her fault that she was dragging her feet. Kiritani Sento simply ran directly between Shinobu Koko and the boulder. If Shinobu Koko hadn't stopped in time, the knife would have hit Kiritani Sento. "Rabbit, stop making trouble." Shinobu Koko glared at Sento Kiritani. Sento Kiritani waved his hand quickly, and then said, "Shinobu, listen to me, or let's change our thinking. After all, the knife doesn't necessarily have to be used for cutting." Shinobu Koko. "If you don't cut, how can you cut off the neck of the demon? You must know that only by cutting off the neck of the demon with the Nichiren sword can you destroy it." Seeing Shinobu Koko's confused look, Sento Kiritani took the knife from her hand, pushed Shinobu Koko aside, and showed a confident smile. Then Sento Kiritani began to analyze Shinobu Koko's advantages. After all, he was the man holding the script. Although the script was a little vague, he remembered Shinobu Koko's story most clearly. Shinobu has little strength, but her body is petite and lovely, and she is very fast. As the saying goes, the only martial arts in the world cannot be broken by speed. The ultimate speed is enough to produce a fatal blow. After saying that, Kiritani Sento raised the training knife in his hand, but unlike usual, the tip of the knife was facing the rock. Kiritani Sento took a deep breath, and then instantly stabbed the knife into the boulder. The smoke and dust dissipated, and most of the Nichiren sword was inserted into the boulder. Kiritani Sento turned his head and said with a smile, "Shinobu can use his flexible body to stab the knife into the body of the demon." Just then, classmate Suzuki Haruko questioned, "I say, little rabbit, even if you stab it in, you can't kill the demon. And what is Karen? You kid are not here to pick up girls. Kiritani Sento's index finger swayed in front of Suzuki Haruko, looking like you are wrong, which made Suzuki Haruko very unhappy. Sister Haruko, what does your butterfly house do? Of course it's a medical institution. Suzuki Haruko replied. Kiritani Sento nodded with satisfaction, which made Koko Shinobu and Suzuki Haruko very confused. Let's make the knife lighter and then poison it. For ghosts, wisteria flowers are highly toxic. Shinobu is a genius in medicine, and he will definitely be able to research it. Also, this knife needs to be modified, leaving only the tip, a section of the back of the knife and the handle, and the hardness needs to be increased. Kiritani Sento gestured on the sun wheel sword while speaking. What he did was just to let Shinobu enter the path she discovered earlier. After listening to Kiritani Sento's words, Koko Shinobu seemed to have opened her Ren and Du meridians. She could indeed pierce the rock, but she didn't think about the poison. Rabbit was right. She knew a lot about herbs, and her talent in that area even exceeded her sister. Suzuki Haruko shouted, "Oh! Why didn't I think of that? The little rabbit has something. She is proficient in the breathing of flowers, and the purpose of the butterfly house is to save people, so poison is naturally not a thought, especially wisteria flowers, which are difficult for humans to associate with poison. After all, when you do something for a long time and develop emotions, cognition, and thinking patterns that adapt to it, once it is formed, habits often influence us, which makes it difficult to innovate. At this time, it is extremely important to change our thinking." Shinobu Koko was so happy that she immediately rushed over and hugged Kiritani Sento. Suzuki Haruko was also happy that her apprentice had untied her knot. In this way, Kiritani Sento was hugged by two beauties, one big and one small. He was blessed. Shinobu Koko whispered in Kiritani Sento's ear, "Rabbit, thank you." Kiritani Sento waved his hand, "It's just a small problem." Suddenly Shinobu Koko gently kissed Kiritani Sento on the cheek. She had gained a lot today and would develop the skill of stabbing in the future. Shinobu Koko ran away with a red face, and her knot was finally untied, thanks to the rabbit. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Shinobu Koko's little peck seemed to have thrown a little boy in Kiritani Sento's heart, and a pink mushroom cloud rose up and rushed straight to Kiritani Sento's head. Kiritani Sento's face flushed, and he fell directly into Suzuki Haruko's arms. He smiled and repeated, "Ninja kissed me, ha ha ha." Suzuki Haruko helplessly held her forehead. Where did the genius character just now go? Hey, this kid. Tisk. Look at your little achievement. Kiritani Sento didn't expect to have an unexpected gain, and he was happy for 100 days. In fact, Kiritani Sento came to the butterfly house to learn the breath of flowers. With his genius copy swordsman, he can learn any breath easily. Hey, you kid, just lie down for a while. The butterfly house is going to be your home. Suzuki Haruko pushed Kiritani Sento away with a look of disgust. When she thought of this kid who had been plotting against her good apprentice, she wanted to beat him up. But she wanted to eat melons and beat him up at the same time, wasn't it too much? Sister Haruko, I'm here to learn flower breathing. Aren't you a flame breathing? And you've only learned it for a year. Don't you know that you can't chew too much? Kiritani Sento stood up, with inner confidence on his face, and replied with a smile, I'm a genius copy swordsman. Suzuki Haruko punched Kiritani Sento in the head and complained, copy you big head ghost. By the way, what does copy mean? Chapter 17. Kiritani Sento covered his head in pain, complaining faintly, what if you beat me silly? How about we make a bet? You only need to demonstrate once, and I can learn it completely. Suzuki Haruko rolled his eyes at Kiritani Sento. Brother Makijiro did have a very high opinion of him, but this kid was too arrogant. Okay, today I will teach you how to be a man. Looking at Suzuki Haruko's heroic look, Kiritani Sento had nothing to say. This person was really bold. Suzuki Haruko picked up the wooden sword beside her, and her body moved with the sword. Every sword and every move was like a blooming flower. Compared with the explosion of the breath of fire, the breath of flowers is full of elegance, because it carries the gentleness of water. In addition to the final form of the other shore red eyes, Suzuki Haruko fully demonstrated the 6 sword skills of the breath of flowers. As soon as Suzuki Haruko finished, Kiritani Sento began to demonstrate. After a year of observation, Kiritani Sento deeply realized that the difference in breathing methods comes from different breathing rhythms. However, with his crescent-shaped pupils, he can even see every breathing rhythm of the opponent clearly. Suzuki Haruko's expression was even more amazing than Makai Juro's at the time. She learned a breathing sword technique that she had never touched before in just one try. With the end of the 6 styles, Kiritani Sento gracefully put away his sword. He was not afraid of biting off more than he could chew, because he found that he seemed to be born for swords, and holding a sword seemed to hold the whole world. Learning one more sword technique was a win-win situation for him. After all, except for the legendary sun breathing, each breathing method had more or less shortcomings. But what if he learned all 5 breathing methods? This is what Kiritani Sento thought. It would probably take a long time to achieve it. Kiritani Sento looked at Suzuki Haruko with a proud face and said, "Sister Haruko, how is it?" Kiritani Sento was greeted by a bang bang punch. Suzuki Haruko said with an unhappy face, "What are you showing off for? If you show off to me, I'll beat you to death." But you are a little unexpected. Although Suzuki Haruko was unhappy on the surface, she recognized this guy in her heart. Cough cough cough. Suzuki Haruko suddenly covered her mouth, and Kiritani Sento found that a stream of red liquid flowed out. His eyes were not ordinary good. Kiritani Sento hurriedly supported Suzuki Haruko and asked anxiously, "Sister Haruko, are you okay?" Suzuki Haruko is also quite strong-willed. She doesn't want others to see her embarrassed appearance, which is very similar to Shinobu Koko. Suzuki Haruko pushed Kiritani Sento away and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood with a calm face. "It's okay, it's all the same old problem." Kiritani Sento gave a bitter smile. She and Shinobu are really similar in this respect. No wonder they can become master and apprentice. "I can cure any disease or physical injury." Don't brag, kid. Your magical healing technique must be harmful to your body. Don't waste it on me. Listening to Suzuki Haruko's words, Kiritani Sento suddenly realized that this person always thought that his healing technique had shortcomings. No wonder he never explained it to anyone. But when he thought that the other party was also thinking about himself, Kiritani Sento felt warm in his heart. "My healing technique does not require me to pay any price except for consuming physical strength." Suzuki Haruko tilted her head and glanced at Kiritani Sento. "Could it be that I guessed wrong?" Kiritani Sento nodded to indicate that it was what you thought. "So can I cure your illness now?" Kiritani Sento asked. "Help me back to the room." Kiritani Sento immediately supported Suzuki Haruko, and he walked towards the residential area as if he was back home. Kiritani Sento suddenly asked, "Sister Haruko, which room is Shinobu? Do you want to die?" A substantial murderous aura suddenly rose, and Kiritani Sento shuddered. "I was just joking, don't mind it." Humph. As soon as she entered the room, Suzuki Haruko took off her top, and except for her chest wrapped in bandages, her white body was exposed. Kiritani Sento immediately covered his eyes, and kept saying Amitabha in his heart. "Hey! You little brat, what are you shy about? Get treatment." Kiritani Sento forgot that he was just a little brat in other people's eyes, but his face was still red. But the scene in front of him still shocked him, not because of the upright chest but because of a hideous scar extending from Suzuki Haruko's neck to the abdomen. It can be seen that she had a close call with death. Seeing Kiritani Sento's surprised expression, Suzuki Haruko explained calmly, I killed one of the lower moons, and I retired. My lungs have never recovered. Kiritani Sento smiled and said, leave it to me. I am a living miracle doctor. Kiritani Sento will with her hand on Suzuki Haruko's back, a silver light lit up, and Suzuki Haruko slowly closed her eyes. She could clearly feel that the old injury in her lungs was healing little by little. After a while, Suzuki Haruko's body trembled, and she spit out a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, her chest tightness symptoms that had lasted for 5 years also disappeared. Suzuki Haruko laughed excitedly, not caring about the difference between men and women, and hugged Kiritani Sento into her arms. Kiritani Sento's head was clamped by her big breasts, and it was difficult to breathe. Damn, what's going on? This doctor treats diseases, not cells himself. Kiritani Sento struggled frantically, and was really suffocating. Suzuki Haruko realized that something was wrong and quickly let go of Kiritani Sento. Kiritani Sento breathed in the fresh air and complained, I almost died. Suzuki Haruko joked, what, are you not satisfied with my sister's figure? Or is it not soft enough? Oh my god, this is not the car to the kindergarten. Kiritani Sento opened the door at the speed of light and ran away, and shouted, goodbye. Kiritani Sento left the butterfly house, and all the things that needed to be solved were solved. Next, he was waiting for the final selection next year. The second reason why he planned to participate in the selection next year was that there was a high probability that the water-breathing duo would appear next year. He knew that with his current strength, he was enough to save Sento's life. Only by changing enough regrets could Kiritani Sento have fewer worries. The next step was to train harder and find the balance between breathing and breathing. After all, it was very painful for two different breathing methods to cut each other. It felt like he was in the oven in the last second and in the ice cellar in the next second. Kiritani Sento was practicing sword skills in the yard as usual. He was currently planning to focus on training the breath of flame. Kaoru and Chihiro were learning to write with their master's wife. Dong dong dong. A gentle knock on the door sounded, and Kiritani Sento felt hopeful. Could it be Shinobu? Shinobu, I'm here. Kiritani Sento ran to the door with joy, but life left him cold. Slutty bunny, I'm not that woman. Is Uncle Makijiro still home? Hearing the man's voice, Kiritani Sento was petrified on the spot. Kiritani Sento opened the door with a look of disappointment. It turned out to be Little Snake. Chapter 18. The corners of Iguro Obanai's mouth kept twitching. Fuck your Little Snake. Sure enough, this guy is the same as before, and he deserves a beating. A circle of white bandages was wrapped around Iguro Obanai's mouth, and the bandages almost covered half of his face. He was born with heterochromatic eyes, one green on the left and one gold on the right. Because he was ordered by the snake demon to cut his mouth into a crack like hers when he was young, he used bandages to wrap it up. His black medium-length hair was like kelp. There was also a smart little white snake wrapped around his neck. Sexy rabbit, I am the pillar, your superior, speak respectfully. And you, a waste who only has women in your mind all day, stay away from me. I emphasize it for the last time. Don't call me a little snake. I am the snake pillar. Iguro Obanai's dislike for Kiritani Battle Rabbit was written on his face. Although he said vicious words, there was no disgust in his eyes. Because of his childhood experience, it is difficult for him to trust others, but Kiritani Sento is the only person of his age he knows. Kiritani Sento doesn't care what Iguro Obanai said. He knows very well that this guy is a soft-hearted person with a sharp tongue. Kiritani Sento took out a small piece of dried meat from his arms and put it to Orimura's mouth, saying with a smile, Kabutomaru, I'll give you something delicious. Kabutomaru spit out the core, and then bit the dried meat in Kiritani Sento's hand. Iguro Obanai has already put his hand on the handle of the knife. This guy not only disgusts people every day, but also wants to kidnap his snake. How can a man tolerate this? Brother Obanai, uncle is on a mission and is not at home. Kaoru greeted with a smile. After all, his brother didn't answer the question for a long time. Iguro Obanai directly passed Kiritani Sento and gave the gifts in his hand to Kaoru and others one by one. Before saving Kiritani Sento, Iguro Obanai was saved by Makijuro, so he would visit this lifesaver from time to time. In addition, he has an extraordinary hatred for demons. It took him only 1 year to kill 50 demons and become the 4th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. As for why he trusts Kiritani Sento, it is because he was seriously injured again and it was Kiritani Sento who saved him. Thank you, Brother Obanai. Thank you, brother. Obanai, please stay for dinner. Iguro Obanai glanced at the gentle and lovely Kiritani Kaoru and then at the mean Kiritani Sento. Are these two really siblings? Aunt Ruka, I have a mission. I just want to visit the uncle when I pass by. Iguro Obanai then put down the fine sake and the food that Kyojuro likes and prepared to leave. Kiritani Sento looked at Iguro Obanai with expectation and asked, "Little snake, where's mine?" Iguro Obanai played dumb and said, "What's yours?" "Woo woo woo, no love, my brother." Iguro Obanai shook his head helplessly, then took out a bag of dorayaki from his arms. He always remembered that Kiritani Sento liked to eat sweets. Kiritani Sento took the dorayaki and was moved to hug him on the spot. Iguro Obanai drew his sword halfway on the spot. Tisk. If you don't want a hug, forget it. Iguro Obanai took back the sword and whispered, "I hope you won't be late for the final selection next time. I despise you for having only that stupid woman in your mind." Iguro Obanai knew Kiritani Sento's strength very well. This guy has definitely reached the pillar level, but he just lacks actual combat. But he didn't expect that this guy would choose to postpone his participation for a woman. Obanai despised this behavior. Kiritani Sento rolled his eyes at Banai. "Even if Kanroji Mitsurai didn't show up, I'll laugh at you one day." "Hey? You dare to call Shinobu stupid? Do you want to fight, you stinky snake?" "What's up, perverted rabbit?" Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, Kiritani Kaoru said with a smile, "You two are still as good as before." "No." The two said in unison. Kiritani Kaoru pouted and complained, "You are not honest at all." Chihiro clapped his hands and repeated, "Not honest." Rengoku Lyuhua watched this scene with a smile on his face. Banai has changed a lot, at least his eyes are different. Don't die in the final selection. Iguro Banai left the Rengoku family after a weird look. Because of the bandage, no one can see his smile. Only when he is here will he relax a little. Except for his bad mouth, the perverted rabbit is pretty good. 8 days later, Rengoku Kyojuro opened the door of his home. He and Kane both passed the final selection. With their efforts, the pass rate was much higher this time. "Didn't you miss me?" Kyojuro gave everyone a warm hug as soon as he got home. Kiritani Sento was still a little ashamed. He seemed to have let his elder brother and Kane go. "Pigeon, congratulations, big brother." "But I'm sorry, I didn't go." Kyojuro smiled and said, "He always believed in Rabbit's choice, it's no big deal, you must have your reasons." Coincidentally, that night, Makijuro, who was on a mission outside, also returned home, and everyone celebrated that night. However, what is coming will eventually come back. In the early summer of the second year, the final selection began again. In just a few months, Koko Shinobu realized her own breathing method, and Kiritani Battle Rabbit also mastered the flower breathing. At the door of Rengoku's house, Kiritani Kaoru was tidying up clothes for her brother, and in front of Rengoku Lyuhua was a big bundle with rice balls, dried meat, and other food. "Rabbit, don't starve yourself when you go out. Be careful and don't force yourself. Go home early when you're done." Rengoku Lyuhua told her everything she could think of. Kiritani Battle Rabbit saved her life, and she had long regarded the Kiritani brothers and sisters as her own. Kaoru Kiritani was like a little bird, quietly crawling in her brother's arms. She felt uncomfortable when she thought about being separated from her brother for so long. "Brother, you must pay attention to safety, okay?" Kaoru Kiritani's voice was small, very soft, very soft. "Brother Rabbit, you promised to teach Senjuro swordsmanship." Senjuro's small hand tightly held Kiritani Zanta's big hand. Although Kyojuro went out to perform the mission, he left his sword for the final selection to Rabbit. Makijuro looked at his apprentice silently, and then said confidently, "Rabbit, you are my Makijuro's apprentice, and you are also someone I recognize. Master believes in you." Kiritani Zanta was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was obviously very strong, okay, but it felt like a flag was set. Kiritani Zanta carried his bag and waved goodbye to everyone. Such a warm scene used to only appear in his dreams. "Everyone, I will do my best. Goodbye." The next step is to go to Fujiki Mountain, which is also the beginning of the road to slaying demons. "Rabbit, let's go to Fujiki Mountain." Kiritani Sento stood by the boundary monument of the Demon Slayer Corps with the luggage prepared by his master's wife. The big gourd had already been replaced with a smaller gourd on the left side of his waist. At this moment, of course, he was waiting for someone. Chapter 19. Kiritani Sento was staring at the boundary marker in a daze. Everything seemed like yesterday, but it really happened. "Rabbit, let's go." Kiko Shiro ran over in a hurry. She was wearing a light purple coat and her figure was like a butterfly dancing. Looking at Kiritani Sento carrying a large package, Koko Shiro smiled slightly. This was very much like the rabbit's style. Kiritani Sento reached out his hand behind him and gently pulled it. A piece of jerky appeared in his hand. "Hey! Shinobu, do you want to eat a piece? It's the jerky specially made by the master's wife. The taste is absolutely guaranteed." Kiko Shiro took it without hesitation. After a year of getting along, the relationship between the two has been as good as it can be. After the greetings, the two trotted all the way to Fujiksi Mountain. Fujiksi Mountain is a very magical mountain. From the middle of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, wisteria flowers are in full bloom all year round. Wisteria flowers trapped the evil ghosts on the top of the mountain like a cage. They were the experimental subjects for the Demon Slayer Corps to select new recruits. Swordsmen who were recognized by the trainer needed to survive on Fujiki Mountain for 7 days before they could pass. The final selection was a very cruel thing. Many people died on Fujiki Mountain, but this was their own choice. After all, they could choose to give up. No one would force you. After a long journey, Fujiki Mountain finally appeared in the sight of the two. The purple thin line divided the entire mountain into two. Although it was man-made, it was amazing to look at from a distance. Walking into the wisteria forest, you will be in a sea of flowers. The early summer wind gently blows through the flowers, and the fragrance is fragrant. Wow! It's so beautiful. Koko Shinobu could no longer suppress her inner impulse and ran around in the flowers. Beautiful things are always desirable. Kiritani Battle Rabbit gently broke off a bunch of flowers. He walked in front of Koko Shinobu and gently pinned the purple branches into Koko Shinobu's hair. Shinobu Koko was stunned for a moment, while Sento Kiritani smiled and said, "Very beautiful." Shinobu Koko praised, "Rabbit's technique is very skillful." "Well, my master taught me." Sento Kiritani hurriedly explained that he was afraid that he would be misunderstood as a cross-dresser, otherwise why would a grown man like him learn to insert a hairpin? Ha ha ha. Shinobu Koko suddenly laughed, and a gust of wind happened to blow, and wisteria petals flew all over the sky. Shinobu Koko was in the flowers, like a flower fairy. Shinobu Koko's smile shocked Sento Kiritani's heart, so he blurted out, "Oh my god, angel." Shinobu Koko nodded, her big watery eyes full of doubts, "Angel? Angels are the embodiment of kindness and purity, very suitable for shinobu. Thank you. Sento Kiraitani's unintentional praise made Shinobu Koko blush slightly. A woman's blushing cheeks are worth 1,000 words, and the most beautiful thing in the world is the sunset glow on the face of a beloved. Suddenly, Shinobu Koko pointed behind Kiritani with a look of horror, which made him very confused. There is a ghost. Hey! Kiritani Sento drew his sword and turned around instantly, and what came into view was a serious and helpless handsome face. Ah, this! Kiritani Sento didn't know what to say for a while, because the person standing opposite him was the gorgeous brother with twitching mouth corners. Uzui Tenjin's face was livid. It was fine to work overtime, but he was actually called a ghost, which was really infuriating. You two guys are so unglamorous. Uzui Tenjin, referred to as Gorgeous Brother, the sound pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, a severe gorgeous patient, although he was really gorgeous. This person had already left a deep impression on Kiritani Sento, and it was even more so when he saw him. Whether it is the diamonds on the headdress, the light blue gemstone chains on both sides of the headdress, or the white ponytail, all highlight the gorgeousness of the gorgeous brother. Seeing that Kiritani Zantu has been ignoring him, Uzui Tenjin threw away the ghost wrapped like a dumpling in the wisteria flower technique in his hand and grabbed Kiritani Zantu. You look very unconvinced. Kiritani Zantu quickly argued, No, I was just amazed by your gorgeous appearance. Uzui Tenjin nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Koko Shinobu beside him. Little girl, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Hey! Koko Shinobu could only give a thumbs up and said with a wry smile, It is indeed gorgeous, and what I just said was the thing on the ground. Uzui Tenjin looked as if he had suddenly realized something. It turned out that the little girl was talking about a real ghost. But when he saw the ghost, Uzui Tenjin was furious. Last time, Kyojuro killed almost all the ghosts in the mountain. He was forced to work overtime for several months to catch enough ghosts. But Uzui Tenjin looked at Kiritani Sento again, and he muttered in a low voice, Silver hair, red eyes, you are not the former Makijuro, are you the new disciple of the first generation? Brother Huali knows me. That's easy. I've heard of you for a long time, you are the most gorgeous pillar of the entire Demon Slayer Corps, like a dazzling gem. Ha ha ha. Uzui Tenjin hugged Kiritani Sento, this kid is very tactful, Brother Huali, which not only shows his own gorgeousness but also expresses respect, it's so gorgeous. Come on, Brother Huali will take you to the entrance of the final selection. Uzui Tenjin grabbed the vines that were wrapped around the demon. The demon didn't even dare to speak, otherwise he would surely die. Just thinking about the torture that the pillar would give him made him so scared. So this happened. Under the gaze of all the swordsmen who participated in the selection, 3 people and 1 demon entered the venue. Uzui Tenjin put his arm around Kiritani Sento's shoulders, and Koko Shinobu followed beside him. The demon was carried along like a tail. This guy is so strong, he doesn't look like someone who is participating in the selection. That's right, his outfit is so dazzling. Those 2 guys are not crazy, are they? Who are you saying has a problem with his brain? It's too unglamorous. Be careful or I'll beat you up. Uzui Tenjin doesn't tolerate anyone. The swordsmen who participated in the selection were talking about it, but Kiritani Sento didn't care because his eyes fell on a pair of boys in the corner. The 2 boys each wore a fox mask to ward off disasters. They stared at Uzui Tenjin and the other boy quietly without saying a word. But one of the boys said to the other boy, Jiyu, those 2 are very strong, I can feel it. Yet. They just don't look very smart. Let's stay away from them. Uzui Tenjin immediately looked in the direction of the 2 boys. As a ninja, although he couldn't use Chibaku Tensei, he had very good ears. What are you talking about, you paralyzed face? I'm the pillar, the sound pillar. Kiritani Sento had no choice but to hold his forehead. As expected of Jiyu, he still performed steadily. If he deserved a beating and had a paralyzed face, he would have hated him if he didn't know the other party. Just then, 2 girls in kimonos came over. Chapter 20. With their hair falling like a waterfall, the 2 girls have a unique temperament that makes people unable to help but take a second look. Kiritani Sento knew that this was probably a relative of Yubayashiki Yoya, maybe a sister or a younger sister, definitely not a daughter. After all, she was not much older than him, and at the age when she should be acting like a spoiled child around her parents, she was guiding swordsmen on a mountain full of evil spirits. Kiritani Sento felt a sense of admiration for the Yubayashiki family. Hinamai and Hikaru bowed respectfully to Uzui Tenjin and thanked him. "Lord Sound Pillar, you have worked hard these past few months." Faced with the thanks from the cute girl, he waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's my duty, say hello to the Lord for me." "Okay." After saying hello, Uzui Tenjin carried the ghost and walked towards the top of the mountain, but the evil ghost stared at Kiritani Sento. Kiritani Sento looked innocent. "I didn't catch him, why is he looking at me like that? Damn it, it seems to be venting all its anger on itself." After watching Uzui Tenjin leave, Hinamai and Hikaru came to Kiritani Sento. They often heard their father mention this boy. Because of his silver hair, red eyes, and a big bag of things on his back, Kiritani Sento is very eye-catching. Those who know the details know that he is here to participate in the final selection, and those who don't know him think he is here for a picnic. "Hello, Mr. Rabbit, I wish you good luck in martial arts." Kiritani Sento nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, both of you." After the 2 nodded, they walked hand in hand to the Torii gate not far away, and they stood quietly under the Torii gate. 15 meters behind the Torii gate, there are no wisteria flowers, which is the hunting ground of evil spirits. Everyone can take a break first, the selection will start soon. Hina and Hikaru looked at everyone with a smile. The final selection is a feast of blood and flesh for them. Of course, the premise is that the strength of these novices is not very strong. Shinobu Koko glared at Kiritani Sento, obviously a little jealous. Girls' minds are so delicate. Shinobu even remembered how many times Kiritani Sento looked at Hina and Hika. "Okay, you looked at the little girl 10 times, Sento, you have grown up." At this moment, the red word danger appeared in Kiritani Sento's mind. When Shinobu called her name, it meant that she was angry. Kiritani Sento smiled and approached Koko Shinobu, like a golden retriever who had done something wrong. "I was wrong, you are generous, why don't you forgive me?" As he said, Kiritani Sento took out a candied Haas, because it was Shinobu's favorite sweet because of him. Santo came over with Tomioka Jiu. His purpose was obvious. Kiritani Sento was stronger than him, but the other party was not a pillar, because that pillar had left. He really wanted to know why his peers were so strong, and he wanted to ask for advice. Kiritani Sento didn't expect that Santo would come by himself, and he was still worried about how to get to know him. Santo had flesh-colored medium-length hair, silver eyes with horizontal lines, and a scar on the right corner of his mouth that stretched to his cheek. On the side of his head hung a disaster-removing fox mask with a scar on the corner of his mouth, wearing a tortoise-shell patterned haori with yellow, orange, and green colors interwoven. Kiritani Sento immediately extended a hand of friendship. "Hello, Rabbit." Santo's silver eyes trembled slightly. How did he know his name? "So," Sato subconsciously asked, "do we know each other?" No, you may have misunderstood. I'm Kiritani Sento, you can call me Rabbit." Sato was a little surprised, but soon smiled and shook the other's hand. "Hello, I'm Sato, it seems that we are very destined." Kiritani Sento certainly knew the other's name, but he had to pretend not to know him. After all, he didn't originally exist in their story, but now he was weaving himself into everyone's story. After introducing himself, Sato pointed to the boy with a paralyzed face on the side. That was a boy with a cold temperament, and there was no youthful brilliance in his eyes. This person was the Jiu of the Oni, Jiu of the Pillar. He is my junior brother Jiu Tomioka. Although he looks serious, he is actually very gentle. Sato poked his cold junior brother. He was very worried about Jiu's communication ability. Tomioka Jiu bowed slightly, but he just couldn't smile, and then said, "Hello, brothers." Hearing the word brother, Koko Shinobu's mouth twitched wildly. Although she had short hair, did she look like a man? What's that look? Kiritani Sento almost spit out a mouthful of salt soda, worthy of Jiu, but he still glanced at Koko Shinobu's chest. She's still young, no rush, there's time to grow up. Koko Shinobu's face was livid, and she unconsciously grasped the hilt of the knife. The master was right, all men are perverts. There were waves of pain in Kiritani Sento's thighs, but he could only bear it. Shinobu Koko's face was gloomy, and she slowly said, "I am Shinobu Koko, and I am a woman." Jiu Tomioka said expressionlessly, "Sorry, I saw it wrong." In fact, Jiu was sincerely apologizing in his heart, but he couldn't show it, which made people feel perfunctory. Mr. Jiu is really annoying. Shinobu Koko pinched Kiritani Sento's fingers and increased the strength. Kiritani Sento turned his head with a blank face. "This? What does this have to do with me?" Santo sighed helplessly. In terms of social interaction, junior brother needs to practice more, otherwise he will be easily caught by the police in the future missions. Junior brother is actually very easy to get along with, don't mind it. Kiritani Sento didn't care. According to habit, he took out the candied haws and shared them with the two. After all, it was his homemade food, which showed his sincerity. Jiu stared at the candied haws that Kiritani Sento stuffed into his mouth. He looked around and then smelled it. Then he suddenly remembered that Master Urokodaka said that the brighter the color, the more poisonous it is. So Jiu Tomioka looked up at Kiritani Sento. "Two rabbits, this thing is not poisonous, right?" Now it was Kiritani Sento's turn to twitch his mouth. Two rabbits, it sounded like he was scolding himself. Could it be that he was automatically downgraded to 2 in Jiu's heart? No poison, feel free to eat it. Jiu Tomioka looked at Santo again, and after thinking for a while, he spoke, "Brother, in order to distinguish the two of you, you are the big rabbit, and he is the 2 rabbit. Brother Sento, this." Santo looked at Kiritani Sento. "It doesn't matter, it's also a token of Jiu's heart." Jiu Tomioka raised his arm to get the candied haws as close to the sky as possible, while clenching his fist. "Sister, I met a new thing today, let you eat it first." After holding it for a while, Tomioka Jiu started eating it himself, but his behavior seemed very strange to outsiders. Except for Satsuki and Kiritani Sento who knew the situation, Koko Shinobu was confused. Satsuki and Kiritani Sento were 2 rabbits who met each other too late. They talked about training methods one after another, and Kiritani Sento naturally promoted Tai Chi. Chapter 21. Looking around, it seemed that only Kiritani Sento was laughing. The other swordsmen who participated in the selection did not understand why they could laugh when death was right in front of them. "Everyone, the break is over, and the selection is coming," Hinamai and Haika said in unison. As soon as the two spoke, all the swordsmen tensed up. "Everyone, crossing the torii behind me is the place where evil spirits appear, and there is no protection from wisteria flowers. The content of the selection is very simple. As long as you survive on the mountain for 7 days, you can come back here. If you don't want to go, you can quit now. Once you cross the torii, you can't turn back." Hina and Haika's ethereal voices echoed in the wisteria forest. They respected everyone's choice. However, although everyone was afraid, no one planned to quit. They had an irreconcilable hatred with the evil spirits. They joined the Demon Slayer Corps to kill the evil spirits and avenge their dead relatives. No one has withdrawn, so the final selection will begin now. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Hina and Haika bowed 90 degrees. The Yabayashiki family respected the efforts of every swordsman. After that, the two girls stood on both sides of the torii. Sato was the first to rush out, followed by Tomioka-jiu. With someone leading the way, the other swordsmen rushed into the torii. The dark red torii was like a big mouth swallowing every swordsman passing by. Naito, don't forget our competition. Kiritani Sento waved his hand high in response, of course, let's see who kills more ghosts. Big Rabbit, I won't lose. Shinobu, let's go. Yeah. Kiritani Sento and Koko Shinobu finally rushed into the torii. He and Santo agreed to meet in 6 days. He was also very relieved because he had told the two to hide the disaster-removing masks. Although the two didn't know why, they still trusted Kiritani Sento. If the hand ghost hadn't seen the disaster-eliminating mask, he wouldn't have attacked Satsuki and Jiuhu so frantically. If he had met him, he would have killed him with his own hands. As the wisteria forest disappeared around him, Kiritani Sento and Koko Shinobu came to a meadow. The last ray of sunset remained on the green meadow. The moment the sunset disappeared, the evil ghosts hidden in the forest would come out in droves. Just as Kiritani Sento was thinking about how to spend the first night, a familiar figure ran past him. Hey! We meet again, good luck in the selection, and goodbye. Kiritani Sento looked at Huali, who was running down the mountain in a hurry, and a bad premonition arose. He was supposed to be a pillar, and no ghost here could pose a threat to him. Damn pillar, I'm going to eat you alive. Looking at the bulging ghost in front of him, Kiritani Sento suddenly knew why. As the sun disappeared over the horizon, 4 more ghosts ran over, and the 5 ghosts stared at Kiritani Sento and Koko Shinobu. Brothers, tear these 2 little ghosts apart. He knows that damned pillar. He, I want to eat the heart and liver. The 5 ghosts have already started discussing which part to eat. This feeling makes Kiritani Sento very unhappy, making him feel like a cabbage. And Huali brother actually pitied him. Just leave, why bother to say hello? Now all his pots are thrown to me, this is definitely a scapegoat. Koko Shinobu knew that she would have to face evil ghosts sooner or later, but she didn't expect to meet 5 of them at the beginning. It can only be said that she was too unlucky. Her hands kept shaking, and the scene of her parents' death kept appearing. Brothers, tear them apart. Our feast has begun. The 5 ghosts were eager to try, their eyes full of enthusiasm, like a single man meeting a black silk beauty. Kiritani Sento held Koko Shinobu's hand and reached out to stop him. Stop, 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 ghost brother, we have our own grievances, we didn't catch you in. Give us a chance, let us go. All the ghosts were stunned. After all, the current situation was like a chicken leg that suddenly stood up and said, "Don't eat me." Ha ha ha, this little ghost is scared. That's right, if you kneel down and beg me, let that little girl die. Kiritani Sento's face turned cold instantly. You can eat me, but you can't hurt Shinobu. So he quickly untied the bag on his back. The chubby ghost was still laughing in the last second and was beheaded in the next second. The remaining 4 ghosts stared blankly at the flame sword arc blooming in the night sky. They had no idea what was happening. Kiritani Sento then released the breath of flame, the 4th form, the winding of the rising flame. With him as the center, the sword energy spread out along with a huge vortex of flames, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 ghosts were swallowed by the vortex of flames. However, since this was the first time fighting, and it was a large-scale attack, Kiritani Zanto only killed 3 ghosts, and the remaining 1 was seriously injured. Seeing this, the ghost hurriedly ran away. This guy was ridiculously strong. It thought it could get a share. But it didn't expect that this human ghost was so strong. If it didn't run away, it would be dead. Before the one-horned ghost could react, Koko Shinobu had already used the butterfly dance teasing to stab the sun wheel sword into his body. Koko Shinobu has been focusing on training her leg strength and stabbing sword skills. She can achieve the purpose of instant acceleration just by stepping on the ground hard. Of course, this is also closely related to her light body. There was a small pit of more than 10 centimeters on the ground where Koko Shinobu just stepped. After injecting the wisteria flower toxin, Koko Shinobu immediately dodged. The ghost found that the head was still there, so it ran away like crazy, and laughed at the same time, "Ha ha ha, that's it. You didn't even cut the neck, so a stab is nothing." But after running a few dozen meters, it found that the wound was festering, and the whole body felt like it was burning. The ghost's eyes were about to vomit, full of bloodshot. What? Poisonous. As soon as it finished speaking, it fell down, and its body turned into black liquid bit by bit. Koko Shinobu jumped up excitedly, and at the same time stretched out her hand in the direction of Kiritani Sento, and Kiritani Sento tacitly high-fived Shinobu. Under the moonlight, the two ran deep into the grass, and they planned to find a water source first. However, not far from the two, a seemingly inconspicuous boy was sitting on the ground covered in blood. He breathed heavily, and his eyes were full of fear. He had a short black middle-parted hair, and the same black pupils, and a regular appearance, which was completely dressed like a passerby. The boy's leg was injured and he seemed unable to move. Because it was his first time to kill a demon, he was so nervous that he even forgot to use the breathing method. The worst thing was that he met two demons. But the strange thing was that the two demons did not kill him immediately but quarreled with each other. "I found him, I want to eat him. I beat him down, I want to eat him. Let's fight, whoever wins gets the prey." The two demons refused to give in and both wanted to eat Murata. Murata was also a little surprised and limped in the opposite direction. He didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. In short, he was ignored. Chapter 22. Murata had walked out for dozens of meters, but the two ghosts were still quarreling. No one in the Demon Slayer Corps could match their luck. Murata turned his head in panic, and couldn't help but sweat for himself, but he was also relieved that he could run away this time. The two ghosts who were fighting suddenly found that the person was gone. The ghost who was pressed underneath slapped his companion and cursed, "You idiot, the person is about to run away, get out of here." "How is it possible? I broke one of his legs." The beaten ghost turned his head and found that Murata was really gone. "I said half for each, look, it's gone." The beaten ghost ignored his companion, but kept twitching his nose. He pointed to a big tree not far away and said, "There." As soon as he finished speaking, his companion disappeared. Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, Murata covered his mouth and tried not to make any sound. "Ha ha ha, stop hiding. I'm going to tear you in half, and you'll see your intestines flowing out." While discussing how to deal with Murata, the two ghosts laughed strangely. Breaking the psychological defenses of their prey is also one of their pleasures. Despair and fear are the best seasonings, and they are like delicacies to evil ghosts. Murata took a deep breath, then he clenched the knife in his hand and fought with them. "Ah!" Murata roared and rushed out from behind the tree. He endured the severe pain and used the Izuka breathing one-type water surface slash. The rushing water splashed towards the neck of one of the ghosts. Murata's belief was to take one away even if he died. However, the ghost crossed his defense, and the sun wheel sword only cut in half. Murata wanted to pull it out, but the knife was stuck and motionless. "Useless talent. You'd better die." Another ghost's sharp nails rushed straight to Murata's head. He closed his eyes in despair. Is the revenge for his family over before it's even taken? Suddenly, the familiar sound of water flow sounded, and the scene of brain bursting did not happen. Instead, the arm attacking him was chopped off. "It seems just right." Zantou immediately changed his sword skills, which was the 7th form Shizuka Wave Stab, which was the fastest stabbing attack among the 10 forms of water breathing. The torrent-like sword skills instantly pierced into the neck of the evil ghost. Before it could react, Xiantu changed the sword skills to the first form. The silky water surface passed through the evil ghost's head, leaving only a puzzled voice. How is it possible? Why is there such a big difference in the same sword skills? It couldn't even make a sound to call for help, but it didn't have the opportunity to call for help, because its companions had been killed instantly by Yi Yang. Murata said he was insulted. We have the same sword skills, why do you call me trash? After dealing with the two ghosts, Santu immediately bandaged Murata's wounds. Thank you. Santu scratched his head and said with a smile, it's okay, we are all companions. Jiyu suddenly said, find a place to hide. On the expressionless face of Jiyu, Murata's heart seemed to be hurt by 10,000 points. So harsh, although he was indeed not as good as the two in front of him. They had already mastered the water breathing to perfection, but they couldn't even cut off the ghost's arm. Since they met, Santu and Tomioka Jiyu simply stayed with Murata for one night. The next morning, the two hid Murata in a safe place and left some food before continuing to kill ghosts. Santu's competitive spirit is still very strong. His goal is to surpass Kiritani Sento. A strange scene happened in the next 6 days. 4 people on the entire Fujixe mountain were not thinking about how to avoid evil spirits but where to find evil spirits. Thanks to Kiritani Zantu and the other 4, none of the swordsmen participating in the selection had died. They were also very surprised. Wasn't it said that there were 50 evil spirits on Fujixe mountain? Although the mountain is big, it's not so big that you can't even meet a ghost hair. What they didn't know was that this selection was the only one with 100% pass. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. 6 days passed in a flash. Zantu had killed 20 evil spirits, and Yi Yang had killed 4. Kiritani Zantu also killed 20 ghosts. Koko Shinobu had been doing experiments. This time on Fujixe mountain, a total of 5 ghosts became lucky, providing materials and parameters for Shinobu. All the 30 evil spirits caught by Huali Ge died, and 19 of the 20 who survived by chance last time died. Maybe, Huali Ge will have the urge to chop down these 2 rabbits later, which will increase his workload. Poor him, there are still 3 wives waiting at home. On the evening of the 6th day, Suantu and the others reached the top of the mountain. There were few trees here, and the view is open and easy to see each other. However, our European pillar Murata brother covered his mouth tightly, because another ghost appeared 10 meters away from him, which was also the strongest hand ghost in Fujixe mountain. He has survived in Fujixe mountain for more than 40 years and has eaten 50 people during this period. His strength is unmatched by other ghosts. After all, the number of people eaten represents the strength of the evil ghost. The hand ghost is dark green in color, with a large number of arms wrapped around its body. Its head has swollen into a large tumor, and it is the arms that make up the tumor. Only a pair of brown eyes are exposed. The hand ghost looked around. He was in a very good mood for the final selection this time, because he didn't meet a fox mask ghost. This also means that Urokadaka has been hit so hard that he dared not accept disciples. He sealed himself in this place without freedom. In order to get revenge, he ate all of Urokadaka's disciples. The hand ghost's hobby is collecting fox masks. He he he. Ha ha ha. All of Urokaida's disciples are finally dead. The hand ghost danced with excitement, but suddenly there was a cracking sound on the ground, the sound of something breaking. The hand ghost reached out and picked up the broken thing, which was a scarred fox mask. The smile on the hand ghost's face froze instantly, and he was furious and unwilling. How is it possible? How is it possible? There are still Urokaida's disciples in this mountain. Eat 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 eat. The hand ghost's teeth kept chattering, and more than 10 arms were beating the ground frantically. It put the mask close to its nose and sniffed it hard like a pervert. It looked like a perverted uncle who stole underwear, intoxicated with the stolen underwear. The hand ghost first burst into tears and then laughed almost crazily. Ha ha ha, there is still a smell, I smell it. I smell it, so happy, so happy. The hand ghost was as happy as a child, and then he kept twitching his nose, and finally his dim eyes locked on the top of the mountain. The hand ghost rushed towards the top of the mountain like crazy, and all the trees along the way fell down. Murata didn't dare to breathe, his back was already wet with sweat, because the hand ghost's thick arm had just been taken away from him. If it weren't for the mask, he would have been a corpse now. Murata looked at the passage in the distance that was forcibly knocked out by the hand ghost, and he murmured, "Didn't they say that the ghost on Fujixe Mountain only ate 1 or 2 people?" Chapter 23. Suunta sat on the top of the mountain and looked into the distance, while Tomioka Gyuhu stared at the sky in a daze. The two of them were exhausted in the past 6 days, especially Suunta. He intended to surpass the strong, although his master often criticized him and asked him to learn from Gyuhu and be calm when encountering things. But Suunta's impulse was engraved in his bones. Compared with before, he was much calmer. Water breathing was the softest of the 5 basic breathings. "Brother, do you think I don't deserve my current life?" Tomioka Gyuhu suddenly asked. He was expressionless as usual, but his eyes were full of sadness. Suunta was a little angry because his junior brother would show the idea of committing suicide from time to time. "Gyuhu, you have to live well. Your sister's death is not your fault. If it were me, I would also save my relatives without hesitation." Tomioka Gyuhu lowered his head, and his deep blue eyes reflected the snowy night a few years ago and his sister who died in front of him. If it weren't for this burden, his sister might have run away. He hated himself for killing his sister. Suddenly, a pair of big hands flew over from the hillside, and the arms went straight to Tomioka Gyuhu's face, but he didn't seem to have the intention of living. Fortunately, Suunta was quick-witted and pushed Tomioka Gyuhu away, but he was not feeling well. Although he drew his sword in time to resist, he was still shocked by the sudden attack of the hand ghost and vomited blood. The 2 thick arms left 2 grooves more than 10 centimeters deep on the ground like steel whips. There was a sound of stones rolling down the hillside, and the hand ghost jumped up with his hands as a fulcrum, and his bloated body blocked the last rays of the sun. "Found it! Found it!" The hand ghost threw out more than 10 arms without saying anything, and Suunta endured the pain to avoid it, but it seemed that he was still a step slow. Just when he was about to be shot in the head, Tomioka Gyuhu used the 4th type strike wave to cut off all the hands around Santo. Looking at the unforgettable moves, the hand ghost determined that these 2 guys were Urokodaka's apprentices. They looked too much like each other. "Damn it, you are all the damn Urokodaka's apprentices. Urokodaka, that bastard, damn guy." The hand ghost kept scratching his head, and soon it was covered with bloodstains. It felt uncomfortable when Urokodaka was mentioned. Santo and Tomioka Gyuhu looked at the hand ghost with suspicion. As Santo regarded Urokodaka as a family member, he naturally couldn't stand an evil ghost cursing his master. The fire in his heart surged up instantly. He probably guessed that the 12 brothers and sisters who didn't come back alive before died at the hands of this ghost. The rabbit asked loudly, "You killed the disciple of Mr. Urokodaka?" The hand ghost said nonchalantly, "Yes, if he dies, he dies. All the disciples of Urokodaka deserve to die." The hand ghost pulled away an arm wrapped around his neck. On that arm, 12 disaster-eliminating fox masks were completely inlaid, exactly the same as those of Yiyang and the others. The hand ghost introduced them proudly. He pointed to the first mask and said, "This little ghost had his limbs torn off alive by me." The way he screamed was simply wonderful. Listening to the hand ghost's vivid description of his killing methods, the rabbit's eyes were full of bloodshot, as if spitting out flames, and veins on his forehead were bulging. It had never seen the master standing at the door every day, feeling sad, nor had it seen the master sitting alone on the training ground and sighing. This damn evil ghost even killed his senior brothers and sisters happily and used him as a capital to show off. Suunta took a deep breath and then rushed towards the hand ghost. However, he was not in good condition today and had consumed a lot of physical strength in the previous 6 days. The furious Suunta directly used the strongest move of water breathing, the pick-up form life flow. The azure dragon head surrounded the tip of the knife, and Suunta kept spinning his body. Life flow is just as its name suggests. The more times it rotates, the stronger its power. Seeing this, the hand ghost ejected more than 50 arms to block it, but Tomioka-jiu also used life flow. The two of them were like surging waves, rushing from the sea, and the power of the waves was enough to break steel. These two little ghosts were not ordinary strong. The hand ghost left and increased the number of arms. 80 dark green arms were squirming frantically, each arm was as thick as a tree, shaking the air and buzzing. The hand ghost's dim eyes kept rolling, and all his remaining arms were buried. His target was Tomioka-jiu, because he clearly felt that the calm little ghost was now more dangerous. Suddenly countless arms surrounded Tomioka-jiu, and the arms trapped Tomioka-jiu in place like a prison. It was the hand ghost's blood ghost art, drawing a prison on the ground. The arms that formed the cage were much harder than ordinary ones, and it would take a long time to break it. The corner of the ghost's mouth raised a wicked smile of success. The best choice is to defeat them one by one. The rabbit has already rushed to the hand ghost, and the sun wheel sword that has accumulated 20 turns instantly cut a big hole in the hand ghost's belly. The hand ghost's face was squeezed into a ball, and he let out a painful howl. The rabbit jumped up with the gap as a stepping stone, and he immediately used the 8th form of Takitsubo. Several water columns fell with the slash from top to bottom, and the hand ghost's tentacles were suppressed by the water columns. But it praised the rabbit. "I have to say, you said you are the strongest among the disciples of Urokotake. It must be very uncomfortable for him to kill you." Just when the rabbit was about to use the water surface slash to cut off the hand ghost's neck, it laughed. The neck is the hand ghost's most proud place. The defense here is the strongest. With this little ghost's state, it is definitely impossible to cut it. Then punch the little ghost's head. Back off, back off. Its neck is the most defensive part, you can't cut it, you'll die. Kiritani Sento's roar made Santo regain his sanity, and he immediately used the landing style, Twisting Vortex. The original slash turned into a twisting force, and the hand ghost's thick arm brushed past Santo's face, but Santo did not die, but landed perfectly with the landing style. The plan failed, and the hand ghost looked at Kiritani Sento not far away, and dared to ruin my good deeds. "I'll kill you." Kiritani Sento's behavior just now was no less than unplugging the main power of the internet cafe, and the hand ghost was definitely angrier than dozens of people surfing the internet. He wanted to eat Kiritani Sento alive and skin him alive immediately. "You damned fellow!" Kiritani Sento made a face at the hand ghost and taunted him sarcastically, "Loyalu, I'm so mad at you, come and hit me." Kiritani Sento's mental attack was no less than Mr. Urokadaka, who had locked him up for decades. Kiritani Sento's status in the hand ghost instantly soared to the same level as Mr. Urokadaki, and he was doomed to die. Shinobu Koko didn't know what to say. Rabbit was the only one who could cause mental attacks on ghosts, but this mean look was something that ordinary people couldn't learn. Chapter 24. The hand demon was furious, and countless arms rushed towards Kiritani Sento, so Sento was able to catch his breath. In just one breath, the strong and powerful arms surrounded Kiritani Sento 360 degrees without dead angles. Kiritani Sento immediately decided to release the breath of fire, the fourth type of the fourth type, the winding of the flame, and the blade rotated a circle, and the grand flame vortex surrounded him. The arm was cut cleanly, but it recovered again in a breath. Kiritani Sento knew that this guy's recovery ability was already very strong. After destroying the second wave of arms, Kiritani Sento used the land-type wheel flame dance. The crescent-shaped sword energy surrounded Kiritani Sento, and the soles of his feet were ignited with flames, which greatly increased his speed. Like a winding giant snake, Kiritani cut off the hand demon's arms while moving forward at a high speed. He did not use the crescent pupil because it would only improve his sword skills minimally. Kiritani Sento's goal is to fight against Muzan. If he hadn't met the 12 Kizuki, he wouldn't have planned to use the crescent moon eye. 20 meters, 19 meters. Seeing that the little ghost was getting closer and closer to him, the hand ghost panicked. His strength was much stronger than the two guys just now, and his fate was likely to be death. The hand ghost retreated while waving his arms to hit the rabbit. The rabbit held a knife in front of him, but because his physical strength was almost exhausted, he was still hit by the hand ghost and flew out. Then a hand knife went straight to the face of the rabbit. It was betting that if the little ghost chose to save his companion, he could escape. Seeing this, Kiritani Sento hurriedly changed direction and jumped up to block the attack, but he and the rabbit flew out. Seeing this, the hand ghost jumped down the hillside, so the cage that trapped Tomioka Jiua was also unlocked. Jiua looked back at the rabbit and chased after him desperately. If it wasn't for saving me, my senior brother wouldn't have been injured, and if it wasn't for saving my sister, he wouldn't have died. As expected, I am a useless person. However, Tomioka Jiu's eyes immediately became firm. If he could kill that guy, it didn't matter whether he died or not. Kiritani Sento helped Santo stand up and started the healing technique at the same time. Santo was surprised to find that his injuries were healed, even the hidden injuries from years of training were healed. You are? Kiritani Sento smiled and replied, how is it? It's amazing. I'll help you get revenge. I'll give you the last ghost. Santo's eyes were moist with warmth in her heart. Why did he help her so much when they just met not long ago? After the treatment, Kiritani Battle Rabbit left immediately, but Sato suddenly asked, why? Kiritani Battle Rabbit turned his head, two small canine teeth exposed, and smiled, and replied, of course we are friends, let's go quickly, otherwise what if something happens to Jiu? Kiritani Battle Rabbit immediately sped up, and Sato looked at the boy's back and didn't know what to say for a while. But he immediately stood up and laughed, friends, always friends. Chako Shinobu pouted and said, why do you make it sound like a confession? My rabbit doesn't like men. As soon as the voice fell, Koko Shinobu chased after him. What's the matter with the affectionate eyes of those two guys? I am so redundant. Sato gave a bitter smile, and he knew that Battle Rabbit and Koko Shinobu had a special relationship. It seemed that they should have been engaged. Sato took a deep breath and chased after him with his tired body. The trees along the way of the hand ghost kept falling down. It had already done everything it could to escape. If it could handle two people, it would suddenly have two more. Would it let the ghost live? The hand ghost turned its head and found that the paralyzed face was still chasing, so it cursed, you paralyzed little ghost, are you done yet? Tomioka Jiu looked completely indifferent, but instead increased his speed. Wasn't he tired? The hand ghost's head was buzzing. Obviously, the opponent's breathing was already disordered. The helpless hand ghost took advantage of the situation and rolled up the two big trees around him and threw them at Tomioka Jiu. Tomioka Jiu dodged the flying tree with a sideways move, but he didn't notice that there was a second one at all, so he could only use the water surface slash. The big tree with a bowl-sized thickness was instantly broken into two sections, but the moment the big tree was broken, the dark green fist arrived as promised. The forest terrain is too convenient for the hand ghost who has lived for decades. Trees can not only block the swordsman's sight, but also be used as weapons. Jiu was knocked over without reacting, but the hand ghost's attack did not stop. Two thick trees flew over again. Facing the fatal attack, Jiu closed his eyes but a smile appeared on his face. Forget it, I'll die, so I won't cause trouble to others. Maybe I shouldn't have chased him, knowing that the terrain is not good for me. Tomioka Jiu sighed, his face as calm as a lake. Sister, I'm here to find you. But the next second, Kiritani Sento and Santo appeared in front of him at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, with flowing water and raging fire, and all the trees were cut down. What are you looking for? Your sister will definitely scold you to death. How can people who don't cherish life have the face to see their dead relatives? Kiritani Sento shouted angrily. He didn't expect that Gyuo would actually have the mentality of seeking death at this time. It can be seen how difficult it was for Santo at that time. Thinking carefully, Gyuo really changed a lot later. Although he still spoke shockingly, at least he didn't seek death every day. You two follow me closely, the revenge of your senior brothers and sisters should be your own swords. Me. Just be responsible for clearing the way. Kiritani Sento launched the wheel flame dance again, but unlike the beginning, he opened the crescent moon eye, and Yuan Ben's extremely fast arm also slowed down. At this moment, he was not trying to improve his sword skills or kill the demon, but to clear the way for the Shuahu duo. Damn it! The hand demon cursed, how did this guy catch up? In order to save his life, the hand demon directly used all his arms, and the whole demon looked several times thinner. More than 100 arms swept over, but in the flicker of fire, the arms turned into ashes. Satsuki and Tomioka Gyuha followed closely behind Kiritani Zantu. They accepted Kiritani Zantu's intentions and wanted to save their energy as much as possible in order to swing the last knife. At least they had to avenge their predecessors, so that they would be worthy of Master Urokodaka's training. Tomioka Gyuha's mentality changed slightly. With the escort of Kiritani Zantu, the Shuahu duo was getting closer and closer to the hand demon. Don't come over here! Don't come over here! The hand ghost roared hysterically, trying to stop the three people with his voice, but everything he did was in vain. Because he was facing the vengeful anger of two people and a cheating rabbit. The presence of two rabbits can get a 100% courage bonus, and this is the rabbit's home court. Chapter 25. The flames burning on the blades are the determined hearts of the young men. Kiritani Sento can always block every arm in time. The swords of Santo and Tomioka Gyuha are even still in their sheaths. They have absolute trust in the people in front of them. The ground is already covered with messy traces. Kiritani Sento can't help but speed up, and a horizontal slash completely opens up the situation. Now. As soon as Kiritani Sento finished speaking, a sonorous friction sound sounded, and a stormy wave rolled up behind the blazing flames. The most gentle breathing method is no longer gentle. At this moment, they are only for revenge. Water breathing 1 type water surface slash. 2 fierce slashes came as promised, and the previous pride of the hand ghost had long disappeared, leaving only fear. How is it possible? I have lived in this mountain for decades. Those who want to kill me have eaten me, and you are the same. Satsuki was the first to cut into the neck of the hand ghost, but the hardness of the hand ghost's neck was already higher than steel, so his knife only cut halfway in. Ha ha ha, die! The hand ghost seized the opportunity to counterattack, and Kiritani Sento would never let the original plot happen. He used a move of the second form, Rising Flame, and the Rising Flame completely cut off the hand ghost's life. Although Satsuki only cut halfway in, Jiu also cut in from the other side. When the blades collided, the hand ghost was completely beheaded. The head of the hand ghost rolled to the side like a kite with a broken string under the cold moonlight. Boom! The huge body of the hand ghost fell down. With the help of Kiritani Sento, Satsuki, and Tomioka Jiu finally avenged the predecessors of the water breathing. The demon beheaded by the sun wheel sword will inevitably turn into ashes. After all, the sun will eventually drown the darkness, and the evil ghost will end his sinful life. Kiritani Sento has almost no sympathy for evil spirits. He is not the little angel Tanjiro and cannot be that kind, so he will not treat evil spirits gently. How? How is it possible? Urokodaki, I curse you to die. Damn fox mask! The hand ghost dissipated in the breeze of early summer. Under the bright moonlight, 12 different disaster-eliminating fox masks shone brightly, as if they were smiling. The three of them, Santo, lay on the grass, head to head, and took a long breath. He tightly grasped the disaster-eliminating mask that had been broken into 2 pieces, and said with a smile, "Urokodaka teacher, the mask is broken, but Santo is still alive." The disaster-eliminating fox mask is originally a sincere blessing from one person to another. If it weren't for the hand ghost, it would be like this. Fortunately, the disaster-eliminating fox mask really eliminated the disaster. Shinobu Koko arrived late, carrying a small bag of food on her back. That's right, she went to save Kiritani Sento's food. Although Kiritani Sento had eaten almost all of it in the past 6 days, there was still some left. Looking at the people lying on the ground chatting, Shinobu Koko couldn't help but laugh. Great, Rabbit has made new friends again. But Shinobu Koko was also worried. Although she didn't understand why Rabbit always tried his best for strangers, this was also the reason for liking him. But she was worried that Rabbit would get into trouble. Love is selfish, so selfish that a person always wants the person he loves to live a good life. After killing the hand ghost, Fujizishin was completely formatted this time. Brother Huali must be cursing again, because it's only been less than a week since they caught them all. After a short rest, the few people supported each other and returned to the top of the mountain. Swish! Swish! The gentle summer breeze passed over the wisteria trees on the hillside, passed through the torii gate, and gently caressed every surviving swordsman. This was a reward for those who worked hard. Satoshi wiped every mask carefully. He wanted to take them home and bring them to his master. Maybe he could let it go. Tomioka Jiua wiped the mask silently, Koko Shinobu fiddled with firewood, and Kiritani Sento ate rice in big mouthfuls. The bloody smell of the hand ghost did not affect his appetite at all. A dry eater soul, a day without eating is uncomfortable. Tomioka Jiua gently put down the wiped mask, his breathing became a little rapid, he seemed to be hesitating about something, thinking again and again. Tomioka Jiua suddenly stood up. Satoshi stopped instantly, and Kiritani Sento and Koko Shinobu also looked at him. Tomioka Jiua was a little confused. Why did everyone suddenly become serious? Is there a ghost? So Jiua looked back, but there was nothing. Tomioka Jiua then bowed 90 degrees to apologize, and said the most sincere words in an emotionless voice, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I've caused trouble for everyone. You can hit me or scold me, please forgive me." As soon as Tomioka Jiua finished speaking, Santo breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, it seems that his junior brother has also grown up, and the trip was worthwhile. Koko Shinobu teased, Mr. Jiua was not sincere at all. Anyone can tell that Shinobu Koko is joking, but Tomioka Jiua seems to be an accident. So he kept bowing and saying sorry. Kiritani Sento was really helpless, as expected of Jiua. He slowly walked in front of Tomioka Jiua, grabbed his shoulders, smiled and said, "Then I'm going to hit you, it really troubles everyone. It's annoying to always ask for death." As soon as Kiritani Sento finished speaking, he began to accumulate strength. He punched Tomioka Jiua, and the other party didn't even blink. After the punch fell, maybe the dust on Tomioka Jiua was injured, and Kiritani Sento's attack could not be called an attack at all. Tomioka Jiua was stunned, and Kiritani Sento patted his shoulder, "The fight is over, I forgive you. By the way, I have something to say to you. The past cannot be reversed, but the future can be changed. Your sister will cry if she sees you wanting to die. So you have to live well with her share, and then save more people." Kiritani Sento used the art of mouth-to-mouth on his own Jiua, and the effect was outstanding. Then Kiritani Sento took out a piece of candy from his arms and said, "If you understand, eat the candy." Tomioka Jiua decisively took the candy and swallowed it without chewing it. Under the campfire, Kiritani Sento saw Tomioka Jiua smile for the first time, and the twisted smile was completely unfriendly. Kiritani Sento slowly complained, "Jiu, listen to my advice. If you meet a girl you like, it's best not to smile. It's scary. It can be said that you smiled very well, but you can't smile next time. After all, Jiu's smile is like a bomb, giving people the feeling that they owe him a million." Hey! A string of question marks floated across Jiu's little head. Isn't a smile used to express friendliness? Although the boy was very confused, at least there was light in his eyes, no longer as lifeless as before. Tomioka Jiu sat back on the grass, then wiped off the mask of the disaster fox. After wiping the mask, Tomioka Jiu stared at the moon blankly again. "Sister, don't worry, Jiu will live well and change the future. The bright moon is still the same, but it looks like the sweet smile of a girl." Chapter 26. All the demons in Fujikiyama were dead, so the last day was as relaxing as a picnic. After all, if there were no demons, the scenery of Fujikiyama would be very nice. It was the two big light bulbs, Satsuki and Tomioka Jiu, who seemed particularly bright. Jiu was even in the light without knowing it, and kept leaning towards Kiritani Sento. With the dawn of the 8th day piercing the night sky, the final selection was over. Looking at the swordsman walking out of the Torii gate, Hinamai and Haika's eyes widened. The two were responsible for counting the swordsmen who survived the final selection. As Tomioka Jiu walked out of the Torii gate, the two quiet girls shouted, "19." They remembered that there were a total of 20 people participating in the selection this time, and the result showed that almost 100% of them passed this time. This situation has not happened many times in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just as the two girls were recording, our Azu Murata-san limped out. He had the most exciting time among the 20 people. Hina looked at Murata with a confused face, and her helpless little hand pulled her sister next to her. "Also, all right, there's another one." Haika's brilliant smile amazed Murata, just like the wisteria flowers blooming next to her. "Welcome back." Murata was stunned at first, then smiled and responded, "Thank you, thank you." Murata stood in the middle of everyone, and Hina and Haika's sisters bowed solemnly to thank everyone for their efforts to survive. "Everyone, the survival rate this time is 100%, you have created the history of the Demon Slayer Corps." The swordsmen below all consciously looked at Kiritani Sento and his group. Most of them had seen one of the two rabbits, and they were all grateful. Hina and Haika first opened the 5 large cages around them, and 20 crows flew out in unison. As a small messenger and mobile eyes, crows are an indispensable partner for every swordsman. The already smart crows have undergone special training by the Demon Slayer Corps, and swallowing human words is just a basic operation. Each time, the number of crows just corresponds to the swordsman participating in the selection, but not all crows can find their masters, but this time it is just right. Kiritani Sento carefully observed the little guy on his arm, his smart eyes blinking, and there happened to be a tuft of white feathers on his head, which was incompatible with the main color black. Kiritani Sento gently stroked the feathers of the crow and said with a smile, "I'll call you Taromaru." The little guy seemed to understand and actually spoke human words. "Taromaru applies to fight." Ga ga ga. After distributing the crows, it's time for the most important step, choosing the raw materials of your own Sunblade, Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand and Gorilla Scarlet Ore. Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand and Gorilla Scarlet Ore are the raw materials for the Sunblade. They are collected from the mountain closest to the sun and fully absorb the sunlight. The two complement each other, and the sword cannot be forged without either one. Hinamai and Hikaru lifted the black curtain, and 20 groups of iron ores were neatly placed on the long stone platform. Like the crows, they can find their own owners. Then, please choose your own ore, and the team uniforms and sun blades will be delivered to everyone in 15 days. As soon as the two finished speaking, Kiritani Sento opened his crescent pupil. In his eyes, all 20 groups of ores exuded golden light. Although the intensity was similar, he still chose the best and found the brightest 4 groups. For the ore selected by Rabbit, Koko Shinobu and the other 2 gladly accepted it. While everyone was choosing the ore, Hinamai and Hikaru released the crows in their hands. After choosing the ore, Fujishiyama's trip came to a perfect end. Hina and Haika watched everyone leave, and their ethereal and joyful voices lingered in the ears of every swordsman. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. After saying goodbye to the Mizuho duo, Kiritani Sento and Koko Shinobu rushed back to the headquarters without stopping. They will each face their first mission in 15 days. The warm sunshine shone on the handsome face of the boy. Although he was young, there was no trace of immaturity on his face. He silently looked at the letter in his hand, and his joy was beyond words. This person was the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya. He is still a handsome boy now, and he is not affected by the curse. Makijiro asked in confusion, "My lord, what makes you so happy?" "That's right, I haven't seen my lord smile for a long time." Huali asked. Yubayashiki Yoya raised his head and spoke in a calm and gentle voice, "Senior Makijiro, Tenjin, guess how many people survived the final selection this time?" His voice and the rhythm of his movements can make others feel happy, which is the ability of people who can drive the masses. Maki Shulang answered without hesitation, 100%. He absolutely believed in his apprentice's strength, and it would not be a problem to cut down a lower string. Yubayashiki Yoya nodded, and Huali suddenly had a bad feeling. Another news is that the demons of Fujishizan were killed by Kiritani Sento, Koko Shinobu, and Mr. Urokadaka's 2 apprentices. Hearing the words of his lord, Uzui Tenjin almost died on the spot and exclaimed, "Nani? How is this possible, damn it?" But he soon realized that he was rude and sat back quickly. "Sorry, lord, I'm rude." Yubayashiki Yoya didn't care at all. He preferred to be friends with swordsmen rather than superiors and subordinates. Suddenly, Yubayashiki Yoya excitedly said, "Senior Makijiro, Tenjin, do you know? Today, I saw the dawn of hope. The Demon Slayer Corps, which has been in decline, is going to become stronger. I hope the Demon Slayer Corps of this era can surpass the Warring States period." Cough cough cough. The overly excited Yubayashiki Yoya seemed to have forgotten his body and started coughing violently. Makijiro and Uzui Tenjin were so scared that they hurried forward to support him. Yubayashiki Yoya hadn't been so happy for a long time. After reporting on their recent work, Makijiro and Uzui Tenjin left. Yubayashiki Yoya stood up and walked slowly into the courtyard. The sun was warm and caring. Yubayashiki Yoya stretched out his hand to the sun and held it tightly. At that moment, he seemed to have grasped the dawn of hope. This final selection was the best news for the Demon Slayer Corps, comparable to killing the lower string. Yubayashiki Yoya withdrew his hand, quietly feeling the remaining warmth of the sun, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. "Rabbit! I really want to see you." Over the past year or so, Yubayashiki Yoya has heard a lot about Kiritani Sento, and he has long wanted to meet him. Kiritani Sento, who was on his way, suddenly sneezed, which made him wonder, could it be that Kaoru was thinking about me? Chapter 27. Sagiri Mountain. As the name suggests, the mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist all year round, and the air is thin. For ordinary people, this place is not suitable for long-term survival, but it is just right for breathing swordsmen. A simple wooden house is located at the foot of Sagiri Mountain. This is the home of the water-breathing duo, and the water-breathing cultivator, Seikanji Urokadaki, lives here. The candle burns out and the tears dry. People who have fought for demons all their lives are still shining after retirement. Cultivators are such people. They are lucky because they survived. The responsibility of the trainer is to provide basic combat guidance for those who want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. The trainers used to be senior swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. There are many of them, distributed in different places. The techniques of the rookies trained by the trainers are all decided by the trainers themselves, and there are no clear regulations. The trainers are also responsible for teaching the breathing method necessary for hunting demons. Urokodaka Seikanji leaned against the door of the wooden house without saying a word. He waited at the door for 10 consecutive days, and he waited for a whole day. He is a mysterious old man wearing a Tengu mask. He is also the former water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. He is older than Makijiro. He speaks gently but with dignity and a steady personality. Urokodaka Seikanji taught 12 children and none of them survived. This is like a curse that tortures him all the time. Every time he accepts a disciple, he will think twice. Every time he loses a disciple, it is like a knife in his heart. Suddenly a cute little girl jumped in front of Urokodaka Seikanji. The girl pulled the corner of his clothes and acted coquettishly. "Master, Master, my senior and junior brothers will definitely get home safely. You just go back to the house. Be careful not to catch a cold." The girl's name is Makomo. She has black medium-length hair and wears a short kimono with plum blossom patterns. She gives people a lively and cheerful feeling. She is also a cute girl. She is Jiyu's senior sister, but because she is a girl, the master kept her and asked her to train for another year before participating in the final selection. At this moment, the figures of 2 young men emerged from the fog. Seeing the master and Makomo, Seikanji and Jiyu could not help but speed up their pace. "Master, we are back." Urokodaka Seikanji immediately ran to the 2 apprentices and hugged them tightly in his arms. After 12 years, someone finally came back alive. Seikanji clearly felt that the master's body was trembling, so he hugged his master tightly. If it weren't for the rabbit, he might not have seen the master. Jiyu felt a drop of cool water sliding down his face, but he didn't care, because the narrow fog mountain was full of fog all year round, the air was very humid, and a drop of water was nothing. Because of the mask, the 2 could not see that the master Urokodaka under the mask had already burst into tears, but he was crying with a smile. Genkomo came to the master and his apprentices. She really couldn't bear to disturb their deep relationship, but there's still me. "Okay." Genkomo pouted, stood there with her hands on her hips and said, "Master, do you have another apprentice?" Urokodaka Seikanji patted Genkomo's head with a smile, and then walked towards the wooden house. "I'll make a big meal for you tonight." Genkomo muttered softly, "Oh. You touched my head again, what should I do if I don't grow taller?" The next second, Genkomo jumped in front of Tomioka Jiyu and pinched his face without saying a word. It was obvious that she was a habitual offender. "Ah! Is Jiyu's face soft again?" Jiyu had no expression on his face and didn't resist. He was obviously used to it. Genkomo soon noticed that the 2 of them were carrying a bag, and the bag looked bulging. "Could it be that they bought delicious food for me?" Gengu's eyes lit up instantly, and he said expectantly, "Did you buy me a gift?" Xian-tu answered directly, "No." Gengu shook her head, seemingly unconvinced, and then she looked at Yi Yang, "My good junior brother. No, there is no time to buy that thing." Gengu was instantly disappointed. It seemed that she was being sentimental. 2 straight men, it was killing me. But her eyes still stayed on the bulging bundle, and asked, "What are you carrying?" Tomioka Yi Yang said without hesitation, "The relics of my senior brothers and sisters." Gengu's cherry mouth could swallow an egg instantly, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. Xian-tu handed the bundle to Gengu and hurriedly ran into the wooden house. She was so excited just now that she forgot to tell her master. Gengu opened the bundle, and there were indeed 6 disaster-eliminating fox masks inside. The 2 of them really found it. Urokodaka Seikanji dropped his work and rushed out. He picked up the mask and examined it carefully. After putting the mask away, the 4 masters and apprentices happily had a big meal. 10 days the wind and rain had already exhausted Satoshi and Tomioka Jiyu. They slept right after dinner, and Makomo continued training as usual. Uroka Dakase Kanji locked himself in the room, staring blankly at the 12 disaster-eliminating fox masks. He hadn't slept all night, and the owner of each mask was still in his memory. The next morning, the 4 masters and apprentices came to Sajiri Mountain. Satoshi and Jiyu dug a pit, and Makomo gently placed each mask into the pit. The last disaster-eliminating fox mask was buried, and Uroka Dakase Kanji took out a large Tengu mask from his arms and put it into the pit. "Children, Master is with you. Rest in peace." With the last handful of soil filled, the thorn that had been in Seikanji's heart for more than 10 years was pulled out. The setting sun shone on the cabin through the layers of mist. Satoshi was telling his master about his experience, and Jiyu was practicing swordsmanship with his senior sister. The 4 masters and apprentices were enjoying their lives comfortably, while Uroka Dakase Kanji was amazed at what his apprentice called Kiritani Sento. "At such a young age, has he surpassed you, Sento? Then he probably has the strength of a pillar." Sento widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Is Naito that strong?" "Yeah, probably. I hope you can support the new generation of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the responsibility of the water pillar will be handed over to you." Rengoku family. Kiritani Sento was running around the yard with a terrified look on his face, and behind him was the cursing Huali Ge. "You little brat, stop right there. Weren't you brave when you were killing demons? One-on-one, today I will teach you, teach you." Kiritani Sento yelled, "Brother Huali, can we put down the dynamite before we talk? I'm scared." Kiritani Kaoru covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyebrows curved. Because of her brother, the house is always lively. It feels so good. Uzui Tenjin pretended to say, "I put away the dynamite. And the kunao, the ninja set can't be used on me." Kiritani Sento complained. Uzui Tenjin was a little confused. Did that guy's eyes grow on the back of his head? Suddenly, Taromaru flew in. He landed on Kiritani Sento's shoulder, and said, "The Lord wants to see you. The Lord wants to see you." Chapter 28. Kiritani Sento rushed out decisively, thinking that this time, Brother Huali couldn't rush over. Kiritani Sento turned around and made a face at Uzui Tenjin, "Loya Lu, bye." Uzui Tenjin was so angry that he jumped up. "You kid, you are waiting for me, you are going too far. It's not gorgeous at all." After a simple chase game, Kiritani Sento walked towards Yubayashiki Yoya's house under the leadership of Taro Marushi. Although he has lived in the headquarters for more than a year, he has never been to Yubayashiki Yoya's house. The road is not as complicated as imagined. A high wooden wall separated the courtyard from the outside world. Kiritani asked softly, "Is anyone there?" As soon as Kiritani finished speaking, a gentle voice sounded, "Is it the rabbit? I should be able to call you that, right?" Kiritani suddenly felt his head light, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. It seems that Yubayashiki Yoya can really make people relax. Kiritani was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly opened the door. Wisteria trees were planted on both sides of the courtyard, which is the standard of the Demon Slayer Corps. A boy who looked about the same age as him was looking at him with a smile. Seeing Kiritani coming in, Yubayashiki Yoya walked slowly towards him and finally saw the legendary rabbit, which looked younger than himself. "Boss, sit down quickly, your health is important," Kiritani shouted subconsciously. He didn't like to call him Lord all the time, which seemed distant. The boss was more intimate. Yubayashiki Yoya realized that the boy was different, even the name was different. "So I can call you Rabbit, right?" Kiritani Sento smiled and stretched out his hand. "Kiritani Sento, the A-class swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, nice to meet you. I don't like Lord very much. It's more intimate to call you boss." Yubayashiki Yoya nodded and responded, "Of course. But why are you looking for me, boss?" "I heard about what happened in Fujikiyama, and Senior Makijiro often mentioned you, so I really want to meet the legendary rabbit." "Ha ha ha, that's it. Kiritani Sento scratched his head embarrassedly. How did it become legendary? The two sat at the wooden table in the yard. Because they were of the same age and Kiritani Sento was very familiar with people, they started chatting after a while. Yabayashiki Yoya felt that Rabbit was a very easygoing person, always saying some words he couldn't understand. He still believed in his own judgment, but he just couldn't see through Kiritani Sento. Rabbit, what do you think of the Demon Slayer Corps? Kiritani Sento said without hesitation, I don't know about the others, but this is a place called home for me. Home. I like this term very much. Yabayashiki Yoya nodded with satisfaction. Kiritani Sento was also surprised. Yabayashiki Yoya had no airs at all, and his body movements and voice were very comfortable. No wonder he could lead a Demon Slayer corps of hundreds of people. His leader skills were maxed out. Kiritani Sento promoted Tai Chi as usual. His goal was to take down as many as he could. The boss was a big customer. Just as Kiritani Sento was promoting Tai Chi, a white-haired woman with a lady-like temperament came out with tea. Yabayashiki Amine, who has the blood of the priest family, is 4 years older than her husband Yabayashiki Yoya. Yabayashiki Yoya can be said to have found a big gold brick. As the saying goes, young people don't know how good their elder sisters are, and they mistakenly treat Lolita as treasures. There is only one adjective for this woman for Kiritani Sento, that is fairy. She is so beautiful, worthy of being a clergyman. Yabayashiki Amina looked at Kiritani Sento with a smile. Hello, Rabbit, I am your boss's wife, Yabayashiki Amina. Your name is cute. Kiritani Sento seemed to be prepared. He didn't hate rabbits but hated cuteness. It was uncomfortable for a grown man to be described as cute. Yabayashiki Amina listened to the conversation between the two while preparing tea. She hadn't seen her husband so happy for a long time. She always hoped that her husband could have a friend of the same age who could talk. Because the children of the Yabayashiki family all had short lives, and her husband took on the Demon Slayer Corps at the age of 10, who could the boy tell about his inner pain? After all, he is also a child, but a child without a childhood is also a pitiful person. Putting down the tea and snacks, Yabayashiki Tenon gently reminded, by the way, Yoya, it's time to visit the graves today. Yes. Yabayashiki Yoya had never forgotten to visit the graves, but he postponed it because of meeting Kiritani Battle Rabbit. I'll go with you. The cemetery is only 50 meters away from Yabayashiki Yoya's residence and it was just behind his mansion. Kiritani Sento's admiration for Yabayashiki Yoya increased a little bit. He really respected his swordsman. Just ask, who would build a house next to a cemetery? It's exciting to think about it. After all, in the eyes of most people, cemeteries are fearful. Yabayashiki Yoya supported his tired body and gently swept the dust off the tombstones. Kiritani Sento roughly estimated that there were probably hundreds of tombstones. They all sacrificed themselves to kill evil spirits, and most of them didn't even have corpses, and all they had were cenotaphs. With a heavy heart, Kiritani Sento followed Yabayashiki Yoya's way of sweeping the tombs. Living next to a cemetery, won't you be scared at night? Yabayashiki Yoya stopped sweeping the broom in his hand, looked at the cemetery affectionately, and said with peace of mind, until I leave, I will accompany the swordsmen who sacrificed their lives. As he spoke, Yabayashiki Yoya pointed to the tombstone in front of Kiritani Sento. He not only accurately said the name of the tomb owner, but also told his life story. Yabayashiki Yoya's body was always in a state of recovery from a serious illness. When he first recovered, he was in a weak state, and he was always weak. Just sweeping the tomb made him sweat profusely, and he had to rest for a while. After sweeping the tomb, the two sat at the entrance of the cemetery, bathing in the warm sunshine, and Yabayashiki Yoya enjoyed it very much. I don't know how long the sun will shine. Yabayashiki Yoya murmured to himself. Kiritani suddenly said mysteriously, Boss, I have a promise with you. What is it? I will definitely help you solve the problem of sunbathing, the kind that can last a lifetime. Kiritani stretched out his fist and added, trust me, just bump fists, this is a promise between men. Yabayashiki Yoya smiled and bumped fists with him. The sun shone through the gap between the two boys' fists, and the shadows on the ground looked like a bridge. But I don't want to sweep your grave. Of course, I'm very powerful, boss. Kiritani patted his chest confidently. Then he hugged Yabayashiki Yoya and said with a smirk, boss, there is one more thing I admire very much. Sister-in-law Amini is pregnant, right? This point. Kiritani's old-fashioned look made Yabayashiki Yoya blush. After all, the two souls were in different times and their thoughts were not very different. Although people of this era got married early, their thoughts were very conservative. Chapter 29. After the tomb sweeping, Kiritani decided to try to cure Yabayashiki Yoya's illness, but his curse was very mysterious. You said it was an illness, but it wasn't. The moment the silver ball of light lit up, Kiritani felt like he had fallen into an endless abyss, without sunlight, and freezing cold. He now felt the pain of Yabayashiki Yoya firsthand, and it was amazing that he could endure it. Compared to a year ago, Kiritani's physical strength has improved a lot, but he almost fainted just by slightly suppressing the curse. Yabayashiki Yoya found something wrong and immediately pushed Kiritani's hand away. Okay, don't force yourself, I know my body. It's much better now, I feel like I can swing the knife a few more times. Because of his body, Yabayashiki Yoya even had problems swinging the knife, so he couldn't do all kinds of physical fitness exercises. However, as a warm current permeated his body, he felt much more comfortable, and the weakness he had felt since birth was also reduced. I will come to help you suppress the curse from time to time in the future. It will be absolutely no problem for you to live until Muzan dies. As a plot-oriented person, Kiritani Sento was not depressed. He knew that the boss would never die so soon, and he still had time. After saying goodbye to Yabayashiki Yoya, Kiritani Sento went home and fell asleep. Yabayashiki Yoya even asked his wife to tell the Rengoku family what happened, because he was afraid that they would worry. It had been 3 days since the tomb sweeping incident, and Kiritani Sento and Koko Shinobu's uniforms had been made long ago. In fact, every member of the Demon Slayer team has 3 treasures, namely the Sun Wheel Sword, the Crow, and the uniform. The uniforms of the Demon Slayer team are made of special fibers, which have excellent breathability, and are also highly moisture-resistant and flame-resistant. The claws and teeth of weak demons cannot even tear the uniforms. The uniforms can basically resist the cold and heat, as well as the sharp teeth and claws of the intermediate-level demons, and can save lives at critical moments. Masao Maeda, the head tailor of the Demon Slayer Corps, is deeply engaged in tailoring. He is a young man with round eyes, kind to others, and his only shortcoming is lust. However, his skills are first class, and he never slacks when making uniforms. After all, it is related to the lives of the team members. Kiritani Zanto carefully looked at the serious-looking man in front of him, and he could not associate him with the dirty four-eyed. Mr. Masao, let me see Shinobu's uniform. Masao Maeda scratched his ears, and said in his heart, it's not good, could this person have heard something? He patted his chest and assured, little brother, believe me, those are all rumors you heard, what dirty four eyes, it's all slander. He was so angry that he jumped up and down as he spoke. If he didn't know about Kiritani Sento, he would have believed it. Kiritani Sento put his arm around Maeda Masao's shoulders and said with a smirk, then I'll go with you. Because of the mask, Kiritani Sento couldn't see the other's twitching mouth at all. No, 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 keep training, bye. Before Kiritani Sento could react, the other party had already slipped away. Kiritani Sento leaned against the door and sighed. He wanted to save Mr. Masao's life. Forget it, forget it. Because of his excellent eyesight, Kiritani Sento saw a wisp of smoke rising from the direction of the butterfly house from a distance. Without thinking, he burned the exposed team uniform in front of Mr. Masao. Sure enough, after a while, Maida Masao, with a bruised face, passed by the door of the Rengoku family. Kiritani Sento looked like he had seen through everything. "You know everything, kid." "Indeed, I wanted to persuade you just now." Kiritani Sento suddenly hugged Maida Masao and stared at him with lustful eyes. Maida Masao hurriedly protected himself. Although he was lustful, he definitely didn't like men. "I don't have any special fetishes. Kiritani Sento. I have a set of clothes here. Take a look. It's probably a sailor suit, a short skirt and black stockings. Can you make it?" "Oh my god, brother is an expert." "Of course." The day before yesterday, Masao patted Kiritani Sento on the shoulder, saying that brother believed in my craftsmanship and guaranteed that you would be satisfied. In this way, the lustful rabbit achieved his goal. If it were a serious tailor, he would definitely beat him out. Who can understand the soul of modern people? After getting the uniform, 12 days later, the crisp sound of wind chimes broke the quiet atmosphere of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Whenever this sound was heard, people knew that someone from the swordsmith village had come to deliver swords. 2 people wearing fireman masks knocked on the door of the Rengoku family. One of the swordsmiths held the sword tightly in his arms, like he was holding his girlfriend, and the other just held it with one hand. The one holding the sword was Hotaru Tetsutsuka, and the one holding the sword was Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin. Hotaru Tetsutsuka was a head taller than his companion. Hotaru Tetsutsuka. Hotaru loves knives like his life. He regards knives as his relatives and lovers, while Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin likes to forge knives for young and beautiful girls. The two can be said to have distinct personalities. They just happened to come together to deliver knives. Kiritani Sento opened the door and was so scared that he almost closed it immediately. The tall man was definitely Tetsuzuka Hotaru. "Hello, I'm Kiritani Sento." Tetsuzuka Hotaru bent down slightly and introduced himself. "Tetsuzuka Hotaru, your knife maker." Clang! 2 kitchen knives fell out of Tetsuzuka Hotaru's arms. It was unknown whether it was intentional or accidental. But this is not the point. Who would carry 2 kitchen knives for no reason? Damn it! As expected of a knife fanatic, he tried not to break the knife in his life. Kiritani Sento took a breath of cold air. Kiritani asked cautiously, "Then can Mr. Kotetsuka give me the knife?" Kotetsuka Hotaru thought for a moment and replied without emotion, "Tetsujin Hara has to go to the butterfly house to deliver the knife. Can I hold it for a while?" "Just a little while." Tetsuzuka Hotaru hugged the knife tightly. This was a work he was very satisfied with recently, and he wanted to spend more time with his son of the knife. "No problem at all." Kiritani felt that Mr. Kotetsuka had already calculated it. "As for the kitchen knife?" "Yeah. Thank you." Kotetsuka Hotaru's tone was still very cold, but there was a little bit of unnoticeable joy. Kiritani Sento and Tetsujin Tetsukahara walked in front, and Tetsujin Tetsuka Hotaru and his knife followed slowly behind. Tetsujin Tetsukahara whispered to Kiritani Sento, "I'm sorry, Hotaru is really bad at treating people. He is 29 and still has no wife. Please forgive me, little brother." Kiritani Sento smiled and said that it really didn't matter. After all, everyone has something they love. Being able to spend every day with something you love is probably the happiest person in the world. Kiritani Sento and the others have already arrived at the door of the butterfly house, but Tetsuzuka Hotaru is still more than 20 meters away from them. Tetsuka Kawara Tetsujin waved to Tetsuzuka Hotaru and shouted, "Mr. Hotaru, hurry up. Don't keep me waiting." "Oh. Got it." Chapter 30. Kiritani Sento knocked gently on the door of the butterfly house, and Kane's gentle voice came out. "Please come in. Sister Kane, it's me." After a while, a gentle laugh came from inside, refreshing the heart. "It's Rabbit, are you here to see Shinobu?" Kiritani Sento pushed open the door, but Suzuki Haruko suddenly jumped out from behind the door, scaring Kiritani Sento and Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin. Suzuki Haruko looked embarrassed. She just wanted to tease Kiritani Sento, and she didn't expect that there were others following her. Suzuki Haruko bowed to Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin and apologized. Seeing that she was a beautiful woman, Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin was not angry. Kiritani Sento was stunned in the place. "Why didn't he apologize to me? This is unscientific." Suzuki Haruko patted Kiritani Sento on the shoulder and comforted him. "Young man, relax, it's you who is scared." Kiritani Sento. Kiritani Sento. Knowing that Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin was here to deliver a knife, the master and apprentice happily invited him in. "Rabbit, Shinobu is in her laboratory, go and call her." Oh. As a man who knows the terrain of the butterfly house, Kiritani Sento naturally knows where Shinobu's laboratory is. When he thought of seeing Shinobu, he ran to the backyard excitedly. Kiritani Sento didn't notice that Suzuki Haruko had a smirk on her face. Just as Kane was about to remind her, Suzuki Haruko covered her mouth. Shinobu's laboratory is located in the corner of the butterfly house. Under normal circumstances, no one would pass by. After all, it would be bad if she was studying poison and hurt someone. As soon as Kiritani Sento arrived near the laboratory, he felt a wave of heat coming towards him. Although it was summer, it shouldn't be so hot, right? Damn! It won't explode, right? With a worried look on his face, Kiritani Sento didn't even knock on the door, and pushed open the door of the laboratory at the speed of light, but the situation was much more serious than the explosion, and Kiritani Sento was exploded with internal injuries. 2 streams of red liquid flowed out of Kiritani Sento's nose. Because the drugs studied this time kept releasing heat and it was summer, Koko Shinobu only wore an underwear dress on her upper body. After all, only her sister, Master, and Rabbit knew that Rabbit was a boy, but he shouldn't come at this time. The lavender ribbon was wrapped around Koko Shinobu's white neck, and above her slender waist was a half-hidden and half-exposed purple underwear dress, and the lifelike butterfly pattern was the finishing touch. Shinobu Koko's brain went blank for a moment, then she quickly put down the test tube in her hand and covered herself with it, screaming as expected. "Rogue Rabbit, lecherous Rabbit!" Kiritani Sento looked flustered. If it weren't for respect, she would have scolded Haruko, who was grinning 180 times. "Shinobu, listen to my explanation." Although it was an accident, Sento Kiritani didn't think he was a gentleman, and couldn't help but look at the undeveloped little rabbit on Shinobu's chest a few more times. After all, it was an unexpected surprise, who wouldn't love it? At this moment, Sento Kiritani perfectly interpreted a sentence: "You just covet other people's bodies, you are cheap." If it were someone else, Shinobu Koko would have drawn her sword long ago, but Sento Kiritani couldn't do it and it was even more impossible. Shinobu Koko blushed and said angrily, "Slutty rabbit, get out now. I'll explain after I put on my clothes." "Sorry. Sorry." Kiritani Sento lowered his head and retreated, then quickly closed the door. He leaned against the wall, his heart thumping wildly. Shinobu, who was getting dressed, was also beating wildly. He was so embarrassed, so embarrassed. Didn't the rabbit knock before entering the door? After a while, Shinobu Koko walked out of the laboratory with a red face. She grabbed Kiritani Sento's ears and asked, "I'll give you a chance to explain, slutty rabbit." Kiritani Sento was also helpless and could only tell him about sending the knife and fearing an explosion. The reason for the explosion sounded far-fetched, but Shinobu Koko smiled, because the moment the rabbit came in, she saw a worried expression. Sometimes happiness is very simple, and it comes from the care of the loved one inadvertently. The two came to the front hall, and Suzuki Haruko laughed at the bloodstains left under Kiritani Sento's nose. Shinobu Koko, who saw everything, acted like a little adult and said to Suzuki Haruko, "Teacher Haruko, adults should act like adults." Suzuki Haruko hid behind Kane and whispered, "Look, Kane, Shinobu is mean to me again." Kane, who was caught in the middle, was quite helpless. It's hard to describe her own funny teacher. Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin, who was concentrating on eating, didn't care about what happened at all. When he found that the owner of the knife was here, he quickly handed the knife to Shinobu Koko. Although there are many requirements for this knife, it is not annoying to serve a beautiful woman. Shinobu Koko gently pulled out the knife, and the crisp sound was very pleasant, but that was the sound of the scabbard. According to the characteristics of the master's use of poison, Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin specially improved the scabbard. Shinobu couldn't wait to pull out the sword. It had a four-leaf shaped hilt and the handle was mainly mint green. The blade of the sword was slender and had a barb at the tip of the blade. The barb just fit the mechanism inside the scabbard and could absorb the poison placed in advance. Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin introduced his design seriously, and Koko Shinobu nodded continuously like a student who listened carefully to the class. After Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin explained the use of the sword, Koko Shinobu bowed to thank him. "Thank you, your sword forging skills are simply amazing." Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin put his hands on his waist, looking very proud. As a swordsmith, it is a very happy thing to be understood and praised by others. The sun wheel sword is also known as the color-changing blade because it changes with the breathing method learned by the master, which is also something a swordsmith looks forward to. It seems that because Shinobu Koko created the insect breathing, the tip of the knife and the blade near the handle turned light purple, and the slender black back of the knife was very beautiful and looked like the stinger of an insect. What color will Rabbit's knife become? Yes, yes. He learned 2 breathing methods. Suzuki Haruko and Shinobu Koko couldn't help but look at Kiritani Sento, and even Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin looked at him. Although he didn't learn sword skills, he felt that the color of the knife that could learn 2 breathing methods must be very beautiful. At this time, the belated Hataru Tetsutsuka walked in with Kiritani Sento's knife. After repeated urging from Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin, he reluctantly handed the knife to Kiritani Sento. Kiritani Sento tried to take the motionless knife, but Hataru Tetsutsuka's hand strength was unexpectedly strong. "You must take good care of your sword, promise me, okay? Promise him. Promise him." The originally normal scene of taking the sword almost made Suzuki Haruko turn it into a proposal. Kiritani Sento rolled his eyes at Suzuki Haruko, as if to ask, "Are you serious?" "Mr. Tetsuzuka, I will try my best not to break it." Kiritani Sento really didn't dare to make a complete promise. After all, who knows what kind of monsters he will fight in the future. After extremely complicated mental activities, Tetsuzuka Hataru let go of the sword, and at that moment he seemed to have lost the whole world. Only the beautiful color-changing blade could soothe his injured heart. Under the gaze of 5 pairs of eyes, Kiritani Sento drew out the Sunwheel sword. Chapter 31. The blade, which was originally as frosty as snow, slowly turned into a black color like ink. Even Kiritani Sento did not expect that his major in the breath of flame should be red, right? Black, the color passed down from ancestors. Only 2 people's swords have turned black throughout history. One is the god who fell into the mortal world, Yoriichi Tsugakoku, and the other is the son of the plain, the little angel Tanjiro. Kiritani Sento's face was full of joy. The black blade was the ticket to the breath of Sunday. After all, not everyone can learn the bug-level breathing method. Black. Tetsuzuka Hataru's face sank. "Just show me this." "What the hell is black?" Tetsuka Kawahara Tetsujin touched his chin, as if he was thinking, but he couldn't figure out why after thinking for a long time. "This is very strange. I have never heard of a black sun blade." Tetsuka Kawahara Tetsujin shook his head slightly. Shinobu Koko stared at Kiritani Sento's knife with her big eyes flashing, and said, maybe it's because the breathing method that Rabbit has learned is too complicated. Others nodded one after another. Shinobu Koko's words sounded reasonable, but no one cared much except Hataru Tetsutsuka. He was still waiting for the blade as dazzling as the sun to save him. Hataru Tetsutsuka silently took out 2 kitchen knives from his arms, and kept muttering in a low voice, "Give me back my knives! Give me back my knives!" Seeing that the situation was not good, Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin immediately pulled the stubborn Hataru Tetsutsuka away. "Goodbye, everyone. Our mission is complete. I wish you good luck in slaying demons." Even though the two of them walked out of the butterfly house, Kiritani Sento could still hear the cry of Tetsuzuka Hataru, "Black guy, give me back my sword, damn it! Why not red? Aren't you learning the breath of flame?" Seeing this, Sunyajin couldn't help but laugh. Kiritani Sento didn't care. At most, he would just be on guard against Mr. Tetsuzuka's kitchen knife next time. Anyway, Mr. Tetsuzuka is not a bad person, he's just not easy to get along with. He and Gyuu are like 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. After putting away the knife, Kiritani Sento left the butterfly house and returned to the Rengoku family. The mission of the Demon Slayer Corps probably started the next day after receiving the knife. Sure enough, Taromaru flew back the next morning. It probably went out for a patrol and found traces of demons. "Master, Master! Mission assigned." Traces of evil spirits appeared in the town in the north. Kiritani Sento took out a small piece of dried meat and threw it to Taromaru, who caught it skillfully and put it on Kiritani Sento's shoulder to eat. Rengoku Ryuhuo adjusted Kiritani Sento's collar and continued to give him various instructions. Kiritani Sento didn't feel annoyed at all, but liked to listen to the nagging of the master's wife. "Just do your best, don't force yourself. Don't worry, master's wife." Kiritani Sento showed a reassuring smile. "Brother Rabbit, Senjuro will wait for you to come home to eat candied haws." The little guy's soft and sticky voice made people feel happy. Kiritani Sento bent down, gently patted Senjuro's forehead, and said gently, "Be obedient at home." Yet, Kiritani Sento looked into the house again. Kaoru didn't know what was going on. She got angry when she knew she had to carry out the mission, and she didn't say anything to come and see her brother. Kiritani Sento gently patted off the dust on the haori, which was sewn by the master's wife. Kiritani Sento liked it very much. The pattern was the flame pattern passed down from the Rengoku family, representing that he was a member of the family. "Master's wife, Senjuro, goodbye." After saying goodbye, Kiritani Sento pushed open the door, and suddenly a pair of hands hugged him from behind. Kaoru's body trembled and he cried, "Brother, don't leave Kaoru like that night, okay?" Kiritani Sento has never forgotten the snowy night when she led away the evil spirits alone. She was very scared and afraid of losing her only relative. Kiritani Sento turned around and said very seriously, "Brother will never leave you." Kaoru was like a well-behaved cat, lying in Kiritani Sento's arms, feeling his brother's warm chest. Kiritani Sento felt much more relieved after seeing Kaoru, so he pushed the door and left. But to his surprise, Koko Shinobu was actually outside the door. He didn't plan to tell Shinobu, it would be better not to tell her than to make her worry. Shinobu Koko was unexpectedly calm, just quietly watching Kiritani Sento. "I saw Taromaru flying back. Well, I have to go on a mission. Flying Fish hasn't come back yet, but my mission should be coming soon." Flying Fish is Shinobu Koko's name, after all. The fish she raises are called pufferfish. Suddenly Shinobu Koko came close to Kiritani Sento, tiptoed, and said in Kiritani Sento's ear, "Don't die, this is an order." A breath of hot air blew on Kiritani Sento, and he felt numb and tingling. Then the blood boiled. "Come back alive, reward, yo." Shinobu Koko said word by word. But in the blink of an eye, she was away from Kiritani Sento, so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head, but the master said that this could inspire boys and make him stronger. In Shinobu Koko's cognition, the stronger the better. Kiritani Sento rushed all the way to the mission site as if he had been injected with chicken blood. I won't say anything more, my wife is here, Muzan is dead. Goo. Goo 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 goo. The cry of the owl added more horror to the already gloomy forest. The wind blew the leaves and made a rustling sound. Every minute and every second in the woods made people's scalps numb. But Kiritani Sento was leisurely eating candied haws, with a small bag of dried meat hanging on his chest, and the gourd was always in his hand. Taromaru, who went out to explore the way, also flew back. It found the town and it was through this forest. Now that the destination was determined, Kiritani Sento ran at full speed, and the complex forest terrain was like walking on flat ground. Suddenly, a dim light appeared not far from Kiritani Sento, which looked like the light from a kerosene lamp. Help! Someone save me! God, I don't want to die! The screams of fear even drowned out the owl's cry, echoing throughout the forest. Kiritani Sento immediately changed direction. Although he didn't know why someone came to this ghost place in the middle of the night, he always adhered to the principle of helping others when seeing injustice. Besides, there was a high possibility of encountering evil spirits at this point, and it was close to the town. If he was lucky, the mission would be completed directly. Demon, let go of that man! Kiritani Sento entered the scene with a knife, and a tall man was sitting on the ground with a portable oil lamp. The man was trembling all over, his lips were purple, and he was obviously scared. But Kiritani Sento was surprised. He rushed to nothing, without a single strand of wool. Was this man frightened by the air? Kiritani Sento patted the man's shoulder and asked, "Brother, what are you doing at this hour? You're not committing a crime, are you?" The man looked up and fainted on the spot out of fear. White hair, is this still a human? This was the man's thought before he fainted. Chapter 32. Kiria Sento glanced at the man, then looked at Taromaru, and asked weakly, "Taromaru, do I look scary?" Taromaru nodded. A white hair suddenly floated in front of you in the middle of the night. Are you scared? Kiria Sento ignored the man and looked around vigilantly. What on earth scared him so much? But after waiting for a long time, there was nothing except the cry of the owl. This was outrageous. Kiria Sento was helpless. Did he run away? He had to keep shaking the man in front of him, trying to wake him up, but this guy slept like he took sleeping pills. In the end, Kiria Sento had to carry the man on his back and walk towards the town. When he went down the mountain, it was just dawn, but Kiria Sento was very energetic. Hey, brother, are you awake? Kiria Sento suddenly asked because he found that the man's breathing was disordered. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. The man jumped off Kiritani Sento's back in a hurry, and ran towards the town frantically without even saying thank you. Kiritani Sento was shocked by the man's behavior, but he quickly caught up with him. He was so flustered that he didn't seem like a good person. The man glanced at Kiritani Sento beside him and was very surprised, but he had more important things to do and couldn't delay. Thank you for saving me. I'm a doctor. There is a patient who needs medicine urgently. It has been delayed for too long. My name is Yao Shanghai Sheneri. Yao Shanghai Sheneri looked anxious and was about to cry. Kiritani Sento only then knew why he went up the mountain in the middle of the night. It turned out to be to save people. My name is Kiritani Sento, and I'm a traveler passing by. And you're too slow. Hearing the word traveler, Yao Shanghai Sheneri's eyes deliberately stayed on Kiritani Sento for a while. Kiritani Sento simply carried the man on his back again and asked him to show the way. With Kiritani Sento's help, Yao Shenpingchenj quickly arrived at his own pharmacy, and he rushed in a hurry. Kiritani Sento carefully observed the situation around him. Yao Shenpingchenj's pharmacy was close to the main road but located in the corner of the town. The small yard was full of shelves for drying medicinal materials. After a while, a woman with red and swollen eyes came out holding a child. She kept saying thank you and almost knelt down to Yao Shenpingchenj. "Doctor, thank you for saving my son. Thank you so much." Yao Shenpingchenj had a trace of guilt on his face, and hurriedly helped the woman up. "I'm sorry, I almost missed it, and I almost became a sinner." Looking at Yao Shenpingchenj's relieved look, Kiritani Sento felt that he was not a bad person, and he was a doctor, so everything that happened last night made sense. After sending the woman away, Yao Shenpingchen walked quickly to Kiritani Zantu and prostrated himself to express his gratitude. "Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, it would be too late. It's okay, the person I like is also a doctor. Doctors save lives, so they are kind people." Kiritani Zantu quickly helped Yao Shenpingchen up, but unfortunately, Kiritani Zantu's stomach started to growl, which made him feel embarrassed. After all, he had such a big appetite. "Mr. Kiritani is a traveler. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house temporarily, so you don't have to spend money on a hotel, and I can repay you." Kiritani Zantu actually refused, but he couldn't stand Yao Shenpingchen's enthusiasm. "I can eat a lot, you have to be prepared." Yao Shenpingchen laughed, looking completely unconcerned. After all, a boy who looked at least 10 years younger than him could eat as much as he wanted. "Don't worry, as the only pharmacy in this town, we will definitely provide you with enough food." However, Kiritani Sento immediately refreshed his cognition and ate 100 rice balls and 30 plates of fish in a row. Kiritani Sento was a little embarrassed and accidentally lost control. "Mr. Yasuo, I will pay, I ate too much." After listening to Kiritani Sento's words, Yasuo laughed with his belly in his hands and replied, "It's okay, I can still afford this little food." Kiritani Sento asked the other party what he encountered last night. From Yasuo Hinari's description, he felt that the other party probably encountered an evil spirit. After a brief understanding of the situation in the town, Kiritani Sento went out to investigate clues, and Yasuo Hinari went out to see a doctor. After walking around the town, Kiritani Sento did not find any missing people, but learned that Yasuo Hinari was a very popular pharmacist and everyone liked him very much. At the end of the day, Kiritani Sento only knew that many passing travelers disappeared. He was very puzzled. Could it be that the ghost did not eat local people, but only ate free-range ones? In the evening, Kiritani Zantu returned. Who wouldn't love to stay at Hinari Yakuo's house for free? Besides, he only knew him so far, so he could ask for more specific information. After all, he was a traveler, so that was a potential recipe for ghosts. At dinner, Hinari Yakuo specially prepared more than 100 rice balls, and Kiritani Sento choked a little when he was halfway through. Hinari Yakuo was so scared that he hurried to pour water. Just as he hurriedly brought the water cup over, Kiritani Sento found a layer of barely noticeable white powder hanging on the wall of the water cup. If it weren't for Yuiatong's abnormal eyesight, he really wouldn't have thought that this doctor would actually give him drugs. There must be something fishy. Kiritani Sento hurriedly picked up the gourd and drank a few sips. Hinari Yakuo never expected that this traveler actually brought his own water source. "Mr. Kiritani, this water is from a mountain spring, a specialty of the town, let me give it to you to try." Yakasei Hinari handed the water to Kiritani Sento with a smile, and he took the water with a smile. "Mr. Yakasei is too enthusiastic, ha ha ha. It should be, you are my lifesaver." Kiritani Sento is now more suspicious of this doctor. Why didn't the ghost eat him? Although he is a lifesaver, he is too enthusiastic. It's obviously the first day they met. And this guy actually drugged himself. Outrageous, outrageous. But Kiritani Sento can only wait and see. After dinner, Kiritani Sento took the glass of water back to the room arranged by Yakasei Hinari. Kiritani Sento looked at the glass of water, then took a big sip, he made a fake swallowing action and then spit it out under the cover of the quilt. Oh! So sweet, it's a local specialty. I should take some with me on the road, it's a good thing. Kiritani Sento deliberately praised the spring water loudly, of course for the peeking Yakasei Heisei outside. Because Kiritani Sento noticed that there was a very small hole on the wall opposite him, the other party must watch him drink, otherwise he would probably have to think of other ways. Kiritani Sento felt that this doctor might have something to do with the ghost, so he just played along. Chapter 33. Yakwai Hinari stared at Kiritani Sento closely, like a peeping pervert. Kiritani Sento pretended to be drugged and fell on the tatami. He acted very realistically, with all the weakness in his limbs and shaking left and right. Kiritani Sento is now very grateful for some pharmacological knowledge taught by Shinobu, such as identifying drugs. At this moment, the actors are in place, and only the leading actors are left. About an hour has passed, and Yakwai Hinari is completely sure that the drug has taken effect. Even though Kiritani Sento has been drugged, Yakwai Hinari still carefully opened the door and tiptoed to Kiritani Sento. Yakwai Hinari suddenly knelt in front of Kiritani Sento, full of guilt. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." As he spoke, Yakwai Hinari began to cry, and Kiritani Sento's eyes narrowed a slit, and Yakwai Hinari's forehead had already been bruised. His face was full of helplessness and regret, but he had to do this to protect the people in the town. Only by providing travelers to the evil spirits can the people in the town be safe. "I'm sorry." Kiritani Sento sighed in his heart. As a doctor, he treated illnesses and saved lives, and Yakasei Hinari was good, because Kiritani Sento knew that the people in the town were grateful and respected this doctor from the bottom of their hearts. But as a person, he was evil. What was wrong with innocent passers-by? Why did they die for the people in the town? In the final analysis, they were all damned evil spirits. If it weren't for them, how could a doctor's hands be stained with blood? In the past, Kiritani Sento did not have a deep hatred for evil spirits. After all, he had no blood relatives who died because of evil spirits, but now he hated evil spirits. That thing forced a good person to become a bad person. Little Angel Kaneki passed by and said, "It's not who is wrong, but this world." In order not to expose Kiritani Sento, he could only listen quietly to Yakasei Hinari's confession. Facing the former traveler, Yao Shengping Cheng was not as entangled as he is now, because Kiritani Sento really helped him treat a patient and saved his own life. The somewhat impatient Xiafeng kept hitting the glass. After struggling in his heart, Yao Shengping Cheng silently walked to the wall on the side. After groping for a while, there was a click, and the mechanism on the floor started to work. After a while, a secret passage appeared next to Kiritani Sento. Yao Shengping Cheng carried Kiritani Sento and walked into the dark corridor. The entrance of the corridor was like a bloody mouth, swallowing the life that strayed into it indiscriminately. As the figures of the two people sank into it, the secret passage door was integrated into the floor again, and no trace could be seen from the surface of the floor. The dim firelight illuminated the corridor, but its effect was minimal. The strong smell of blood was mixed with the stench of rotting corpses. Coupled with the closed corridor, Kiritani Sento's stomach had protested, but he still suppressed it. Yao Shengping Cheng continued to apologize, but he did not stop moving forward. After walking for about a few minutes, he came to a wooden door. After getting his mood right, Yao Shengping Cheng said with a gloomy face, "Your things have been delivered. I hope you can abide by the agreement between us." Ha ha ha. Yao Sheng, do you think you are a good person? Hypocritical guy. Half of the people I have eaten so far were sent by you. The continuous laughter was like a sharp sword piercing Yao Shengping Cheng's heart. He did not refute it, because the other party was right. He had not been a good person since he murdered the first traveler. After Yao Shengping Cheng was silent for a long time, he said sternly, "This is the 25th person. You will leave the town after you agree. I hope you keep your promise." Tisk. Fool, I suddenly don't want to leave again. 30, oh, no, I will leave after 40. The evil ghost raised the price on the spot, which was comparable to the evil capitalism. Yao Shengping Cheng was so angry that his face turned red, and then he silently pushed open the blood-stained wooden door. The smell of blood was stronger inside the wooden door, and the bones were piled up into a small mountain. On the mountain of bones sat a thin and tall evil ghost, with 6 octopus-like tentacles hanging on both sides of the evil ghost's body. Yao Shengping Cheng angrily questioned the other party, Yi Zhang, you don't keep your promise. Yi Zhang gently stroked his red tentacles and said with disdain, what can you do, why don't you quickly present that human to me? Yao Shengping Cheng stopped talking, he put Kiritani Zantu in front of Yi Zhang, and the other party laughed even happier when he saw Kiritani Zantu. Like a child who got a long-awaited toy, the ghost hunter, I didn't expect that Yao Sheng, this idiot, could charm the ghost hunter. Damn ghost hunter, I'm going to chop you into pieces today, he he he. Fuck. Such a pervert, how deep is his hatred for the demon slayer core that he wants to chop himself into pieces? Because the room was very dim, no one noticed that Kiritani Sento's hand was always on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Kiritani Sento planned to attack him by surprise, after all, being the 6th one is not too much. Just before Kiritani Sento made his move, Yakasei Hinari suddenly pulled out a knife from his waist and stabbed it deeply into Izan's heart. Blood flowed out along the blade, and Izan was stunned. He never thought that this guy would resist. Yao Hung, you've grown up. You dare to resist me? Under Yao Hung Pingchen's shocked gaze, Yi Zhang nonchalantly drew out his knife, and then said in a didactic tone, Yao Hung, the heart is not the vital part. Surprising, unexpected. While speaking, the wound on Yi Zhang's chest had healed. As a doctor, Yao Hung Ping Cheng couldn't believe his eyes. This guy couldn't be called a monster anymore. Yao Hung Ping Cheng originally wanted to kill Yi Zhang and then end his sinful life, but he didn't expect the first one to be a complete fantasy. Yao Shengping Cheng knelt helplessly on the ground, his eyes had lost their light, and he said numbly, kill me. Yi Zhang laughed triumphantly, no, 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 you won't die, I will break your limbs, and then eat the people in the town in front of you. Eat the people you cherish, such as the mother and son today, how about it? As soon as Yi Zhang finished speaking, Yao Shengping Cheng picked up the knife and chopped at the opponent's tentacles like crazy, and the knife left a shallow mark on the tentacles. Yi Zhang, however, hugged the injured tentacle and howled as if his mother had died. Dare to hurt my lovely tentacles, go to hell. Yi Zhang was furious and punched Yao Shengping Cheng's head. Before he died, Yao Shengping Cheng glanced at Kiritani Battle Rabbit and said guiltily, Mr. Kiritani, I'm sorry. Chapter 34. Kiritani Sento was waiting for this moment. He took a deep breath and cut off 6 tentacles of Yi Zhang in an instant with a sharp slash from top to bottom. Then Kiritani Sento grabbed the back of Yakuo Haishi's collar and retreated. Between killing Yi Zhang with one blow and saving Yakuo Haishi, Kiritani Sento chose to rescue. Kiritani Sento let go of Yakuo Haishi's collar, raised the Nichiren sword and pointed at Evil, taunting, damn tentacle monster, I will take you today. Yi Zhang completely ignored Kiritani Sento, and knelt on the ground with a sad face to pick up the tentacles. The tentacles were obviously the top priority. But the next second he swallowed the broken tentacles, and this scene can be said to be stunned Kiritani Sento. Is this the world of Yandere? Eat everything. Although I don't understand it, I am shocked. Yakuo Haishi was speechless for a moment. He wanted to kill the other person, but he saved himself. Yao Shenpingchenj, who was extremely regretful, kept apologizing, Mr. Kiritani, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Kiritani Sento took a deep breath, and the rhythm of the breath of fire filled his body, and even the temperature around him rose slightly. Kiritani Sento saved him but didn't forgive him. What's the difference between taking other people's lives and being a demon? You shouldn't apologize to me but to the 24 dead travelers. Kiritani Sento's words were like a needle with poison, piercing Yao Shenpingchen's heart. Yes. Mr. Kiritani was right, he was a sinner who helped the evil. In just a few breaths, the evil had eaten up his tentacles. He touched his stomach with satisfaction, and the tentacles that were originally broken had already recovered. 2 of the tentacles were wrapped around the evil's arms, and the extra part exuded a metallic luster. Yizhong looked at Kiritani Sento with contempt and roared, "You are a rubbish ghost hunter, sneaking up on me and showing no martial ethics. You broke all my tentacles. Cutting me into pieces, pulling out my tendons and skinning me are not enough to pay for your sins." Kiritani Sento immediately launched the land-type wheel flame dance, and a semicircular flame sword energy surrounded his body. He flashed in front of evil at lightning speed. The tentacles behind Yizhong instantly threw out wet and slippery slime, and Kiritani Sento slipped and chopped off. Yizhong swung the broken blade formed by the tentacles at Kiritani Sento. The unexpected slippery slime and the short blade as hard as steel made it think it was the MVP of the game. "Boy, don't be so reckless in your next life." Tisk. Kiritani Sento sighed, and his crescent pupils lit up immediately. The idea of honing his sword skills failed again. With his strong dynamic vision, Kiritani easily dodged the attack, and swung out the one-type Shiranui, a fierce horizontal slash like a flame bursting towards Yizhong's neck. However, Yizhong was as scared as if he had peed, and a large amount of mucus was secreted. Kiritani's antis slid a few meters away as if he stepped on ice. Therefore, the Nichiren sword only cut off half of the opponent's neck. Yizhong changed his previous taunting and cursed in his heart. "Damn, can an ordinary demon hunter do that? Is it that serious? Sending a pillar to cut himself, today is really bad luck." Kiritani's antis swung the 4-type Shenjun winding at his feet, and the burning vortex swept past. The mucus was evaporated instantly, and he also stabilized his body. Kiritani Sento lowered his thumb and sneered, "That's it. You are such a loser. And the tentacles are so disgusting. Look at other ghosts. They have claws and their blood magic is gorgeous. You are like a pissed-off person. I will cut your tentacles into 8 pieces, you rubbish tentacle monster. It doesn't matter if you sneer at me, and it doesn't matter if you compare me with other ghosts. But I can't stand it if you scold my tentacles. Ah! Damn ghost hunter! Arojong is like a mad bull, his eyes are bloodshot, and his anger overcomes his reason." Kiritani Sento showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. This guy is really easy to fool. When his anger value is full, his sanity value will drop wildly. It's so lucky to meet such a ghost. Kiritani Sento put the knife back into the sheath, and then walked towards Arojong step by step. The furious Izan released all his tentacles, and 6 tentacles continuously stabbed at Kiritani Sento. The wall behind him was already riddled with holes. However, with Crescent Moon's dynamic vision, Izan's attack seemed to be accelerated by 0.5 times, and Kiritani Sento easily dodged it. Izan had long forgotten the slippery slime he was good at, and his strength was not as good as that of the lower string, so attacking alone was completely useless. In the blink of an eye, Kiritani Sento came in front of Izan. Facing countless evil ghosts who eat people, he had no mercy. Holding the hilt of the knife tightly with his right hand, the dragon-shaped flame gradually surrounded the entire sword. This was also the only sword-drawing skill of Breath of Flame, the 8th form, Fulongshan. In just one breath, the fire dragon pierced through the neck of Izan, and Kiritani Sento put away the sword handsomely. Fulongshan was extremely fast, and its power was second only to the final form, Purgatory, but because it was a sword-drawing slash, it was very limited in actual combat. But it was just right for Kiritani Sento, who had special eyes. Izan's tentacles were still extending towards Kiritani Sento, but just before they were about to touch him, the tentacles stopped. Izan looked confused. Why did his tentacles look so high? Why? It was not until Kiritani Sento cut off all its tentacles with one knife that Azan realized that it was not the tentacles that became higher but himself that became lower. To be more precise, he was beheaded. Looking at the tentacles and body that turned into ashes bit by bit, Azan died with hatred. Yao Shengpingchen's world is still restarting. The boy in front of him didn't even use his full strength. Although he couldn't understand it, he knew that the boy's battle with the evil chapter was more like a strong man playing with the weak. Yao Shengpingchen didn't care anymore. He looked at Kiritani Xanta with expectation in his eyes, but it was just the expectation of death. Kill me. Kiritani Xanta pushed open the blood-stained wooden door and said slowly, "Go and surrender. Our swords never swing at ordinary people. By the way, take those bones and bury them. At least we can't let those travelers die without a place to live." Looking at the tall figure of the boy, Yao Shengpingchen felt ashamed of himself. How much suffering did he have to endure to fight against such a creature beyond cognition? The drizzle wet every inch of the land. Kiritani Xanta was also helpless. Why did it rain? The gloomy feeling made people very uncomfortable. Yao Shengpingchen braved the rain and carried the bones of the deceased to the mountains. Kiritani Sento followed closely behind. Since we met, let's see them to the end. Is Yakuo Heishi good or evil? This question is unknown. However, a string of white bubbles emerged from the puddle where Yakuo Heishi stepped. Chapter 35. The bubbles disappeared when Kiritani Sento passed by, and the small puddle seemed to have life. After burying the skeleton of the traveler, Yao Shengpingchen planned to turn himself in. After the evil chapter was resolved, he should take responsibility for the mistakes he made. As they walked, Yao Shengpingchen stopped moving, and the secretly observing Kiritani Sento was confused. Because in front of Yao Shengpingchen, there was nothing else except the white rain curtain. However, a pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the rain, which were the eyes that the two saw in the forest last night. There is no doubt that there is more than one ghost in the town, and it has been waiting for Yao Shengpingchen to return to this forest again. Like a beast squatting in the grass to wait for its prey, it enjoys the pleasure of letting the prey go and then catching the prey. After the eyes, a pair of mouths full of sharp teeth appeared in the rain curtain, and its slender tongue kept rubbing Yao Shengpingchen's face. My prey, that rubbish Ejong is not worthy. If I were not a demon hunter, I would kill it with my own hands. Then a pale hand lifted up Yasuo Hinari, and his eyes focused on a big tree next to him. Stop hiding in front of me, you bug from the Demon Slayer Corps, like a mouse. Pa! The demon spat in the direction of the tree, and the tree fell down at the same time. Kiritani Sento jumped down from the tree helplessly. He subconsciously tightened his knife. This strange demon was completely different from the weak Ejong just now. One was a little kid who was full of urine and the other was a boxing champion. The moment Kiritani Sento appeared, two words appeared in his originally red eyes. Lower string was written in the left eye and lock was written in the right eye. Good news, the opportunity to be promoted to a pillar has come. Bad news, it is the first time to meet the 12 demon moons, and there is no experience at all. The 12 Kizuki are the 12 direct subordinates of Muzan Kibutsuji, the ancestor of demons. The 12 Kizuki are divided into upper and lower strings, and the upper strings are the strongest among the 12 Kizuki. But the lower strings are also the best among the evil demons, and they are definitely not something that ordinary team members can contend with. The eyes of the lower string Lu are full of absolute confidence. There is no difference between stepping on the evil chapter and crushing an ant, and the human in front of him is even more so. Ant, you should feel happy because you met Lord Kyumaizu. I am the real 12 Kizuki. As soon as Kyumaizu finished speaking, his whole body emerged from the rain. Kyumaizu was wearing a white suit. He threw the medicine life aside like throwing away garbage. Kyumaizu gently straightened his hat and said in a compassionate tone, "Ant, Lord Kyumaizu will let you go today, go away." After saying that, Kyumaizu turned around gorgeously, and then he waved his hand casually, and the rain on the ground gathered into a four-legged table and a chair. Yao Shenping's achievements were placed in the water plate on the water table. Qumaizu sat on the chair and took out the fork and knife for eating Western food from his arms. It can be seen that Qumaizu is still a particular ghost. He uses a knife and fork to eat and sets up a table on the spot. Kiritani Battle Rabbit was completely ignored like air, which made him speechless. However, the lower moonland is right in front of him. Killing it can promote him to a pillar. It must be said that happiness comes too suddenly. After all, becoming a pillar can enable many things of Kiritani Battle Rabbit to be implemented. Otherwise, even a Class A swordsman would not be enough to convince the crowd. From the current situation, the lower moonland should have the ability to control water. Without hesitation, Kiritani Sento swung his knife towards Qumaizu. With the help of the speed of the wheel flame dance, Kiritani Sento had already chopped Qumaizu. But what was strange was that Qumaizu was still wiping his knife and fork slowly, as if chopping off a head was nothing in front of elegance. The blade with flames attached to it easily and neatly pierced Qumaizu's neck. It was definitely not easier than it. But Kiritani Sento clearly felt that there was no real feeling. He didn't know what the guy did, but it definitely avoided the attack. Kiritani Sento, on the other hand, picked up the other person's main dish and ran away. Since this guy wanted to eat it, he just didn't let him eat it. Although Yakasi Hinari made a mistake, he should be judged by humans, not the evil spirits who wanted to cut him into sashimi. Lower rank is great, don't look down on me, even if your father Muzan comes, it won't help. Tisk. Kisui silently put the knife and fork on the table, rubbing his upper and lower rows of sharp teeth constantly, punching the ground, and instantly a big hole was blown out. As a gourmet, it is fun to eat elegantly, watching the prey cry, beg, and fear little by little until it is desperate. Wonderful. It felt so wonderful, but Kiritani Battle Rabbit not only snatched his prey but also scolded its idol, Muzan. Miserable lord. Damn it. Really damn it. I gave you my life but you don't cherish it. The back teeth were broken by Qumaizu's anger. Kiritani Sento ignored him completely, put Yasui Heisei in a safe place and turned back. He replied very domineeringly, "We humans don't need your charity for our lives, we will fight for it ourselves." Tisk. Qumaizu waved his hand, and his entire left arm turned into drops of rain. In just a breath, hundreds of drops of rain turned into knives and forks. Kiritani Sento was surrounded by dense attacks, and a vortex of Shenjun was swung out, and the knives and forks transformed by rain were all blocked. The knives and forks that were not blocked were embedded in the surrounding trees, and large areas of trees fell down. However, there were still a few scattered scratches on Kiritani Sento's shoulders and arms, and the smell of blood spread in the air. Qumaizu kept sniffing, and suddenly it became excited. Rare blood. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be rare blood. Qumaizu's expression was happier than winning 100 million in the lottery. After all, rare blood is a permanent strength-enhancing potion for demons. Eating a human with rare blood is equivalent to 100 ordinary humans. Kiritani Sento waved the Nichiren sword again and rushed towards Qumaizu. He wanted to find out why the neck didn't die. It must be because he didn't cut it. Qumaizu covered his face and laughed crazily, then he opened his arms and spun like a gyroscope. The knife and fork shot out like bullets and went straight to Kiritani Sento. It was one of Qumaizu's blood demon arts, the knife and fork tornado. Nail. 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 The knife and fork made of water and the Nichiren sword kept rubbing against each other, as if Qumaizu was not shooting out soft water but hard steel. After a series of sharp collisions, Kiritani Sento and Qumaizu stopped at the same time. Kiritani Sento's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He had just blocked at least 1,000 attacks from knives and forks. The rain was still falling, and Qumaizu's power seemed endless, which was also one of the sources of his confidence. Chapter 36. Kyumizu still looked down on Kiritani Sento, but he was a little more serious. This guy was different from ordinary demon hunters. Kiraizu took a stance and said with disdain on his face, "Tisk. The strength of your lower six is the same as yours, there is a lot of water. Muzan is blind." Kiraizu's face was livid. Although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. He saw with his own eyes how the Trashizan was killed by this guy's mouth. Kiraizu waved his hands and complained, "Give up, kid, I won't let you kill me." Kiraizu felt that he couldn't lose in momentum, so he looked down on each other. "I will explain the facts to you in the next second, and I will chop your neck." Kiraizu rushed up with a knife as soon as he finished speaking. His speed like thunder frightened Kyumizu. He really suspected that this guy was a pillar. A move of rising sky fire rushed straight to the top of Kyumizu's head, and the whistling flames passed through the opponent's head, while Kyumizu rushed forward against the blade. The blood demon art weak water was activated, and Kiritani Sento's sword skills were instantly invalidated. He he he. The strange laughter filled Kiritani Sento's ears, and his hair stood up. Kyumizu's claws slashed across Kiritani Sento's chest like a flying knife. If Kiritani Sento was a step slower, it would not be his clothes that were cut. Kiritani Sento seized this opportunity and slashed at Kyumizu's neck. To his surprise, the blade passed through again, and the water spurted out. Finding something wrong, Kiritani Sento immediately distanced himself. The necks of the 12 demon moons were hard to cut, but this guy was soft and hard to cut. Why is he getting stronger as he gets softer? Damn, hurry up and make it hard for me. Damn it. Kiritani Sento stared at Kyumizu closely. This lower rank was quite interesting. Ha ha ha. Come and chop my neck. This is the second time you didn't chop it off. I'll take your blood. Kiraizu made hand seals at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and the surrounding rain quickly gathered in front of Kyumizu's mouth, and the scene was like a siphon. Kyumizu shouted, "Blood Demon Art Tidal Cannon!" The water gushed like a missile, and the trees along the way were instantly smashed, with an irresistible force. Kiritani Sento seemed a little confused, but he was confused not by the opponent's strength but by his moves. "Are you sure this isn't water escape? Who cares? Who cares? What the hell? Don't insult my blood demon art, damn human!" Suizu was very satisfied with his large-scale attack technique. He didn't think that any demon hunter could stop it, and the smile of victory came as promised. Toriya Sento took a deep breath, sheathed his sword, and faced the surging tide. He was as still as a mountain. At this moment, the world seemed to have nothing to do with him. 8th Type Fulong Flash. As the fire dragon wrapped around the entire scabbard, the dragon's roar could be heard faintly. "Even if your tide is surging, I am still as steady as an old dog." The moment the ghoul's tide cannon arrived, Kiritani Sento also swung out his sword, and the several-meter-high wave was torn apart. Kiritani Sento stood quietly between the cracks with the tip of his sword facing the ground. Kyumizu was completely dumbfounded. "What the hell is this bullshit move? It's my ultimate move." The previous attack by Kiritani Sento was all he had. "I don't know ninjutsu, but I know sword skills, which are very similar to the sword skills of Tensho Ryushin." Kyumizu rushed forward after just a second, and his arms turned into knives and forks. He had decided to eat up the delicious thin blood on the spot. After eating this guy, Kyumizu had the confidence to launch a bloody battle with lower string 4. In an instant, the forest burst into knife lights and fork shadows, and the crisp sound resounded in the black forest. Kiritani Sento had several scars on his body, but he had not left any scars on Kyumizu, even though he had chopped Kyumizu nearly 1,000 times. Kiritani Sento knew that the water escape just now was just a trick, and his other blood demon technique was really outrageous, as if it was cheating. "Ha ha ha, my weak water ignores attacks, come on. Let's hurt each other. It's a pity you can't hit me, ha ha ha." The taunts continued, and Kiritani Sento was speechless. This guy must have relied on this trick to survive to the 12 demon moons. After all, his real strength is not very strong. Seizing this gap, Kiritani Sento chopped through the opponent's neck again. He would never be scared by ignoring physical attacks. This blood demon art of Kyumizu definitely has loopholes, such as time limits, and a neck that cannot be chopped off will never exist in the lower limit. The two of them fought together, and Kiritani Sento had chopped Kyumizu's neck dozens of times. Sure enough, ghosts are still afraid of having their necks chopped off. It will subconsciously dodging. Kyumizu chopped off Kiritani Sento's neck with a knife. At the moment of its attack, Kiritani Sento subconsciously swung his knife to block it. The Nichiren sword pierced through the water blade with a sizzling sound. But just right, the tip of the knife passed through its chest, and red liquid was thrown out. Although it was only for a moment, Kiritani Sento was ecstatic. Why did Kyumizu just get hurt? Is it because he forgot to use the blood demon technique at the moment of attack? Or will the blood demon technique be lifted at the moment of his attack? Kiritani Sento continued to test, and finally he caught the moment of Kyumizu's attack again. The fifth type of flame tiger was launched, and it was as fast as a tiger pouncing on its prey, biting Kyumizu's neck fiercely. Kyumizu's eyes widened. Its neck was pierced, and blood flowed like a surging tide, flowing all over the ground, and even dyed Kiritani Sento's collar red. Kiritani Sento immediately changed his sword skills to the first form of Shiranui, and the horizontal slash was about to chop off Kyumizu's head. The sense of crisis triggered Kyumizu's desire to survive. Being beheaded by an ordinary swordsman was a great shame. Weak water was activated instantly, and Kiritani Sento failed to behead for the 50th time. Tisk. Kiritani Sento retreated at the speed of light. It was enough to know the opponent's weakness. However, the confidence in Kyumizu's eyes was gone, and it was replaced by caution. Faced with the temptation of rare blood, Kyumizu would not give up. The next step was just to be more careful. When the claws pierced the fragile throat, it was time to taste the blood of victory. Kyumizu stared at Kiritani Sento greedily, like a pervert. Are you really a lower string? Kiritani Sento's sudden question made Kyumizu startled. This guy was really rude, as if he was tearing his mouth apart. This was the most slurred swordsman he had ever seen. Boring. Kyumizu replied coldly. A tidal cannon was fired, and the surging waves swept over. Kyumizu was definitely going to kill Kiritani Sento, and he must tear his mouth and crush his throat at the first opportunity. Kyumizu had never hated a creature with a mouth so much in his life. Chapter 37. Kiritani Sento split the oncoming surging waves, and the silver crescent in his eyes lit up. In an instant, the Kiritani Sento in front of Kyumizu turned into three, and he was confused. Who is the ghost? How can you, a human, split into three? The three Kiritani Sentos made the same movements, and three blades burning with flames went straight to Kyumizu. Kyumizu released a knife and fork tornado, and the three Kiritani Sentos were pierced at the same time, but the three people could not collect a drop of blood. Kyumizu looked around in panic. It has always been only ghosts who release blood ghost arts to hit people, but in this life, he was fooled by humans. At the moment when his fantasy was shattered, Kyumizu felt a hand on his left shoulder, and he was so scared that he looked back quickly, but there was nothing there. Are you stupid? I'm on the right. Kiritani Sento launched an illusion, and originally wanted to take the opportunity to cut off Kyumizu's neck, but who knew that this guy was still using the blood demon art of weak water under the illusion. The intuition of the demon is indeed much more sensitive than that of humans, and the illusion is not enough to make it relax its vigilance. Kyumizu's veins bulged, and he became furious. He chopped down Kiritani Sento with his sword, and he kept cursing, while Kiritani Sento pretended to retreat. At the same time, his arm was chopped, and the blood was like a small red snake crawling along Kiritani Sento's elbow to the back of his hand. He gasped for breath, as if he had consumed a lot of energy, like a swaying grass in a rainstorm, fragile and helpless. Kyumizu smiled, and his initial worry disappeared. This kid must have cast an illusion just now, but the cost of the illusion is very high. But he didn't expect that I was still in a weak water state under the illusion, and the plan to sneak attack him failed. Ha ha ha, your plan failed. Kyumizu laughed. Kiritani Sento ran back with a look of horror, unable to stand up to him. His swaying appearance was like a candle in the wind. Seeing that the opponent's plan was exposed by him, Kyumizu was even more proud. If it came to threats, that kid only had them just now, and now he was a pure lamb to be slaughtered. Kyumizu's mind was full of the idea of this wave is stable. He took a few big steps to rush in front of Kiritani Sento, and a knife went straight to Kiritani Sento's head. It was at the moment of this attack that Kiritani Sento turned around at lightning speed and directly displayed the ultimate secret of the breath of fire, the ninth form of purgatory. A man and a ghost stood in the blazing flames. The dancing flames were like the fire from hell, with the momentum to burn all the sins in the world. This move was the most explosive of the breath of flame, and could instantly cause deep damage to the ghost. In the end, the flames devoured the evil ghost, and Kyumizu's eyeballs were about to fall out. It never thought that the exhausted Kiritani Sento could release such a strong attack. How is it possible? Why? How is this possible? The complacency in Kyumizu's eyes disappeared again, but it was no longer replaced by caution. It had no chance because its head and body were dissipating. Kirizu Sento endured the severe pain and pulled out the blade inserted in his left shoulder. He was afraid that if he hadn't reacted quickly enough just now, the dinner knife would have been stuck in his head. Kiritani Sento looked at Kyumizu with a smug look on his face, made a face and mocked, "You are indeed careful enough and cherish your life enough, but I can act. Why, is it like that? I'll kill you with my acting." Kiritani Sento's words were like salt on a wound, or salt water, which made Kyumizu's eyes shed blood and tears. Lower 6, dead at the hands of an actor. As the saying goes, one of the 4 great illusions in life, this wave is stable, and generally it is a sure loss. Kyumizu completely dissipated on the spot, and said that all the ashes would be scattered for you. Kiritani Sento sat down against a big tree, gasping for breath continuously. It seemed that it was too much of a stretch. He relied on Uiatong throughout the battle with Kyumizu. Especially the last illusion, the consumption was huge, but in the end he won. Just from the ability, it can be seen that Kyumizu is an extremely cautious ghost. Ruo Shui is indeed strong, but its owner is not very smart. Sure enough, no ghost can resist the temptation of thin blood, just like every sea cucumber cannot resist the temptation of abalone. Kiritani Sento deliberately acted weak, but he was really tired, but he still had the strength to swing a knife. Only in this way could he make Kyumizu let down his guard and eat him. The deadlock could only be broken in that moment, that is, the moment Kyumizu attacked. Kiritani Sento first treated the wound on his left shoulder. Uiatong's healing technique is very useful for external injuries, and it consumes 5 chicken legs for one treatment. Kiritani Sento did not treat the shallow wounds on his body, let them heal naturally. Kiritani Sento stretched beautifully and said with a smile, "Woohoo! So happy! Finally I can go back to the city and see Shinobu. Damn old 6, you've delayed me for so long." A certain ska owed Kiritani Sento a little golden man, and Kyumizu was unlucky enough to be killed, directly killed. After a while, the rain stopped, and the long-lost sunshine broke through the dark clouds and shone on Kiritani Sento. Kiritani Sento greedily enjoyed the sunshine, and at the same time complained, "It's really annoying not to be able to bask in the sun." Identification completed, successfully killed the lower string. Taromaru hovered over Kiritani Sento's head. It originally wanted to go back to find reinforcements, but it didn't expect its master to be so powerful, and single-handedly brushed the small boss in the novice village. Kiritani Sento opened his eyes, revealing a trace of laziness. After throwing a piece of dried meat, Taromaru flew away in a hurry. It wanted to take this good news back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, using the kind of flying. Kiritani Sento picked up the gourd on his waist and drank the wine in the gourd. It was sweet and perfect. He hummed a little song happily, with the sky as his blanket and the ground as his bed. He was not lazy to rest for a while. Feeling that the sunlight in front of him was blocked, Kiritani Sento opened his eyes. Yao Shenpingchenj just knelt down. As if he had expected it, he spoke first. Mr. Kiritani, thank you for getting rid of the harm to the town. I will go down and surrender. We are destined to meet. After solemnly thanking him, Yao Shenpingchenj walked slowly down the mountain until his tall but hunched figure completely disappeared from Kiritani's eyes. Tick! Tick! The raindrops were like elves living on green leaves, playfully falling on the leaves, and then sliding down the leaves into the soil to moisturize everything. Kiritani Sento's whispers passed through the forest softly. Have a good journey, I hope I won't encounter evil spirits in my next life. Sorry, I'm so late. The cool wind after the rain blew through the leaves, bringing the fragrance of soil and nature. SHH. SS. Chapter 38. Taromaru crossed the forest and mountains, and Kiritani Sento arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps. Yabayashiki Yoya looked up and recognized Taromaru at a glance. Yabayashiki Yoya smiled indifferently. If it was a rabbit, there would be no problem. Taromaru, how is your master's mission? Gaga. He encountered the road of the lower moon. As soon as Taromaru finished speaking, Yabayashiki Yoya's expression instantly became serious, with surprise in his eyes. Then he successfully killed the lower moon land. Ha ha ha. After delivering the message, Taromaru flew to the Rengoku family without stopping to report safety. Yabayashiki Yoya let out a long breath. Why does this bird breathe so hard when talking? Ha ha ha, okay. I believe in your promise, rabbit. Ahem. Yabayashiki Tenan knelt behind her and gently stroked her husband's back, saying softly, Yoya, take care of yourself, you promised rabbit that you would live. 3 days later, Kiritani Sento returned to the headquarters. As soon as he walked into the door, members of the 2 teams of Hidden ran over with 2 stretchers. Even though the people on the stretchers were wrapped like mummies, Kiritani Sento recognized them as Jiyu and Tsutomu at a glance. Damn! What happened to these 2 people? Why did they fight like this? Countless question marks floated across his head. Kiritani Sento looked down at his own clothes. His clothes were torn in many places, and only the haori sewn by his master's wife was intact. Although he looked like a beggar, at least he could walk back, and he was just exhausted. Suddenly, a strong arm hugged Kiritani Sento from behind, and the enthusiastic laughter was exciting. Rabbit, what a coincidence, I'm back too. Kiritani Sento was overjoyed, turned around and hugged his eldest brother. Brother, I beheaded the lower string road, isn't it amazing? Happy things should be shared with close friends, and everyone is happy together. The air was silent for 3 seconds, and then the laughter came like a storm, shaking Kiritani Sento's head. When he came to his senses, Kyojuro had already lifted him up high, with 1 point of envy and 9 points of surprise in his eyes. Ha ha ha, rabbit, you are too awesome. Brother, I haven't met a 12 demon moon in a year, and I beheaded 49 demons this time. Rengoku Kyojuro was not in a hurry to take the task, but was familiar with the area in charge of Makijuro, and he was preparing to become the next flame pillar. After all, this is passed down from generation to generation in the Rengoku family. Yo yo yo! How old are you still holding me up high? Ha ha ha! The joyful teasing suddenly appeared, and Kiritani Sento turned his head, looked at Koko Shinobu with affection, and responded with a smile, long time no see, Shinobu. Indeed, it's been a long time. Koko Shinobu tilted her head, blinking her big eyes at Kiritani Sento, her eyebrows curved like a blooming crab apple. Seeing that Kiritani Sento's girlfriend had come, Kyojuro put him down, then patted Kiritani Sento on the shoulder, whispering and joking, "Go find your little lover, rabbit." Before Kiritani Sento could react, Kyojuro had disappeared. Koko Shinobu was like a kitten who had been waiting for her owner for a long time. Seeing that there was no one around, she excitedly jumped into Kiritani Sento's arms. "I missed you so much. But we succeeded in poisoning that demon, how awesome is that?" Looking at Shinobu Koko's expectant eyes, Kiritani Sento touched her little head, looking like a little fanboy, as expected of a medical genius. "Awesome, my Shinobu." Shinobu Koko showed a pair of white little fangs, even if it was the most ordinary compliment, as long as it was said by a rabbit, she would be very happy. People, that's how it is, love everything for the one they love. The two of them strolled on the avenue of the headquarters, telling each other what happened during the mission, sighing, frowning with worry or surprise. Other passing team members looked at the two from time to time. In the Demon Slayer Corps, accompanied by death, whether it was family affection, friendship, or love, it was like candy, exciting. Unintentionally, the two came to the door of the butterfly house. Shinobu Koko looked around nervously like a thief, and Kiritani Sento followed her line of sight, but there was nothing. With a smack, Shinobu Koko quickly pushed open the door of the butterfly house. Her voice was as small as a mosquito. "This is the reward they promised." Kiritani Sento directly used a wave of tactics to get more and more. "I personally feel that it is not enough. The lower six is too strong. I beat them all." Shinobu Koko pushed Sento Kiritani away and pretended to be disgusted. "Humph. Don't get more and more. Master said that I can't spoil you." "Oh my god, Sister Haruko, how can you do this to me?" Kiritani Sento thought. Just as Kiritani Sento in the moment of daze, the nimble Koko Shinobu had already slipped out of his arms. As soon as Koko Shinobu left, another team of Yin's teammates rushed to the butterfly house carrying a blood-stained stretcher. "Sister Haruko, help! He's dying!" The members of Yin shouted anxiously. Although they could not participate in the battle, they always tried their best to protect the lives of the combatants. The members of Yin were responsible for the aftermath of the battle, and also shouldered other support. Although they could not kill demons in blood, they were more like candies in a candied hawse. Some members of Yin even cried anxiously, crying and shouting, "Save him!" Kiritani Sento rushed into the butterfly house as soon as possible. Although the members of Yin hurried past, he still saw the wound of the team member clearly. The middle of the chest was pierced. If it was an inch off, the team member would be dead. Now the only way to save him is his own healing skills. As soon as Kiritani Sento stepped into the butterfly house, a familiar little girl ran out of the ward. She immediately came to the team member, and her white and tender little hands glowed with the same light as Kiritani Sento. While performing the healing technique, Kaoru called out to the team member loudly, "Hold on, you won't die." She came to the butterfly house to help after Kiritani Sento went out on a mission. The sensible Kaoru always wanted to share the burden with her brother, but she had no talent in swordsmanship, so she had to learn medical skills. The swordsmen who treated the injured were also helping her brother in the place that gave her a home. Kiritani Sento was worried and rushed forward immediately, but he was held back by Suzuki Haruko and Kane. Kane whispered, "Kaoru, she finally found her life. You have to make her feel at ease. She can't always be protected by you." Kiritani Sento sighed. He just wanted Kaoru to live a peaceful life. He would leave all the demon slaying and healing to himself. But seeing Kaoru with a serious face, Kiritani Sento was relieved. As long as he was happy, that was enough. "Come on, Kaoru." Kiritani Sento silently said this, but his eyes never left Kaoru for a second. Chapter 39. With Sun's efforts, the team member with a leak in his chest was finally cured, and he opened his eyes in a daze. In a trance, he saw an angel with silver hair and a pair of white wings behind him smiling at him, and the pure and flawless eyes made him feel much more energetic. Oh my God, angel, I didn't expect to see an angel in this life, he he he. The man had a silly smile on his face, and Sun smiled very brightly. It seems that he should be fine, and he was finally saved. Sun staggered to her feet. It was obvious that the treatment took a lot of energy, but Kiritani Xanta supported her immediately. Kaoru turned his head weakly, with expectation in his eyes, and said in a whisper, "Brother, I'm awesome, right?" Kiritani Sento patted Kaoru's little head gently and said proudly, "Awesome, my Kaoru is the best, I'm proud of you." Kiritani Sento smiled and lowered his head, not to mention how happy he was. He he he, great, I can help my brother. Heaven! Angel, can you bandage me? The team member who was rescued suddenly asked. Kaoru realized that the other party was calling him an angel, and immediately covered his blushing cheeks and whispered, "Sir, this is what a medical staff should do, I'm not an angel." Kiritani Sento clenched his fists and said with a sullen face, "Boy, I'll cut you, she is my sister." The team member was so scared that he almost fainted. He was an angel in the last second and a demon in the next second. Oh my God! The members of Hidden carry him in, and everyone saluted Kaoru, praising loudly, "Thank you, Miss Angel, long live the angel." Kaoru was full of humility, and kept bowing slightly to express his gratitude. Suzuki Haruko suddenly hugged Kaoru from behind, and Kaoru's head was heavy under the pressure of a pair of mountains. "Kaoru, don't be shy, you are my butterfly house's baby, an angel, come on, sister will take you to rest." "Sister Haruko, can I?" Kaoru asked a little unconfidently, and the pitiful little eyes almost melted Suzuki Haruko on the spot. Kiria Kaoru, Suzuki Haruko, and Kane went to the lounge, and the originally lively courtyard suddenly became deserted, leaving only Kiria Xantu alone. Kiritani Sento tried to increase his presence and asked, "Sister Haruko, what about me?" Suzuki Haruko turned her head lazily, rolled her eyes at Kiritani Sento, and complained, "You come to my house every day to pick up girls, go wherever you want." Kiritani Sento looked at the other person's disgusted eyes and covered his chest directly. "Oh my God, it hurts my heart, my friend." Since he was here, Kiritani Sento felt that he couldn't come here in vain. Anyway, Santo and Tomioka Jiyuhu also lived here, so he went to see them. After asking again and again, Kiritani Sento found Jiyuhu and Santo's ward, and he happily pushed the door open and walked in. He opened his arms and prepared to give the two a bear hug. Jiyuhu happened to be standing at the door, but he found that it was Kiritani Sento who came in, and returned to the bed with a look of disappointment. Only the lonely old man Kiritani Sento was left standing there in a daze, with 1,000 alpacas flying through his mind. Jiyuhu's expression changed like musen basking in the sun. Looking at the extremely lost Tomioka Jiyuhu and the resentful Kiritani Sento, Santo held his stomach and laughed non-stop. It was amazing. "Ha ha 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 ha. I can't stand it, junior brother and Ertu, ha ha ha. Shaha." Santo suddenly groaned in the middle of laughing, and the wound was torn open again. Kiritani Sento. Tomioka Jiyuhu. Kiritani Sento suddenly rushed towards Santo with a smirk on his face and gave him a hug decisively. Only Santo could understand the sourness. Saha screamed in pain, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have laughed at you." "That's better." Kiritani Sento turned his attention to Tomioka Jiyuhu, who stood at the door without saying a word. Kiritani Sento didn't care about Jiyuhu's mysterious operation and simply sat down beside his bed. Satsuki had to shout out loudly despite the pain. He looked proud, like a kid who bought a new Ultraman card. His eyes were filled with the most sincere feelings. "Naito, guess who Jiyuhu and I beheaded?" Kiritani Sento held his forehead helplessly. The answer was written on his face, it must be the lower string. "Oh! You guessed it right. Jiyu and I beheaded the lower string 3. Isn't that awesome? Satsuki smiled and stretched out his fist. Kiritani Sento lightly touched it and responded proudly, I soloed the lower string 6, ha ha ha. Although Satsuki didn't understand what dance swipe meant, his good brother was also going to be promoted to a pillar. There was no better news than this. The two of them chatted happily, while Tomioka Jiyu moved a small stool and sat at the door. Will Jiyu be beaten stupid by the lower string? Kiritani Sento asked worriedly. Satsuki Rabbit waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and said mysteriously, that boy should have fallen in love with the medical staff. This shocking news made Kiritani Zanta's head buzz. Medical staff? Sister Haruko? Sister Kane? Or someone else? Tisk tisk tisk. Kiritani Zanta couldn't imagine it. Yuyong knows how to fall in love, and the sow flies to the sky. He would rather believe that the scum boss will commit suicide in the sun tomorrow. But that little girl is really cute, she looks like a doll. Xanta sighed. Kiritani Sento spread his palm helplessly, is Jiyu sitting there so that he can see her the first time the door is opened? Sento stroked his beardless chin, seemingly thinking seriously, I personally feel it is unlikely, can junior brother really think of that level? Jiyu Tomioka, who has always been taciturn, suddenly turned his head and looked at the two of them. He nodded seriously, indicating that it was just as you thought. Oh my god! Tisk tisk tisk, it's incredible! Crack! The door of the ward opened a crack, and Jiyu Tomioka looked at the door with expectation. For some reason, the first sight of the girl reminded him of his sister's gentle appearance. It turns out that there are girls in the world who are as gentle and considerate as his sister, so happy. Poor Jiyu. He has only seen two girls, one is the lively senior sister who pinches his face every day, and the other is Shinobu Koko who is not very familiar with him. Kiritani Sento held his breath, the day of witnessing history has come, who is that lucky girl? So curious. Tomioka Jiyu is like a puppy waiting for his master to get off work, quietly guarding the door. Sister, Jiyu, I'm in love. You don't have to worry about your life anymore, sister. Santo immediately lay down obediently. The girl is cute, but she is also very strict with disobedient patients. Jiyu will definitely be scolded. Forget it, that boy, even his senior brother can't understand him. Chapter 40. Kiritani Sento's eyes were wide open, as if he was afraid of missing out on the first line of the melon eating. However, the moment the girl came in, he was petrified on the spot, and he wanted to die. Kiritani Sento looked at Tomioka Jiyu viciously, I treat you as a brother, but you want to seduce my sister. Kiritani Sento wanted to chop off this expressionless face. Kiritani Kaoru looked at Tomioka Jiyu who was sitting on a small stool, and then looked at Kiritani Sento who was occupying the bed, and sternly lectured, Mr. Jiyu, you should take good care of your illness. Why are you leaving the bed? And you, brother, how can you occupy the patient's bed? Kiritani Kaoru pouted angrily, but he didn't look angry at all, and he was very cute. How can my sister be so cute? He he he. Kiritani Kaoru pulled up Tomioka Jiyu, dragged him to the edge of the bed, and then pushed Kiritani Sento away. Kiritani Sento's heart was instantly broken. The sister he raised with great effort actually pushed him for an outsider. Woohoo! No love, no love. What bad intentions could a simple Jiyu have? He just wanted to see the girl he liked as soon as possible. Sento felt something was wrong from the beginning, because the girl looked a bit like his brother, but he didn't expect that they were really siblings. Sento was worried for Jiyu. After all, this sister must be someone's favorite. Jiyu will have a hard time. Bang! The door of the ward opened and closed, and Kiritani Sento was locked out. The reason was that the patient needed to rest and could not be disturbed. Alas! Kiritani Sento sighed and went to Shinobu to ask for healing. Now only Shinobu can heal his broken heart. Damn paralyzed face, damn little Jiu, draw a circle and curse you. A month later, Kyojuro not only achieved the achievement of killing the lower moon 2, Pilang, but also successfully achieved the achievement of killing 50 demons. After more than a year of hard work, Koko Kane also achieved the achievement of killing 50 demons. In this way, the Demon Slayer Corps now has 4 people who have unlocked the title of Pillar. Therefore, Yubayashiki Yoshiya specially convened a meeting of pillars to specifically solve the issue of everyone becoming a pillar. After all, 5 more people can become pillars at once, and the overall strength of the Demon Slayer Corps has been qualitatively improved. Obviously, there were only 3 pillars a year ago. The Lord's residence. Yubayashiki Yoshiya sat quietly on the futon, smiling at the people below. There are only 2 people in the first row, namely Rengoku Makijiro and Suzuki Haruko. One of them is the current flame pillar and the other is the former flower pillar, with the oldest information. Gyumei Satamiya, Tenjin Uzui, and Obanayaguro half knelt in the second row. They are the 3 current pillar-level swordsmen. The last row was filled with 5 newcomers, and a meeting about inheritance began. Everyone, please be more relaxed, don't be so reserved. Yes, my lord. Everyone shouted in unison, but there were some different voices. Boss, how are you? Kiritani Sento smiled and waved. He remembered that it had been 2 months since the last treatment. Yubayashiki Yoya nodded and smiled and replied, thanks to you, I'm in good health. Others were a little confused. What were these 2 people talking about? They were completely on different channels. Yubayashiki Yoya, who was good at observing people's words and expressions, saw everyone's confusion at a glance and quickly explained, everyone knows more or less about Rabbit's abilities. He has been helping me suppress the curse, so my body is not that uncomfortable. Everyone looked at Kiritani Sento in unison, their eyes full of recognition and appreciation. Kiritani Sento pretended to be embarrassed and said, if you guys are watching, I'll be shy, he he he. Kiritani Sento's just right movements and tone made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere on the scene instantly warmed up a lot. After all, the Lord said to be easygoing, but everyone's respect for him was always restrained. Kiritani Sento secretly winked at Yubayashiki Yoya, and Yubayashiki Yoya smiled knowingly. Then today's meeting of the pillars will begin. First, I want to talk about the performance of the newcomers, so that the seniors who have become pillars can listen. Yubayashiki Yoya's magnetic voice sounded, and everyone pricked up their ears. Kiritani Sento beheaded the lower moon 6 in his first mission. Rengoku Kyojuro met both promotion conditions at the same time, beheading 50 demons in the lower moon 2. Kane Koko beheaded 50 demons, worthy of praise. Mr. Urokadaka's 2 apprentices beheaded the lower moon 3. Thank you for your efforts. They are already capable of becoming pillars, what do you think? The other pillars did not speak, after all, the achievement was unquestionable, and the swordsmen who could achieve this achievement there are still some warriors, but unfortunately most of them have died. Yubayashiki Takaya nodded with satisfaction. Since all of them passed, they should get the title. Yubayashiki Takaya looked at Kyojuro, and his voice was very light but very powerful, Kyojuro. Kyojuro was influenced by his father since he was a child, and he absolutely respected his lord. He confidently and loudly responded, here. Senior Makijiro is ready to retire to the second line, and you will take over the position of Flame Pillar. Although Makijiro is only in his 30s and in his prime, Yubayashiki Takaya respects everyone's wishes, especially the seniors who have worked hard all their lives. Kyojuro looked at his father in surprise. He didn't expect his father to retire to the second line, but it was also true that his father should accompany his mother. Kyojuro, go ahead and do it boldly, I will always support you. Makijiro's eyes were full of recognition. He couldn't be more satisfied with his son and apprentice. Yubayashiki Yoya turned his head and looked at Butterfly Kane again, Kane, you will take over Reiko's position as the flower pillar. Congratulations. Kane said softly, yes. Kane must work hard. After the flame pillar and the flower pillar were confirmed, Yubayashiki Yoya was in trouble. Mr. Urokadaka's two apprentices were both excellent. It was said that they had both realized their own sword skills, but there was only one position for the water pillar. My lord, let my senior brother be the water pillar. I am different from them. As soon as Jiyuhu said this, everyone looked at Tomioka Jiyuhu. Iguro Obanai pursed his lips and said unhappily, Hey! You are so arrogant. What do you mean different from us? Ha! You are young and frivolous, Amitabha. Tomioka Jiyuhu did not refute anything. After all, he knew that he was not worthy of the position of water pillar compared to the people present. When beheading the lower string, his senior brother made the greatest effort. Kiritani Sento held his forehead helplessly. Only he and Sento could understand what this guy was saying. So, the rescue expert rabbit came to the rescue. Boss, boss. I have a suggestion. Chapter 41. Yubayashiki Yoya nodded to signal Kiritani Sento to speak. He felt that Jiyu would not say such arrogant words, because he saw the calm lake in Jiyu's eyes. Kiritani Sento said, since there are two geniuses, why can't you innovate, set up a double pillar system, and set up two water pillars? Yubayashiki Yoya looked as if he had suddenly realized that this could be done. He had never thought of it. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps had not had so many pillar-level swordsmen at once for a long time. Tomioka Jiyuha glanced at Kiritani Sento, but Rabbit predicted Jiyuhu's move and covered his mouth directly. It is better to talk less with this hateful mouth. I think Rabbit's suggestion is feasible. After all, for thousands of years, the Demon Slayer Corps has also been progressing with the progress of the times. Iguro Obanai, who had been stroking Kabuki Maru, glanced at Tomioka Jiyuhu and then at the Lord, his expression constantly switching between displeasure and respect. This guy is really annoying. My lord, I want to compete with him. Iguro Obanai pointed at Tomioka Jiyuhu. Tomioka Jiyuhu didn't say anything and had half of his sword out, and it looked like the fight was about to begin. Humph! Do you deserve the title of a pillar? Tomioka Jiyuha broke free from his restraints and replied expressionlessly, I really don't deserve it. Iguro Obanai was ready to rant, but Jiyuha's sincere eyes silenced him instantly. You. Forget it, I don't mind. Kirigaya Sento immediately pushed Tomioka Jiyuha's sword back. As expected, sincerity is the real killer move. The matter of the double water pillars was settled, and the only thing missing was the title of Kirigaya Sento. He has now learned 3 breathing methods, namely the breathing of fire, the breathing of flowers, and the breathing of wind. Kirigaya Sento quickly became the focus. If there is anything special about him, it seems that only his eyes are special. Kiritani said mysteriously, I've already thought of my title. Wind Pillar. Why not just double the Flame Pillar? Personally, I suggest calling him the Cheap Pillar. This is up to you, Amitabha. Kiritani rolled his eyes at Iguro Obanai, what's the cheesy about that? Do you think I'm that bad? Iguro Obanai also rolled his eyes at Kiritani, what are you looking at, color pillar? Kiritani. Yubayashiki Koya said with a smile, what title does Rabbit want? Kiritani placed his right hand across his chest and bowed very gentlemanly, and then a steady and powerful voice sounded. Hello everyone, I'm the Demon Slayer Corps Pupil Pillar. How is it? Sure enough, it's related to the eyes, Shinobu guessed right. Kane replied. The others nodded, agreeing with Kiritani's idea. His eyes were the most special thing about him. Yubayashiki Yoya took a deep breath and looked at everyone. Everyone, congratulations to our Demon Slayer Corps for having 8 pillar-level swordsmen. Yubayashiki Yoya took out a wooden tray from behind as soon as he finished speaking. The vigorous wisteria vines stretched their waists in the tray. Suzuki Haruko took the wooden tray. She and Makijiro stood in front of everyone with smiles on their faces. Everyone present was their cute juniors. Makijiro's loud voice inspired people, "Everyone, we are the only two seniors. Before I retreat to the second line, I hope to send my blessings to everyone. I wish you all good luck in martial arts." Suzuki Haruko had a playful smile on her face, and her ink-stained hair moved with the wind. "Choho will always be your most steadfast backing. Remember to call me Sister Haruko." One of them carried a tray and the other handed out wisteria branches. This was the expectation and blessing of the seniors to the juniors. A cool breeze blew by, gently caressing the wisteria tree in the yard. The oval green leaves made a pleasant sound, and the wisteria flowers clustered together, like stars blooming in the night sky. The wisteria flowers guarded the growth of the Demon Slayer core, and the Demon Slayer core also witnessed the flowers blooming. The pillar-level swordsmen are the pillars supporting the Demon Slayer core. They are the highest-ranking swordsmen. Unlike ordinary members of the Demon Slayer core, the pillars with powerful abilities are tacitly allowed to wear their own private clothes according to their personal preferences. Their Nichiren swords are also forged with the best skills, and the words "Evil Demon Slayer" are engraved near the hilt. In a blink of an eye, Kiritani Battle Rabbit has become a pillar for a year. When he is not on a mission, he has been looking for where Tanjiro's house is. But it is really difficult to rely on vague memories. After searching for a year, there is nothing to gain. He really wants to save Tanjiro's family. The bright moon shines in the sky, and a figure flashes by. It is Kiritani Battle Rabbit who is chasing the demon. Kiritani Sento is still wearing the black Demon Slayer core uniform, but the word is embroidered on the collar. He didn't wear a haori, but a black windbreaker with a small silver eye pattern on it, which is in line with the title of Pupil Pillar. Kiritani Sento's sword is still forged by Hotaru Tetsutsuzuka. Since the sword was not broken last time, Hotaru Tetsutsuzuka doesn't hate Kiritani Sento that much. The overall shape of the sword guard is a black vertical pupil, but it is engraved with a silver crescent. After all, it is completely forged according to Kiritani Sento's eyes. Evil Ghost is written on the right side of the blade, and Destroy is written on the left side. This is the long-cherished wish of every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kiritani Sento looked forward, his eyes firm, and said with a smile, "Mr. Ghost, I'll just chop your neck, okay? I have thin blood, super delicious." The ghost cursed, "You are sick, you pillar, gosh, thin blood is amazing." The evil ghost sighed, "This abominable pillar couldn't even hold the knife at the beginning, and deliberately exposed thin blood. And ended up cutting off his limbs with his backhand. If I can't beat you, I will definitely kill you." The evil ghost was so angry that his teeth itched. After all, for it was like being hit twice in the mouth by a steak but you couldn't eat it, which was even more uncomfortable than being cheated. Isn't this pure bullying of ghosts? Come on. Come on. I'm standing here, bite me, Leel Leel. Ah. I can't stand it, I'm going to kill you. The evil ghost, who had been moving at a high speed, suddenly turned around and rushed towards Kiritani Sento like crazy. "You're not going to die today." Before the ghost finished his words, Kiritani Sento had already put away his knife. He patted the dust off his uniform and complained, "Work done, call it a day." The evil ghost looked at Kiritani Sento in confusion and raised his arm tremblingly. He didn't see the other parties move until he died. "I'm not willing to be killed by a bitch." Kiritani Sento turned around with an unhappy look on his face, frowning, "What do you mean? How am I a bitch? This is called humor, do you understand humor?" Chapter 42. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the old long street of the city, mice made rustling sounds, and a white-haired boy with a hedgehog head kept looking at the door, his eyes full of worry. The boy was Fushigawa Shima, the future wind pillar. Fushigawa Shima was born in an ordinary city family with 7 brothers and sisters. He was the eldest in the family and grew up under the beating of his father. After his wicked father was stabbed to death by his enemies, Shima and his eldest brother Fushigawara Jinya agreed to protect their mother and younger brothers and sisters together. Fushigawara Shima suddenly felt someone pulling him, and turned around to find that it was his sleepy brother. Shima gently touched Fushigawara Swanya's head and whispered, "It's okay, I'm watching, Swanya, go to bed." Fushigawara Swanya raised his head and said very sensibly, "Brother, aren't you sleepy?" Fushigawara Shima took his brother back to bed and told him, "Have a good rest, I'll go find Mom." After settling his brother down, Fushigawara Shima locked the door and walked into the dark alley. The moon shyly hid in the dark clouds, and the cold wind occasionally passed through the dim alley, making the Fushigawara family creak. The moon hid again as if hiding from a monster. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes lit up, and long black hair dragged on the ground. Its target was the Fushigawara family. 1 step, 2 steps. The evil ghost was like a hungry beast, constantly growling, and saliva flowed down its hair to the ground. The evil ghost came to the door of the house of Busukawa. It chose this place among thousands of houses. The evil ghost rushed in like a train. The locked door was as fragile as tofu and was completely overturned. No one who slept against the door was spared. Xianmi was even blown away by the terrifying force and fell heavily on the wall. The broken wooden door fragments were like a sharp scimitar, slashing along Xianmi's cheek, but the impact made him lose the opportunity to make a sound, and only the piercing pain was engraved in his heart. Looking at his bloody brothers and sisters, Xianmi felt that countless sharp thorns were pierced into his heart. He trembled and stretched out his hands to try to protect them. But his broken body could not support his actions. Busukawa Xianmi fainted in a pool of blood with despair and fear in his eyes. "Brother! Brother, I'm sorry!" In an instant, a happy family became fragmented, and 5 of the 7 brothers and sisters disappeared. The evil ghost let out an excited roar, and the hair dragging on the ground had long been dyed red. It stepped on the blood and walked towards Fushigawara Swanya step by step. It seemed that the prey that was still alive was the most perfect. Just when the evil ghost was about to pierce Fushigawara Swanya's head, Fushigawara Shia rushed back. He had just walked a short distance when he heard a noise in the direction of his home. Fushigawara Shia, who felt something was wrong, immediately returned the same way. Facing the bodies of his brothers and sisters, Fushigawara Shia's eyes instantly turned red. He felt as if his brain was eaten by something, and it was blank. Extreme sadness made him tremble all over, and all fear was occupied by anger. The furious Fushigawara Shia picked up the table beside him and smashed it at the evil ghost. He didn't care what kind of monster this was. Now he just wanted revenge and wanted to kill this guy. The table was broken into pieces, and the evil ghost and Fushigawara Shia were bounced out at the same time. However, although Fushigawara Shia's rage value was full, he did no damage at all. Fushigawara Shima trembled as he picked up Xianmi, with big tears falling one by one. He blamed himself to the extreme. "Why did you go out? Why did you leave home? Why didn't you die yourself? Why?" Cough cough cough. Xianmi's sudden cough made Fushigawara Shima completely stunned. The greatest blessing in life is to regain what you have lost, even if he lost too much today. Fushigawara Shima gently put his brother down, rushed into the kitchen and took a kitchen knife. His eyes were red, like a mad wild dog, and he would not stop until he bit his prey to death. "I'll kill you, monster!" Fushigawara Shima swung a knife and instantly entangled with the monster. Because he had to support the family with his mother, he often went out to work as a laborer, and his strength even exceeded that of an adult. The kitchen knife slit a hole in the evil ghost's chest, and it made a harsh roar and grabbed Fushigawara Shima without hesitation. In a flash, 3 bloody wounds appeared on Fushigawara Shia's chest, and he didn't even react to the opponent's attack. The evil ghost greedily sucked the blood left on her fingers. She let out a joyful roar, and walked towards Fuzugawa Shia without looking back. It was like a greedy person meeting 100 million taels of gold. Rare blood is like this to ghosts. Attractive. Fushigi Shimizu didn't even feel the pain. He picked up the kitchen knife and got ready to kill the other party. It's just that the evil ghost's steps were swaying, as if he was drunk. Fushigi Shimizu's thin blood was like intoxicating wine for ordinary ghosts. Especially for a person who had just been transformed, just the smell in the air was enough to make him drunk. Of course, Fushigi Shimizu didn't understand what happened, he just knew that this monster became easier to deal with. Because of the help of his own thin blood, Fushigi Shimizu could keep up with the speed of the ghost. He felt guilty and didn't know how to face his mother and his dead brothers and sisters. The sharp claws collided with the kitchen knife, sparks flew, and the kitchen knife had several more cuts, and Fushigi Shimizu's tiger mouth hurt. But he seemed to have lost consciousness, attacking the evil ghost with injuries in exchange for injuries, with the momentum of either you die or I live. A strong wind blew in the narrow box, and the wind lifted the long hair of the evil ghost, revealing the appearance of the evil ghost. The moment he saw the appearance of the evil ghost, Fushigi Shia was completely stunned, his body seemed to freeze, and he stood there motionless. Because that face was none other than his beloved mother, that gentle mother. Fushigi Shia was dumbfounded. It was his mother who killed his younger brother and sister. Should he kill his mother? Why? Why did God do this to me? Fushigi Shia's eyes lost their light, and he felt that no matter what he did, it was wrong. Ah! Why? The sad voice rushed straight to the sky, and the dark clouds seemed to be shattered. However, when people step into the ghost, they are no longer people. They will kill their loved ones at the first time. As for the bad taste of the trash boss, it can only be said to be very disgusting. The evil ghost had no affection in his eyes, only delicious blood and food. He pounced on Fushigi Shia like a hungry tiger, and opened his bloody mouth to bite his son. Fushigi Shia did not resist at all. Maybe he should not exist in the world. It's good like this. Chapter 43. However, the demon's bloody mouth stopped in mid-air, and its sharp fangs were only an inch away from piercing Fushigi Shia's throat. Perhaps the maternal instinct deep in her heart overcame her desire. After all, Fushigi Shia's mother had only been transformed for 10 minutes. Fushigi Shia's mother uttered a few words with difficulty. Kill me. Mom. Mom. Love. Before she finished her words, Fushigi Shia's mother's eyes turned red again. The demon's wildness completely wiped out human emotions, and now there was only killing in its eyes. Brother! Brother! Fushigi Swanya stood at the door without knowing when. He gasped for breath, like a terminally ill patient who would fall down at any time. Brother, don't die! Fushigi Swanya used up his last strength and fainted after shouting. As if a miracle had happened, he stood up when his brother needed him most, and walked to the door again in a daze. Ah! Fuzukawa Shimai screamed in pain, but he was no longer angry. On one side was his mother and on the other was his brother. What should he do? After a moment of hesitation, Fuzukawa Shimai clenched the kitchen knife in his hand, and then swung it hard, leaving a deep cut on the ghost's body. Fuzukawa Shimai stuffed the blood flowing out of his hand into the evil ghost's mouth. A large amount of blood entered, and the evil ghost collapsed instantly. Fuzukawa Shimai took the opportunity to insert the kitchen knife into the ghost's heart. The moment the knife was inserted, his heart also broke. In the past, no matter how that bastard father beat him, he never cried once, but tonight, in less than half an hour, Fuzukawa Shimai had cried twice. Fuzukawa Shimai pulled out the kitchen knife, kicked down his mother who had turned into a cannibal evil ghost, and he fell down with her. His vision had begun to blur, and the evil ghost, who felt that he could not beat him, turned and ran towards Fuzukawa Swanya. One man and one ghost, both like cripples, moved their bodies little by little. Xianmi, run! stand up! Fuzukawa Shimizu desperately shouted his brother's name, but it was completely useless. In a hurry, Fuzukawa Shimizu threw the menu out. The kitchen knife accurately chopped into its back, and the evil ghost and Fuzukawa Shimizu fell to the ground together. Fuzukawa Shimizu supported the ground with his hands and crawled forward little by little. After a few strokes, his fingers were worn out, and the piercing pain kept piercing his nerves. 10 fingers connected to the heart, the pain doubled. Sweat mixed with blood soaked Fuzukawa Shimizu's clothes. He was like a red crayon, drawing a long line on the cold ground. The recovery ability of ghosts is much stronger than that of humans. After a while, the evil ghost stood up. It planned to eat something to restore its strength first, so that it could eat thin blood. Fushigi Shimai gritted his teeth, his face grim, and begged, "Stop, Mom. That's Shenmi." Anxious Fushigi Shimai struggled to stand up, but fell down again after taking 2 steps. But at the last moment, Fushigi Shimai threw the evil ghost to the ground, and the two rolled to the side. He held a kitchen knife and attacked the ghost indiscriminately. Every time he cut, Fushigi Shimai's heart skipped a beat, and his tears flowed like they were worthless, and more than 10 years of tears gathered together. After fighting for several hours, the evil ghost completely lost its ability to move. Fushigi Shimai knelt there blankly, with red and swollen eyes. He blamed himself so much that he kept repeating, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will definitely kill the guy behind the scenes, no matter where he is." Fushigi Shimai kowtowed one after another, and his forehead had already become bloody. He knew very well that his mother must have been related to someone who turned into such a monster. He vowed to make that someone die a miserable death, and he would kill it with his own hands. The whistling sound of the wind gradually weakened, and Fuzukawa Shimai knelt quietly in front of his mother, forgetting the time and the cold. The first ray of sunlight in the morning passed through the layers of dark clouds and enveloped the earth again, but it was a pity that the warm sunlight could not dispel the tragedy in the world. At this moment, Fuzukawa Swanya suddenly woke up, but the scene in front of him made his young heart suffer a million critical strikes. The mother covered in blood was lying in a pool of blood, and his own brother was holding a bloody kitchen knife. Impossible, this is impossible. Fake, all fake. This must be a dream, a nightmare. Swanya kept brainwashing himself in his heart. He twisted himself suddenly, and the stinging feeling was like a hammer, shattering the fantasy and shattering his heart. Fuzukawa Jinya's eyes were full of hatred. He pointed at Fuzukawa Shima and cursed, "Murderer! You murderer! I hate you!" Ah! No, Swanya Shigawa wanted to take revenge, but his legs softened and he fell down. Shigawa Fushigawa was stunned for a long time, his chest ached, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. He didn't want to explain anything, but just stood up tremblingly, and then walked into the depths of the alley amid the abuse of his brother. As the sun completely covered the earth, Swanya Shigawa was surprised to see his mother's body turned into ashes. The blood-stained ground seemed to have nothing happened. When the sun appeared, everything disappeared. The sun also shone into the dark alley. The moment the sunlight flashed over the kitchen knife, the originally red kitchen knife instantly returned to its original state. All traces of the ghost were wiped out. Shigawa Fushigawa looked at the kitchen knife that had returned to its original state and then looked at his hand. "Murderer! You are a murderer! Ha ha ha!" Fushigawa laughed and burst into tears, but he regained his calm in an instant. Fushigawa Shimai took the kitchen knife and pointed it at his neck. It was very simple. With just a slight stroke, he could say goodbye to this world. However, the kitchen knife did not cut Fushigawa Shimai's neck. He could not die. He still wanted revenge. It didn't matter if his brother hated him. Soon, Fushigawa Shimai disappeared at the end of the alley, and with him disappeared the bloodless kitchen knife and the hatred that was suppressed to the extreme. Fushigawa Swanya cried until his voice was hoarse. In just one night, he experienced things that others would never experience in several lifetimes. He now wanted to confront his eldest brother face to face to understand what happened. "Brother, don't go." Fushigawara Swanya fainted from exhaustion, his hand still pointing in the direction where his eldest brother and mother disappeared. Even in this new era, the law is still imperfect. It was not until the afternoon that the police blocked the scene. 5 people died suddenly in one night and 2 people were missing. The police were completely confused. In their eyes, this was no different from an unsolved case. After all, wild beasts often invaded the edge of the city. Taromaru flew over the crowd and the police who were maintaining public order and found a child with a coxcomb hairstyle lying on the ground. After confirming it, Taromaru immediately left the scene. Chapter 44. Taromaru overlooked the entire Gajuking Street, and finally landed steadily on Kiritani Sento's shoulder. From a human perspective, looking for a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack, but with a flying crow, it's different. Kiritani Sento only needs to tell Taromaru the characteristics of the person he wants to find. Coxcomb, it's a coxcomb. Taromaru loudly broadcast the target person he saw. Kiritani Sento showed a happy smile. The coxcomb is Fuzugawa Jinya, so Fuzugawa Sanya should be there too. I hope everything is in time. Kiritani Sento fed Taromaru a hawthorn as a reward, and Taromaru immediately flew up to lead the way. A few minutes later, Kiritani Sento arrived at Fuzugawa's house, and the noisy crowd made his heart tremble. Damn it! It's too late. Kiritani Sento squeezed in and saw Fuzugawa Jinya with lifeless eyes at first sight. Kiritani Sento immediately rushed into the blockade. When the police just reacted, he had already hugged Fushigawara Jinya. Fushigawara Jinya did not resist at all, or he had no strength to resist, but what made him very strange was that this stranger who suddenly appeared kept saying "I'm sorry" and almost cried. The police arrived late, and Kiritani Sento smiled and turned around to give some money to the leading policeman. "Uncle Police, I am a friend of Fuzugawa Shimizu, I must help investigate." The police captain quietly put away the money, not caring whether Kiritani Sento was a stranger or not, and patted Kiritani Sento on the shoulder with a sad face. "Young man, I am in deep sorrow. We will definitely investigate to the end." Kiritani Sento pointed at Fuzugawa Jinya behind him and said slowly, "I think my friend needs some quiet time." The police immediately dispersed the crowd, and Kiritani Sento came to Fuzugawa Jinya and said softly, "My name is Kiritani Sento, and I am your brother's friend." Fuzugawa Jinya suddenly grabbed Kiritani Sento by the collar and roared, "Where is the murderer?" Kiritani Sento sighed, not knowing what to say. He knew that there was a misunderstanding between the Fuzugawa brothers, and now only by letting Jinya see the ghost with his own eyes can the misunderstanding in his heart be resolved. "I can tell you with certainty and confidence that your brother is not a murderer. I will pay for your family's funeral." Fuzugawa Swanya suddenly realized that this person was helping him and that he had gone too far. Fuzugawa Swanya, who realized the problem, immediately let go of Kiritani Sento and apologized, "I'm sorry, I was abrupt." Kiritani Sento knew that children from poor families had to take care of the family early, after all, he was one too, but this child was too strong, didn't he cry? "You have no reason to help me." Kiritani Sento patted Fuzugawa Swanya on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm your eldest brother's friend, it's my duty." Fuzugawa Swanya didn't understand. This person didn't look even older than his brother, so where did he get so much money? But then, Kiritani Sento's actions scared Fuzugawa Swanya so much that he almost had a heart attack, because the amount of money he took out was so terrifying. "I'll take these with me this time, it should be enough. The deceased has passed away, rest in peace. Please accept my condolences." Hey! The police left after a simple investigation. If it weren't for the money given by Kiritani Sento, they wouldn't care about the people in Juking Street. Who knows how many people will die in this lawless place in a day. After the police left, Fushigawara Jinya immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Kiritani Sento. "Thank you. I will definitely pay you back later." Kiritani Sento hurriedly helped him up, but it was too heavy. It's okay. Go do what you should do." Just as Fushigawara Jinya was about to leave, Kiritani Sento pulled him back and used healing magic to heal his wounds before letting him leave. Fushigawara Jinya thought he had met a god. The white light was so strange. But he knew it was someone else's private matter. Although he didn't know where his brother got such a friend, he would definitely repay him in the future. It was not until the evening that Fushigawara Jinya buried the bodies of his relatives, and of course his mother's clothes. He returned to his dilapidated home with a tired body. All the past events seemed to be just yesterday. Fushigawara Jinya fell asleep from exhaustion. In the dead of night, Kiritani Sento lay on the roof, his eyes full of sadness and self-blame. It's too late after all. Alas! The bright moonlight was like a cold ice thorn, deeply piercing Kiritani Sento's heart. "Damn Muzan Kibutsuji, if it weren't for you, the Fushigawara family would definitely live happily together," Kiritani Sento cursed in his heart. His hatred for the scum boss, unlike others, he saw many murders with his own eyes, such as Yakasei Hinari and the Bizikawa brothers. In the alley far away, Bizikawa-san watched his brother and the guy who claimed to be his friend from a distance in the corner. Bizikawa-san whispered, "I will never forget this favor, a friend I have never met." "Oh. Now we have met." Kiritani Sento suddenly appeared from behind Bizikawa-san, and Bizikawa-san subconsciously raised the kitchen knife in his hand. That was the fear from biological instinct. This guy was very strong, so strong that he could not breathe. "That's a bit sudden. But my name is Kiritani Sento, you can call me Rabbit, let me emphasize that I'm a good person." Looking at Fushigawara Jinya still holding the kitchen knife tightly, Kiritani Sento said weakly. "Really a good person?" Kiritani Sento extended his hand in a friendly manner. After all, it was too suspicious to appear suddenly. Fushigawara Jinya's hand stopped in mid-air. He felt that he was not worthy of the other party. If he had that strength, maybe his mother. But Kiritani Sento suddenly hugged Fushigawara Jinya. He said distressedly, "It's not your fault, it's all the fault of the scum boss." Fushigawara Jinya was stunned. So warm, this person's embrace was like the sun, shining warmly on people. But Fushigawara Jinya immediately pushed Kiritani Sento away. He disappeared in the alley at the speed of light. Kiritani Sento wanted to explain something but couldn't say it, because there was no chance. He didn't expect Jinya to run away suddenly. "Keep the money for yourself. I'll take care of your brother. Don't give up, we'll meet again." Kiritani Sento wanted to bring Fushigawara Jinya directly to the Demon Slayer Corps, but he has his own life. He is the future wind pillar and he will become stronger. And with Fushigawara Jinya's personality, he will definitely leave without saying goodbye. Kiritani Sento bowed deeply in the direction of Fushigawara Jinya and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, we'll meet again if we're lucky." Fushigawara Jinya tightly grasped the purse in his hand. He didn't know when the other party put it in. He didn't understand why he was so good to him. "But I can give you Fushigawara Jinya's life." Chapter 45. The next morning, Kiritani Sento took Fushigawara Jinya out of the old market street. He planned to let Jinya follow the predetermined route. His physique was special, and his physical strength had to keep up. As for physical training, the strongest person in the entire Demon Slayer Corps was the rock pillar, Gyume Satome Saka. On the way, Fushigawara Jinya said nothing. This world was completely different from what he thought. What man-eating evil ghost? What Demon Slayer Corps? But he saw his mother turned into ashes under the sun with his own eyes. What Brother Sento said was right. Brother Sento, are there really such monsters in this world? Kiritani Sento smiled slightly. It seemed that Jinya listened to what he said today. He didn't look so irritable but very sensible. Maybe it was because he saved him this time. Fuzugawa Jinya didn't have to make a living anymore and could have a peaceful childhood. After all, according to the normal plot, Fushigawara Shimizu left his brother, and Swanya had to build a shell to protect himself in order to survive, to cover up his vulnerable side. Kiritani Sento answered seriously, I guarantee it with my personality, but seeing is believing, I will let you see it with your own eyes. Fushigawara Shimizu hit his head in the back of Kiritani Sento. If what his elder brother said was right, wouldn't he hurt his brother's heart? He said such excessive words, his elder brother would definitely not forgive him. Thinking of this, Fushigawara Shimizu sighed. When they were walking to a forest, there was a sound of fighting next to them, which made Kiritani Sento feel very strange. At this point, there was still a fight, most likely between the demon slayers and the evil spirits. Kiritani Sento immediately changed direction. He wanted Fushigawara Shimizu to learn from Gyume of Sadness Island, but the other party hated children. In addition, Swanya has no talent in breathing techniques, so it is impossible for Brother Xingming to agree. However, if he knew Swanya's talent, the result would be very different. Kiritani Sento put Swanya down and gently pulled aside the grass. An extremely comfortable scene came into view, and the evil spirit was pressed to the ground and beaten. The attacker was Gyume of Biming Island. Because of Kiritani Sento's suggestion, as long as the evil spirits are less than 30 kilometers away from the headquarters, they must be eliminated. This is also to prevent the location of the headquarters from being exposed. Although 30 kilometers takes several hours for ordinary people to walk, it is not a problem for the Demon Slayer Corps and the evil spirits. In addition, with the assistance of the crow, it is still very simple to check the dangers outside the headquarters. Because there are enough pillars, Gyume of Biming Island is responsible for staying at the headquarters. In addition to killing the 12 demon moons, the rock pillar, one of the strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps, will not be sent out to perform tasks. Of course, the retired Makijiro is also responsible for this work. After all, his strength is still very strong, and he is not currently serving as a trainer. Kiritani Sento became the pupil pillar, and many of his suggestions could be implemented, and guarding the headquarters was one of them. Of course, this was just one of Kiritani Sento's many plans. After all, there would be more and more pillars in the future. When Gyume Hai swung the meteor hammer, he would behead the evil ghost the next moment. The ghost was already confused, and he could meet the pillar just by walking on the road. The probability of this is much smaller than the probability of winning 100 million in the lottery. However, Kiritani Sento blocked the meteor hammer before it came down. Not only the ghost was confused, but Gyume Hai was also confused. If he hadn't been sensible enough, Gyume Hai would have chopped him with the broad axe. Of course, Kiritani Sento is also one of the few people who have gained Gyume Hai's trust. The silly ghost simply laughed, ha ha ha, is the Demon Slayer Corps just this? They are fighting among themselves, rubbish, ha ha ha. Little ghost, help me kill this bald ass. Kiritani Sento's face turned pale, this ghost is so annoying. Without any hesitation, Kiritani Sento stabbed the Nikaran sword into the heart of the ghost. You think too much, where are you from? After teaching the evil ghost a lesson, Kiritani Sento turned around and smiled at Gyume of Bimei Island. Gyume, let me teach the kid. After that, Kiritani Sento waved to the opposite side, signaling Fushigawara Jinya to come over. Looking at the boy walking out of the bushes, the usually taciturn Biminjihu Xingming complained, Yu Yanzi lineage is really the same lineage, kidnapping children every day. Ahem. Swanya, it's just a coincidence, I'm not a bad person. Kiritani Sento motioned Fuzugawa Swanya to come closer. Although Swanya is only 9 years old now, he will have to face evil spirits sooner or later. The sooner he dies, the sooner he will be reborn. Fuzugawa Swanya looked at the grinning, livid monster under Kiritani Sento's butt, and a chill rose. This is different from facing a ghost. When I saw my transformed mother, I felt like I was falling into an ice cellar. Don't be afraid, young man. It can't hurt you with us here. Amitabha. Xianmi, this is a ghost, a man-eating evil ghost. Kiritani Xantu pointed at the evil ghost under his buttocks and said. It's different to have test materials. It's much clearer than saying it. They are the cannibal ghosts that have been legendary since ancient times. They are transformed from human bodies after receiving the blood of the Ghost King. They have strong regenerative ability, high physical ability, and the ability to mimic and change their bodies. They feed on humans and become more violent when hungry. The more people they eat, the stronger they are. Some of the stronger ghosts even have the ability of blood ghost art. But they also have fatal weaknesses, which are sunlight and the sun wheel sword. Ghosts exposed to sunlight or having their necks cut by the sun wheel sword will turn into dust and disappear. They hate wisteria flowers very much. They will be trapped by the barrier of wisteria flowers and will also be poisoned by the poison of wisteria flowers. Fuzugawa Swanya nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He didn't expect that the horror story told by his mother was true and ghosts really existed. With the blessing of anger, Fuzugawa Swanya directly punched the evil ghost. It was the ghost that made him lose his home, it was the ghost that made him misunderstand his brother, and it was because of the ghost that his mother died. Damn it! Fushigawara Swanya angrily punched and kicked the evil ghost. Baiminjiahu Xingming looked up to the child. Ordinary people might be too scared to move when seeing a ghost, but he could attack the other party. So Baiminjiahu Xingming tried to feel the fighting spirit in Fushigawara Swanya's body. Ordinary people don't have fighting spirit. People who can only practice breathing methods must have this talent. And people like them who have practiced breathing methods for a long time can feel whether a person can practice fighting spirit. After a while, Baiminjiahu Xingming shook his head helplessly. This also means that the child in front of him can't practice breathing methods, so he has lost the pass to kill ghosts. Courage alone is not enough. Chapter 46. The demon is like a clown, is there still law? The demon turned his head around, stared at Kiritani Sento with wide eyes, and shouted, "You can kill me or cut me up, damn human, don't insult my dignity." Kiritani Sento ignored the demon under his butt, but looked at Fushigawara Jinya and said, "Do you understand? This is what you want to deal with. Once you step on this road, your life will be taken away at any time." Kiritani Sento looked at Fushigawara Jinya quietly. At this moment, he looked like Jiyu at ordinary times. He respected the other party's choice to live as an ordinary person or as a swordsman. A determined light flashed on Fushigawara Swanya's tender face, and he said fiercely, "I want revenge, I want to kill all the evil spirits in the world. Brother Xantu, please teach me." Kiritani Xantu shook his head, and Fushigawara Swanya's eyes instantly lost their light, frightening Kiritani Xantu to explain, "No, I mean I am not suitable to teach you, your master is far away and close at hand. Do you understand?" As soon as Kiritani Xantu finished speaking, Fushigawara Swanya looked at Baiminjiahu Xingming. After all, there was no one else around. Looking at the other's strong muscles, Fushigawara Swanya swallowed hard. Is this really something that humans can practice? Fushigawara Swanya bowed immediately. He was a little nervous. "Can you accept me as your apprentice?" "Uncle." Puff. Kiritani Xantu spit out the sugar water he had just drunk. "Brother Xingming is only 20 this year, okay, it's a bit too much to call him uncle." Baiminjiahu Xingmei had no dissatisfaction at all, because he didn't care what others thought of him, especially a child. Although he didn't want to hit the boy in front of him, he still had to face the facts. "Boy, you don't have the talent to be a swordsman, I'm sorry, Amitabha." As he spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed down. He liked the boy's courage but didn't want him to die. At the moment when Fushigawara Swanya lost hope, Kiritani Xantu stood up and said mysteriously, I wonder if you two have heard of the Devil Eater. Kiritani Zanta's words even aroused Bai Minjiu Xingmei's interest. There has always been ghosts eat people, people kill ghosts, where is the Devil Eater? Fushigawara Swanya smiled again. Brother Zanta's standing up at this time must mean that he has a way. Kiritani Sento cleared his throat and said slowly, it is said that during the Warring States period, there was a special kind of demon-hunting swordsman. They did not know any breathing techniques, but their strength was no less than any pillar-level swordsman. People call them demon eaters, and they can be said to be a group of people who subvert the three views of evil demons. They have excellent bite force and digestive organs, and can eat demons to obtain a special physique of short-term demonization. At the same time, the stronger the demon they eat, the stronger the regeneration ability and power of the demon they obtain will be. Bai Minjiu Xingmei did not question it, because he seemed to have seen this name on the remaining pages of the secret history of the Demon Slayer Corps, but because of disrepair, the specific content has disappeared. He knew that Rabbit would not tell this story for no reason, and soon Bai Minjiu Xingmei reacted. He and Kiritani Sento looked at Fushigawara Swanya at the same time. Fushigawara Swanya looked at the two of them blankly. What did Brother Sento say? Didn't he say that demons eat people? Could it be that I have that special physique, and I want to eat ghosts? Rabbit, are you sure this boy is it? Kiritani Sento nodded and gave a thumbs up to Fuzugawa Jinya, this boy is just like you think. Kiritani Sento cut the ghost's wrist with a knife, and took a handful of blood. After a while, the blood flowed out through his fingers. Kiritani Sento quickly came to Fuzugawa Jinya, pressed his shoulders, and asked in a slightly second-year tone. Young man, do you crave power? Drink it. Tick. Tick. Drop by drop, the dark red blood fell to the ground, like an arrow piercing Fuzugawa Jinya's heart. A fishy smell rushed straight to the brain through the nostrils, and Fuzugawa Jinya swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was mentally resistant to this thing and felt sick unconsciously. But the scenes from a few days ago echoed in his mind like a movie. After a fierce inner struggle, Fuzugawa Swanya nodded, and then he opened his mouth. Kiritani Sento put the few drops of blood in his hand into Fuzugawa Swanya's mouth. I have to say that Muzan said it was good. Who is the ghost king between us? As soon as the blood entered Fuzugawa Swanya's stomach, he felt his whole body getting hot, and the irritability from his heart kept hitting his brain. Soon Fushigawara Swanya has grown taller, his nails have become as sharp as a demon's, and his two sharp teeth are particularly obvious. A warm current keeps washing over Fushigawara Swanya's body, and he feels like he can kill a cow with one punch. Bai Minjiu Xingmei didn't even notice that he had clenched his weapon tightly, and it felt like he had witnessed a human being transformed into an evil demon with his own eyes. But he couldn't feel the breath of evil on the boy, just that his strength had become stronger. Kiritani Zanta thought that the first transformation would be very painful, but he didn't expect it to be like that. Swanya, is there anything uncomfortable? Fushigawara Swanya was excited, and he could no longer suppress his joy, and said happily, Brother Zantu, I feel good, it's amazing. Having the appearance of a demon but the rationality of a human, this is a demon eater. Boy, I apologize for what I said just now, your talent is even better than mine, Amitabha. Bai Minjiu Xingmei apologized sincerely. He didn't expect that the rabbit would find a treasure when he went out. No wonder he wanted the boy to worship him as his master. If his physical fitness is strong enough, he might be able to obtain the power of the 12 demon moons, which is equivalent to adding another pillar to the Demon Slayer Corps. Kiritani Sento glanced at the ghost on the ground and then at Fuzugawa Swanya. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea of actual combat. He is just a 9-year-old child. Take it slowly. Swanya, you have to train with Master Xingmei for 7 years. Until you can perfectly master the talent of the Demon Eater. This is my request. Kiritani Sento made such a request just to let Swanya meet the friends of their class in the future. The 3 little ones are still waiting for him. Before that, everything will be left to them. Bai Minjiahu Xingming said solemnly, "Young man, are you willing to sacrifice your life to kill all the evil ghosts? And my training is very hard." Hearing Bai Minjiahu Xingming's words, Xuanya was overjoyed, which meant that the other party was willing to teach him. Kiritani Sento quickly winked, and Fushigawara Jinya immediately knelt down. "Thank you, master. This is your talent, I just want you to master it better, thank yourself, Amitabha." Chapter 47. After solving the problem of apprenticeship, Kiritani Sento also wanted Fushigawara Jinya to witness how the demon disappeared. As the soft sunlight pierced through the clouds, the demon's body was instantly covered with cracks. Just as Fushigawara Jinya saw, the demon turned into dust. A gust of wind blew, gently brushing Fushigawara Jinya's cheek, and his head buzzed and went blank. "You murderer! Murderer!" The words he scolded his brother lingered in his ears, and he regretted it. He completely wronged his elder brother, because his mother turned into a demon and his elder brother was unable to kill it. Ah! Fushigawara Jinya burst into tears, and self-blame filled his heart. The brother who tried his best to protect his younger brother only got a sentence, "You are a murderer," which was like a big hole in his brother's heart. Fushigawara Jinya knelt on the ground and cried until the demonization state was lifted, and he fainted. Kiritani Sento didn't know what to say. After all, the person who tied the bell should be the one who untied it. It's okay to cry and vent it out. Bai Minjiahu Xingmei didn't know what happened at all. Why did the child cry like this? Bai Minjiahu Xingmei clasped his hands together and sighed, "I guess his family has experienced an accident. Poor child, Amitabha." Then he picked up Fushigawara Xuanya with one hand. After hesitating for a long time, he put his apprentice on Kiritani Sento's back. Bai Minjiahu Xingmei walked in front dejectedly. After all, he couldn't reconcile with himself 2 years ago, and couldn't reconcile with his child. Kiritani Sento carried Xuanya to the butterfly house. Although his healing skills were very strong, it would be better to let a professional doctor check it out. Kiritani Sento sat outside Xuanya's ward with a frown on his face. He still couldn't let go of the matter of Fushigawara's family. If he had arrived earlier. "Hey! Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so sad?" A silver bell-like voice sounded, and Kiritani Xanto immediately laughed happily. Turning around, Shinobu Koko was staring at him intently. The girl's smile was as beautiful as a flower, like a good medicine that could cure the injustice in the world. Only when facing this girl, Kiritani Xanto would not hide his thoughts. After all, she could always see it. Kiritani Xanto explained what happened recently to Shinobu Koko. Shinobu Koko was like a quiet little squirrel except for occasionally interjecting. "If only I had arrived one step earlier." "Hey!" Shinobu Koko did not speak, but hugged Kiritani Xanto. Her slender arms hugged Kiritani Xanto tightly, and whispered, "You have done well, don't force yourself. For a boy, a gentle comfort from a loved one is better than 1,000 words. Maybe the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you." Shinobu Koko was stunned for a moment, then retorted, "No, then I should be luckier than you." Sentud Kiritani smiled bitterly and said, "There's no need to compare this." Shinobu Koko said coquettishly, "No, no, compare." Sentud Kiritani smiled suddenly, happy, so happy. But the next second, the smile on Sentud Kiritani's face froze. Because Tomioka Jiu and Kiritani Kaoru walked side by side in front of him, the dead volcano in Sentud Kiritani's heart burst and erupted. "Oh my god! The cabbage I carefully cared for is going to be pushed by the pig. Woo woo woo." Sentud Kiritani bit the corner of her clothes and almost cried. Shinobu Koko turned her head with a confused look on her face, but she smiled knowingly when she saw the scene in front of her. Everything was so clear. So Shinobu Koko added calmly, "Mr. Jiu received treatment 10 days ago, and Kaoru will walk with him every day for rehabilitation." Kiritani Sento was petrified on the spot after hearing this, and then his whole body broke apart. Snowflakes are fluttering, and the north wind is howling. A familiar background music sounded deep in Kiritani Sento's heart. Today is another day when I want to stab Jiyu, my cabbage. Then Kiritani Sento followed the two of them like a thief. If the police were there, he would definitely be tortured as a peeping Tom. Of course, it was not only Kiritani Sento who was heartbroken. Many swordsmen who were still receiving treatment looked at Tomioka Jiyu with knife-like eyes. What's wrong with that paralyzed face? Why doesn't the angel walk with me? Woo woo woo. Our angel. Kaoru has long been an angel in the hearts of many swordsmen because of her cute appearance, magical healing skills and smile that heals the soul. Outside the training ground of the Butterfly House, Kiritani Sento was squatting in the bushes nearby. Whenever Jiyu did something excessive, he would immediately rush over and beat him up. But Kiritani Sento didn't notice what he saw was that there was a row of people standing behind him. From left to right, there was Rock Pillar who came to see his apprentice, Flower Pillar, and Haruko who came out for some fresh air, and Satoshi who came to see his junior brother, and Shinobu Koko who looked helpless. Does Rabbit have any special fetish? Satoshi suddenly felt unwell. I don't know what to say about Rabbit's behavior, Amitabha. Suzuki Haruko held her chin and thought, and said seriously, I recently learned a new word, called sister control. I think Rabbit is seriously sick. Then he is very similar to Shinobu. Shinobu is a sister control. Kane complained, they are a pair. I agree. Suzuki Haruko raised both hands in agreement. Shinobu Koko rolled her eyes at her sister and said angrily, Sister, you are talking nonsense, I will ignore you. Humph. Fusewigawa Jinya, who had just woken up, closed the door as soon as he opened it. What was going on? Why were there so many strangers? What is Big Brother Xanta doing? Master is here to see me. Fusewigawa Jinya said he didn't understand but was shocked. Taromaru crossed the crowd and came to Xanta Kiritani with a piece of paper in his mouth, his small black gemstone eyes blinking constantly. This scene really shocked a bird's heart. The human world is so complicated. Taromaru put the task on Xanta Kiritani's head, and then shouted at the top of his voice, Master, Master, there is a task. Taromaru's shout broke the originally quiet atmosphere, and Tomioka Jiyu and Kiritani Kaoru turned their heads quickly. Ah! The weather is so good today. Suzuki Haruko decisively pretended to be stupid. Xiao Shinobu, aren't we going to study potions? Kane smiled and walked towards Koko Shinobu. I'm looking for an apprentice, Amitabha. Xanta simply followed the rock pillar for a walk, and everyone immediately left the front line of eating melons. Kiritani Sento said in bewilderment, What? Brother, brother. Kiritani Kaoru said word by word, and then walked towards Kiritani Sento with murderous intent. Kiritani Sento was frightened and stepped back repeatedly, and hurriedly explained, Well, the weather is good today. Chapter 48. Kaoru Kiritani grabbed the corner of Sento Kiritani's clothes and pulled him home, saying goodbye to Jiyu before leaving. Sento Kiritani said to Jiyu unfriendly, Jiyu, we have time to spar. Jiyu Tomioka nodded. It had been a long time since he had sparred with Rabbit in swordsmanship, and he didn't hear the hidden meaning in Sento Kiritani's words at all. Jiyu Tomioka, who never greeted people, waved goodbye to Kaoru Kiritani for the first time. On the way home, Kiritani Sento suddenly asked, Kaoru, do you like that little face dead guy? Kiritani Sento's face instantly turned red, and she shook her head frantically, I just think Mr. Jiyu is too lonely. Kiritani Sento said in a pitiful tone, Oh. Your brother is so lonely. Brother, don't joke. I don't want to pay attention to you. Humph. Kiritani Sento instantly controlled his brother with just 3 simple sentences, and Kiritani Sento immediately smiled and said, It's just a joke. I'll take you home, otherwise what if you meet a bad guy? After saying that, Kiritani Sento also looked meaningfully in the direction of the butterfly house. After looking at the master's wife and Senjuro, Kiritani Sento opened the letter sent by Taro Maru. The letter read, 15 swordsmen have disappeared around Sensoji Temple in Tokyo. It is suspected that the 12 moons have appeared. Please ask the pupil to investigate. At the same time, we have arranged for the butterfly house staff to go with you. A big question mark flashed across Kiritani Sento's head. Butterfly house staff? Just as Kiritani Sento hesitated, someone patted his left shoulder. He immediately turned his head, but there was no one behind him. Rabbit, I'm here, he. Kohiko Shinobu suddenly appeared from the right, smiling with curved eyebrows. She was very happy when she just received the mission. It was the first time to carry out a mission with Rabbit. Kiritani Sento was very surprised and couldn't stop smiling. This time he could protect Shinobu well. He was always worried when Shinobu went out to carry out missions before. What a coincidence! Yes, it is indeed a coincidence. After a brief greeting, Kiritani Sento squatted down and said softly, "Do you want me to carry you?" Shinobu Koko decisively refused. Perhaps it was her competitive spirit or she didn't want to waste the rabbit's physical strength. She was not a vase. Since the organization gave her a task, she had to seriously assist the pillar-level swordsman. I'm very fast, so it's not necessary at all. I will do my best to assist you. Kiritani Sento realized that she was wrong. Shinobu definitely didn't want to be the one being protected. Sorry, Shinobu. If someone else wanted to take care of her, she might be very angry, but she wouldn't be angry with the rabbit. This is favoritism. I appreciate your kindness, my pupil pillar boss. Kiritani Sento was still a little uncomfortable when someone suddenly called her boss. After playing around, the two set off immediately. Although Shinobu Koko's strength is small, her speed is not inferior to that of Sento Kiritani. She has already reached the level of the pillar level. After 10 days of trekking, the two finally arrived at the mission location, Sensoji Temple in Tokyo. Asakusa is a busy street centered on Sensoji Temple. It used to be based on the Yoshiwara brothel. Later, the Sarawaka Street of the Edo Three Towers was moved here, and it became the first busy street in Edo and was called a place of joy by people. Especially now that the summer festival is just around the corner, the flow of people in Asakusa has reached a peak, and people come here every day. However, the more people there are, the more evil spirits like to go there. After thousands of years of development, many evil spirits have already integrated into human life. Sento Kiritani held Shinobu Koko's little hand tightly, otherwise the crowds rushing like waves would immediately drown the two of them. Shinobu Koko lowered her head, her face flushed, probably because it was the first time a boy held her hand in public, especially a boy she liked. Dorayaki, ramen, octopus balls, odon, the lively atmosphere and the fragrant food all stimulate people's brains. Foodie Kiritani Sento's eyes were rarely on the food, because in addition to the prosperity and noise, he noticed that there were missing person notices posted in many places. And all the missing person notices have one thing in common: the missing are children. Koko Shinobu leaned close to Kiritani Sento's ear and whispered, "It seems that the missing children and swordsmen are related to ghosts." Kiritani Sento nodded and pulled Koko Shinobu away from the noisy food street. If you want to know more specific information, just go to the police station. Kiritani Sento and Koko Shinobu pretended to be a couple who lost their children. Although they were not very old, Kiritani Sento's height was already the same as some adults. The police in charge of reception took a look at Kiritani Sento and Koko Shinobu, especially Kiritani Sento. His anxious look is exactly the same as those who come to report the case. Has your child been to Asakusa Amusement Park? Shinobu Koko suddenly buried her head in Kiritani Sento's arms. At this moment, she was so embarrassed. Although it was for the mission, the child was hers and the rabbit's child? The corner of the police's mouth twitched slightly. Why don't you comfort your wife first? Kiritani Sento pretended to wipe his tears and asked in a crying voice, Comrade Police, finding my girl is the best comfort for my wife. We did take her there. As soon as Kiritani Sento finished speaking, the police sympathized with him. He patted Kiritani Sento on the shoulder and comforted him. Hey! This is the 25th report received. All the children have been to Asakusa Amusement Park. It has been more than half a month since the first child was lost. Wait well. Please believe us. Kiritani Sento sighed, looking like he was in great pain. After getting enough useful information, Kiritani Sento hugged Koko Shinobu and left the police station. They could basically lock on to their target, which was the Asakusa Amusement Park. After all, the place where the 15 swordsmen disappeared last was also the amusement park. What a pity, the place that originally carried the innocent expectations of the children has become a shadow of childhood. However, there are many people and eyes during the day, and even if the amusement park is blocked, it is not convenient for them to enter. What if they are regarded as stealing children again? So Kiritani Sento made a decision that violated his ancestors and directly ate and drank at public expense. He was here. Shinobu, why is your face so red? Kiritani Sento asked worriedly. He was afraid that he had hurt Shinobu just now. Koko Shinobu was startled and waved her hands quickly. I absolutely did not name the child. Ah! How did she say it? Koko Shinobu's little face was as red as a ripe dragon fruit. What? Kiritani Sento was very surprised. The extremely shy Koko Shinobu immediately rushed into the crowd, and Kiritani Sento chased after her. However, Kiritani Sento glanced to the right rear. Chapter 49. Since the two entered the food street in Asakusa, Kiritani Sento felt that someone was watching them, and that breath was not a ghost. Now he couldn't make a move. After all, sometimes, human nature is as sinister as ghosts, but ghosts eat people, and people are greedy. Since the other party likes to monitor, it proves that the two are here to have fun. Kiritani Sento shouted to Koko Shinobu loudly, Shinobu, wait for me, I'll take you to eat delicious food. A greasy uncle with a big belly leaned against the wall of the alley. This was the 16th swordsman he monitored. Just by looking at the dress, he could recognize that he was the kind of person the adults told him to be. Kiritani Sento suddenly pulled Koko Shinobu into his arms. He lowered his head and put his mouth next to the other's ear. The heat made Koko Shinobu tremble all over. Shinobu, someone is watching us, let's have some fun and let him down. Shinobu Koko's head was steaming, and she stammered, I know. Kiritani Battle Rabbit jumped up happily. Now he had a good reason to thank Lao Lu for the gift. Kiritani Sento directly pulled Koko Shinobu to a dorayaki stall. Boss, give me some red bean ones, some of this, and that, and cream ones, bring them to me. The dorayaki boss was also enthusiastic. After all, there are many young couples recently. Young man, your girlfriend is very beautiful. Kiritani Sento said without any modesty. Of course, he. Koko Shinobu's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and she didn't dare to look up. I'm not yet. The boss laughed heartily. Ha, your girlfriend is so cute, 20% off. Kiritani Sento touched Koko Shinobu's head and sighed, cuteness is justice, Shinobu is the cutest. Kiritani Sento stuffed the dorayaki into Koko Shinobu's arms and disappeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. Koko Shinobu stood there blankly, looking a little embarrassed. What happened to the rabbit? Why did she suddenly run away? About 10 minutes later, Kiritani Sento came out of the crowd with a small box in his hand. He was sweating like he had just killed a ghost. His clothes were messy, and he looked like he had just fought with an old man for discounted eggs. Kiritani Sento didn't care about his messy clothes, and came to Shinobu Koko with a bag. He proudly boasted, "Shinobu, Shinobu, guess what I bought?" "Shinobu Coco." Kiritani Sento said mysteriously, "This is pickled vegetables made with ginger. How about it? It's amazing." If the nose can be longer, Kiritani Sento's nose can pierce half the sky, and a sense of pride arises spontaneously. Puff. Shinobu Coco covered her mouth and laughed, because Kiritani Sento looked really funny now, but her eyes were already red. Pickled vegetables made with ginger, a very common bibimbap. She didn't even mention it to Kiritani Sento, but this is her favorite food, nothing else. Ah! Come on, praise me. Hee. Kiritani Sento put his hands on his hips, shaking the bag of ginger pickles from side to side. Shinobu Coco walked to Kiritani Sento, tiptoed gently, and kissed him on the cheek. "Rabbit is the best, I'll give you a reward." Shinobu Coco held the pickles, and Kiritani Sento ate dorayaki in big mouthfuls, feeding Shinobu Coco one from time to time, and Shinobu Coco would also feed him a bite of pickles. Kiritani Sento, who likes sweets, doesn't think ginger pickles are delicious at all, but what Shinobu feeds is different. Kiritani Sento shouted like his big brother. After all, they have lived together for a long time, and in some places, Rabbit has become the big brother. The Purgatory family not only has strong genes, but also has the ability to infect others. Soon, time came to night. Red and white lanterns are like stars in the sky, embellishing the night of the summer festival. From afar, red and white flowed like a stream through the food street under the night sky. "Rabbit, stop!" Shinobu Coco suddenly called out to Sento Kiritani. Sento Kiritani turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Shinobu Coco gently wiped the cream from the corner of Sento Kiritani's mouth with her fingers, and then ate it in front of him. Then he explained, "There is cream." Shinobu Coco tilted her head, staring at Sento Kiritani with her big watery eyes, and in an instant, Sento Kiritani's face turned red. The most gentle thing was the gentleness of that tilted head, just like a water lotus, with shyness and gentleness that could not withstand the cool breeze. "Rabbit, you blushed." Shinobu Coco pretended to taunt. Sento Kiritani immediately turned around and said with a face-saving face, "No, absolutely not. Ha ha ha, there is no playing, food." The number of pedestrians on the street gradually sparse, because of the incident at Asakusa Amusement Park. The summer festival is only allowed to last until midnight. Kiritani Sento and Coco Shinobu came to the last stop, which was a purple tent with patterns of stars and moons all over the tent. The sign at the door read, "Crystal ball divination, absolutely accurate. Fortune, love, friendship, ancestral craftsmanship." Coco Shinobu's smart big eyes blinked, and she stared at the tent closely. This was something completely new that she had never seen before. Kiritani Sento gently patted Coco Shinobu's head and asked, "Do you want to take a test?" "Hey! Me? Of course, your soul will fly in. Come with me." Kiritani Sento shook his head. This thing works if you are sincere, but as a modern person, he doesn't believe in this bullshit at all. What divination, constellations, are all Barnum effects. To put it bluntly, it's just a psychological effect. The so-called Barnum effect is nothing more than a psychological phenomenon. People will give highly accurate evaluations of some personality descriptions that they think are tailor-made for themselves. These descriptions are often very vague and universal, so that they can be universally applicable to many people. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Kiritani Sento waved his hand. Yeah. Shinobu Coco walked into the tent with a smile. She had already thought about what to ask, and she was nervous just thinking about it. After a while, Shinobu Coco came out. Her joy was beyond words. It seemed that the so-called wizard was quite good at fooling people. But this is much better than some barber shops, at least you don't have to come out crying. Shinobu Coco looked at Sento Coco expectantly and asked, "Guess what I asked?" Sento Koko said with a smirk, "Is it a marriage partner or a child? He he he." Shinobu Koko immediately became alert. The rabbit wouldn't eavesdrop. If she could transform, Shinobu Koko would look like a cat whose dried fish was stolen. Her furry triangular ears moved, and her little claws tightly grasped the corner of Kiritani Sento's clothes. In short, she was very cute, and Kiritani Sento felt like she could laugh until tomorrow. Chapter 50. Kiritani added, "I guess she'll say something like far away and close at hand." Shinobu Koko turned her head suspiciously, blinking her eyes. This guy must have eavesdropped and repeated everything. Shinobu Koko pinched the tender flesh on Kiritani's waist and said slowly, "Rabbit, eavesdropping is not a good habit." Kiritani said sincerely, "No, of course I can count. Just like the formula I taught you." Kiritani said and counted with his fingers, making it look quite real. Formula. The Tau gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3. Before Shinobu Koko finished, Kiritani touched her head and said, "I'm lucky to meet you." Kiritani ran towards the Asakusa amusement park after pretending to be handsome. He looked up at the moon, which was surrounded by a faint halo. Far away in the horizon, yet close at hand, it seems to be true. We were indeed like that in the past, but now we belong to the same world. How lucky we are. Shinobu Koko stood there blankly, as if she was still thinking about what Kiritani Battle Rabbit said. Ah! I've been tricked again. What's in Bunny's mind every day? Shinobu Koko followed closely. In a corner not far from the two of them, the uncle was still watching them. It was this damn dog food that almost drowned him. Seeing that the two were about to run away, the uncle immediately chased them, but after turning the last intersection, the target he was following disappeared. The alley was terribly quiet, completely different from the daytime, and you could even hear the thumping heartbeat. Sato looked around carefully, fearing that the two people would suddenly appear, but what was coming would still come. Kiritani Sento suddenly jumped out from the dark corner. He made a grimace and said in a broken voice, "Ah! I died so miserably, I want your life." The alley was a little dark, and Kiritani Sento was almost scared to death by Sato. "Rabbit, pay attention to your image." Chako Shinobu came out from the other side with a bubbling test tube in her hand. Sato swallowed hard. "That thing must be poison, right? Image? This girl is even more scary." Kiritani Sento patted Sato's shoulder and said with a smirk, "Uncle, confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Did you see that bottle of poison? 1 bottle, 7 orifices bleeding, die miserably, he he he." Kiritani Sento deliberately stretched out his voice to make it look particularly scary. Sato knelt down to the two of them and burst into tears. "Please save those children, please. Tomorrow night they will be collectively executed. My name is Sato, and I am the owner of the amusement park. Please." Sato made up his mind that even if he would die, he would help the monster monitor the Demon Slayer Corps to delay some time. But these two people are different from the previous ones. They found themselves, and they didn't even realize it. Kiritani Battle Rabbit immediately supported the uncle. Although he didn't know whether what he said was true, he should not be a bad person. "Uncle, tell me more." Sato was terrified and kept muttering, "No time. I don't have time." As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow mushroom-like thing grew on his neck. In the blink of an eye, the mushroom grew into a yellow balloon. The balloon was a yellow smiley face, and it looked very warm. It was obviously a hydrogen balloon sold to children in the amusement park, and it had good buoyancy. But the next second, the smiley face on the balloon became weird, with its mouth split to the back and blood in its eyes. What was even stranger was that Sato was foaming at the mouth, and Kiritani Sento raised his knife and cut off the red string connecting the neck and the balloon. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to see the string at all. In the eyes of ordinary people, the balloon was floating alone beside the man. Kiritani Sento immediately performed a healing spell. The good news was that the uncle's life was saved, and the bad news was that he fainted. Shinobu, the news is broken. But what is certain is that there is definitely a hostage in the hands of the ghost, and it is a child who has recently disappeared. Well, let's go in and take a look. After the two settled the uncle in a safe place, they came to the wall of the amusement park. In a few seconds, they climbed over the wall. After all, a height of more than 3 meters is nothing for a swordsman. Kiritani Sento took the lead and jumped down directly. What came into view was a pile of large dolls lying on the ground. Kiritani Sento took a quick look and saw about 15 dolls, which were amusement dolls. Very common things in the park, big dolls like lions and penguins, are very attractive to children. After confirming that there was no problem around, Kiritani Zanto opened his arms and shouted to the top, "Shinobu, there is no problem below for the time being. Come down." Kiko Shinobu responded, "The tree is too high, and I can't see the situation inside." After exchanging information, Koko Shinobu jumped down without hesitation. That's how trusting. Koko Shinobu landed steadily in Kiritani Zanta's arms. She curiously poked her head out. She had only heard of the amusement park before, but had never been there. "I didn't expect that the first time I came to the amusement park with Rabbit was to climb over the wall." Kiritani Zanta found that Koko Shinobu's performance was a little wrong. She pointed behind Kiritani Zanta with a sullen face and asked weakly, "Rabbit, why are there so many standing animals in the amusement park?" Kiritani Zanta thought it was a big problem, and immediately prepared to turn around and pretend. "After all, we are modern people and have seen everything." But the moment he turned his head, Kiritani's face turned purple. The big lion was facing him, staring at him with a pair of scarlet eyes, and the familiar smiley balloon floated next to the big lion doll. "Oh my god! Wasn't it lying down just now? How come you stood up so quickly?" Kiritani was really scared. It was a ghost movie plot that just liked to scare you. Then, an even more outrageous scene happened. The big lion suddenly pulled out a knife from behind. Then came the penguin, the elephant, the tiger. Now there is a group of small animals trying to kill me. Kiritani felt that if he told others, he would definitely be locked up in a mental hospital. 15 knives fell at the same time, but Kiritani still stood there unharmed. His eyesight was not ordinary. Kiritani kicked the lion in front of him away and ran madly into the playground. The animal dolls chased him relentlessly. "Rabbit, put me down and deal with those dolls first. Maybe it's blood demon art." Kiritani Sento finally realized that Shinobu was still on his back.